We had a great history of the matches against them. You know, it happens to most of the teams when they change player after a long time of problems, of bad results, and they start winning the matches. They kind of think that they can win anyone. This kind of moral helps a lot.
Everything after Cologne was a mess. Our team was a mess. It was more the human part. It was more like so many things that couldn't be changed. Major is over. We lose to FaZe. We are in the little room, and I say to the guys, okay, thank you for everything, but we all know this five won't be together anymore. Anything I could do would not change the issues and the way the team will play or will do whatever. So I lost a lot of motivation the last 6 months, and that was tough. That was really tough.
It was our fourth consecutive grand final, and it affected a lot how we performed. I think we were a little bit tired. I think it was 50-50. It just depends how first map will be played.
Last time I won, we lost Dallas. Just to let you know, okay? 3, 2, 1. Yes!
The first bootcamp we didn't play together yet, but I know the potential of this team. And I will not have this classic talk where, oh, we need 2 months and see. No, we go to Katowice and we win it.
I had this thing in FaZe where I joined and we won Katowice. And I said that I could really feel that this could happen in Vitality as well. I have done it before and I've seen how it works. And when I come to this team and I see how people are, how good they are, how much they work, I see that this has to click.
The new generation is here, there's no doubt about it. But does the old guard still have something up their sleeve? It was Apex in the first map of the Cologne Grand Final to take it over the limit for Vitality. Who is it going to be today?
The curse is broken. Apex side with Vitality. They make the grand final here in Poland.
But Dog is still a fan! The killer of dreams! And Spirit's Prince of Darkness, a defining round in this series.
It's a long time waiting. I missed that trophy so bad. When we walk into the stage, I'm looking at it. 2 majors, I won Cologne. I just missed that one piece, which is Katowice.
All pressure that we can get, it's from the crowd cheering against us. It's always funny to win against the crowd and make everyone silent.
You don't wait 11 years to fail at this point. To win in Katowice is hard. To win back-to-back, near impossible. Please welcome to the stage, Team Vitality! Team Spirit! For that trophy, something iconic is about to happen.
Going into the final definitely had a revenge in my mind. I have a guy named Saivu, so I knew it's gonna be different for sure. I knew that guy's gonna pull off some things. You know, I have some personal vendetta against them, so I had a couple of tricks up my sleeve as well.
Some players knows how to win. That guy knows how to win. He knows how to be good in big games. Doesn't mean that he will be good at every big games, When you play with Robin, he gives you confidence just by the way he talks, how calm he is during the round, etc. Not by his pitch, but the way he talks during the game, the way he plays.
With FaZe, we had a lot of success. We won those tournaments, but Vitality is going to be different, so we have to find our own recipe. I think they're just happy to have me, and I think mostly it brings confidence to the team.
Играйте без фона, играйте четко то, что мы обсуждали. Слушайте Леню в середине, все получится. Давайте.
Я готов. Дай смог.
Дай гранаты. Флэш.
Let's make doors.
Nice.
They're blocked. That's the opening scarp you're looking for.
Getting awkward. Zywoo good for Zontix.
One close mid, close. Let me on the side, top mid last for me, top mid. Nice boys.
Nice pistol.
Big boys. Nuclear nade, a couple of kills, and this one clean as a whistle.
Nice
boys. Nice and clean. Good job.
Not too long, guys. Careful B. William, a flashback to once, twice.
2 ult. One more.
Тачка.
Nice! Бать, Боря, отец. Охуеть, ты просто батя, блядь.
Nice try.
I tried to pick on you, but... Yeah, that's a shot. Nice fucking round, guys. It was perfect, I promise. He just played so good.
Pressure amplified and now released. Apex takes down Magix on his aggress. Around the smoke, Apex dips down. A nice double from Zywoo. That's the support he needed. Apex and Zywoo, the Frenchman, on the stage, deliver the double.
Nice boy. Sick. Nice boy. Nice fucking round. Put your mic closer a bit. It's really close, mate. Bro, I had so much damage. What the fuck, bro?
Пацаны, просто запомните базу Даста. Выбиваем зиг, делаем любой раунд. Выбиваем зиг, делаем любой раунд. Всё.
Я же Коля, а мы стоим в зиге втроем вот сейчас. 20 секунд.
Там дигл.
Да, go ahead.
They wanted to explode B, work shots, they have Adidas, I think. Maybe they will do Adidas, okay? So let's be focused, guys, on side.
I don't know.
But they don't have the strong buy. William played with Robin at the beginning, please, okay? To make sure they don't do it.
Зиг не вижу, парень, на подъеме походу стоит.
This could be perfectly timed. Unarmored, and well, Zywoo sends Chopper to spawn. Ouch, that hurts. Donk does deliver. There it is. It's enabled a plant, but is it a round? Oh, it certainly should be now.
Go up long, and one round pressure. Come on long. Good. That's long. Give a smoke in the kit.
They could still lose the round. He has the kill, has the smoke. It's an AWP for Juro. This gets awkward. This gets really awkward really quick. He's spamming around him.
Up long if you take it. Let's go! Let's go, boys!
When you just join the server, you play a few rounds, you can understand you're not communicating the way you should, you're doing some mistakes that you usually never do. Then they just begin to use the situation.
Too long. Flash again. Flashing. Wait. Yeah. Can you flash again, Matu? Yes, I will. You ready? Yeah, flashing.
Close,
no, close, boom. Too long. Open as well. 2 more longer. No, one ramp, yes. Matu at the far away. Can go to nice. One more. Open again. I break. Could be ramp, Matu. Could be ramp. Car. Could be inside. Up dead. Ramp. 2v1.
Rob's has to hit a hard shot with the AWP. Close. Okay, he'll do it anyway. Flames definitely gets a far on the back.
Whoa.
Wait.
Okay, Robs went to drop the second AWP to Mezzi on ramp. Round expired. Robs lost the AWP. They didn't get either.
It was a very small thing. People can definitely make it a big thing, but I mean, we won the rounds. I think we had pretty good economy in the next, and yeah, just brush it off.
Fuck. No. All good. Nice. It's fine, guys.
If you get too long into it, then for sure you're gonna lose the next one as well.
An unforced error, very early doors in map 1 of a grand final.
Интер. Убивай Интер. Дал молик дальний. Машина съебаться.
Интер, ребят.
Найс. Машины не вижу. Дэшку побегут быстро.
Нишка упал. Не мог.
И КТ авик тоже.
КТ забрал. Двери.
Ой, двери.
Один.
Ниже,
Мирик, грибок.
Да, Вик, КТ.
Allez, it's okay, boys.
We can do the B push.
Attends, tu veux jouer mid sur ça?
I want to go lower actually. Yeah, go lower and we can react on upper B. Yes. Иду. Подожди, разрыв.
Пускай Сурсон и гост рифнем.
Я ready.
Лево не снизу, даю Сурсон. Дал.
Come B.
Push B. TB.
Nice, boys. Up mid one. Kevin, see this smoke, yeah? Kevin, down smoke.
K went through doors.
Window. Oh.
Tunnel.
Oh, think. Yes, window. I have doors for you, I have doors. Get ready, window. Smokes. Oh, no. Nice shot.
Nice boys, nice kills on it.
Nice Batu and nice Robin.
Не стоит усложнять, просто играйте в наш КС. Еще, и когда я ставлю паузу, говорю просто один калаш, не надо закупаться. Потом антифорсы у нас написано, не надо придумывать бэк-контакты какие-то, не нужно это делать. Этим чувакам сложно двигаться. Мы прошлую игру против Нави сходили 20 раз по базу. Для нас просто нужно отыграть дефолт, скинуть смоки и решить, куда пойти толпой.
Ross continues to deliver for Vitality. That's Mezzi finding Dog empty-handed in the pistol.
I'm gonna peek super late if they come out alpha, okay?
There's a smoke for Zontix, but I don't see a key.
Oh my god! That is filthy from Zywoo.
Nice!
Mathieu, what the fuck, bro?
A 6 shot.
Nice Robin. Nice shot.
Smoke break.
Exposed and deleted. An important shot hit by the scout of Shiro. Now looking to disrupt it. Zontix! Oh, he does more than disrupt! He destructs! 3 down on long!
No one playing anti-flash is likely the frustrations, but Apex got to deal with that quite quickly. Take a deep breath, get back into things.
It's okay, boys, it's okay. No worries.
All good.
All good. We will do phase.
Block second time, I think.
I will do the smoke and... You can go out, we'll take your time. Wait a bit. You ready to smoke?
Wait to flash. Yeah, might smoke.
Smoke.
Okay.
Flashing, touch. Boom. Flashing, window, and one window. No. City right hand. Window. You have the bomb. Close right, city and left side. Close and right.
Robs's Galil's done work, and now Apex's P250 chips in.
Absolute.
Can he pick up the bomb? It's really high priority, but he knows he's got to be patient. The smoke actually does give him a chance, but he doesn't want to overcommit to this. Good damage into Magix, and still Shiro hits it. Apex, he's set for success.
No, he's not right.
15 seconds, can he stay composed?
If someone plays like that against you, you're probably doing some bad mistakes, a lot of them. If you play your best game, no one is going to be able to play like that.
I wasn't in the server. I wasn't in the arena. I wasn't in front of the core route. I was nowhere. Me being not in the server made the best of 5 much harder.
I swear, guys, I'm a bit stubborn, but I would like to do exactly the same. Okay, we take our time and we do phase again. Okay.
We will do it a bit faster. You take lower. Matu, William will do a seedon for you.
Insane, Dana. Let's go, my bro. You're so fucking good. Come on.
And there's the clear. Chopper's been spotted out. Claims the first man in. No, Deagle spams through the smoke connect. Shiro hiding out on the site, and Shiro's done well in combination with the Donk Deeg. Never mind.
Nice, boys.
Smoke starting to fade, and oh my god.
That's just pure feeling, and it's looking to translate to 11.
There's nothing you can do about that at all.
That's a bit sick. Take the off. Everything starts by a lucky shot from against Magix, right?
They're going to have to flash and go. Turn. Dead. No! Still gets one somehow, but Donk with 2 back. 12 on the board already. You can't get past that. Rops! A stunning way to close out Spirits. Does 2. It's all Vitalities. Robin cool. Unfazed. Breathes new life into Vitality.
Matt, I said to Shah, move a bit. I'm gonna spam the light. Yeah, I'm gonna spam the smoke and I kill Magis. Let's sneak and jump running with me. Don't get into the trap. Remember a bit Navi at Cologne for most of us, not you? We lost our map, but because we fucked up. Not because they were good on those two against Navi. So now, it was fucking good. They tried to pick those two, we happy. But now it's Nuke. Yeah. We know that if we fuck up the T side, it's gonna be tough. So let's play as a fucking team. Okay? Yeah. We start as a fucking team, strong. We see that playing that way is tough for them. They don't like that. Also, our CTI moving, keeping our nades, doing some gambling, it's perfect, okay? So let's keep going in that way and we're gonna fuck them up.
I was thinking for a long time what I want to do as my contract was ending with FaZe after that tournament, and I knew that I was gonna make a decision. We had really good success in FaZe. We had good relationship, a lot of memories. The moment I joined, I had a feeling that this might be the team that I will stick to forever. And obviously the players, Carrigan I played with like almost 5 years, so leaving him behind was not easy. All those memories, you grow really close to them, and your heart says no, but your mind says like, yeah, you might need to if you want to try something else. It was basically now or never, because if I signed another contract with FaZe, I would probably stick there for end of time for me.
I was talking with my assistant coach about between the maps. Yeah, I said, oh, Robin, what a map. And I said, yeah. I'm pretty sure that it's gonna give Zaiwu some personal, like, okay, you want to be the star of the show? I'm the star of the show. I talked about it with Zaiwu. He said, no, I didn't think about it. But it's full intention. Like, okay, you made it like being the star in the Rob's show. Now, second map, I will show you it's the Zaiwu show.
I mean, we're playing against Donk, who's destroying the whole of 2024, and we end map 1 with me having a good game, and then, you know, like, we step outside, and I think that's when people realize, like, okay, like, we've set the tone now, and this is the way it's gonna go.
It's only one, huh? You can lose 1 million to play that shit. So let's keep rolling. It was fucking perfect, fantastic first round. The same on you, okay? Let's go, boys. You ready, guys? Yes. 1, 2, 3,
Defending champions waver. Vitality look rejuvenated. Rob's demonstrating early in this final what he brings to the roster. Apex closer than he has ever been to a trophy that has always eluded him. And now he'll be calling the shots on his turf, their turf. Let's get ready for Nuke!
Был матч с Virtus.pro, где мы зашли расхлябанно. Вчера мы играли охуенно. Мы можем играть также охуенно. Это самая читаемая команда, с которой мы только играли. Единственное, что они могут, оторвать тайминги. Там все первые секунды понятно. Первые 30 секунд. Фокус прицела. Начинайте их убивать. Просто убивать и не дать шанс.
Let's fucking go, boys. Let's go, boys.
Let's go, boys.
Starting to become one of their comfy maps, one of their picks, and well, this is a fast ramp.
It's done. Let's go down. Let's push him. 3, 2, 1. Toxic.
Chopper next victim, 2 out of the Glock.
Windows, lava.
He needs more than just one. Mezzi is put down. Robs goes hunting in the single door. And it's double out of the Glock of Robs. Damage done unless Donk does Donk things. 3 ahead of him. Zaiwu locks it down with his third.
Nice, Matthew. Nice open.
Даю на дверь. Полик вент.
Еще 2 рам.
Я вниз веду. Акву разбили. Аква молик.
Я секрет. Аква убил. Еще язык. Нольщик язык.
Каждый раунд записываем, нам будет легче. Погнали, блядь. Did you eat Robin with Donk with Molly or not?
The second one failed, I think.
Did you eat Donk or not at all?
No.
Oh, okay, then he started down. Yeah, started down.
Still early stages. Apex can't keep a lid on things. Zaiwu will go into the AWP. Smoke wall being dotted. Zontic starting red pole. AWP of Shiro starting ramp. The bomb wants to get down secret.
Yeah, I did smoke. I pick him.
Flamesy. Oh, just deleted by Donk.
Только один. Я больше никого не слышал.
Shiro looks like he's got Robs dead to rights if he does commit. Or not! Oh no! The blink of an eye! Suddenly Vitality have the edge! Zontix goes down! It's getting worse, their problems exacerbated!
Секрет бежит с бомбой. Секрет лоу бежит с бомбой. Запушите, он пойдет на А.
Там горячо.
Перед мейном, это он. 9.
Мейн забежал.
The round is theirs for the taking! And Zywa wants to bring this fight to Donk head on.
Nice, Robbie! Nice fucking kill on ramp, bro! That's so good! Wait, you really need to wait for him to have no bullets.
Пацаны, давайте поиграем от того, next от того, что нам удобно. Го играть компактный дефенс, Диму рамп ставить, и все, не будет рампа.
Пацаны, удобно стяжку в рамп делать.
Да, играй и все.
Rops goes looking! That's disgusting!
I'm Molly. I can take.
Garbage
right side.
Donk knows he's got to get a move on. That's a big headshot from Apex. That was a lone venture.
Shiro can't miss another.
Lets it slip. Bomb now across towards that Astralis plant spot. Needs good. Flames limit his contributions. They have to respect it. They have to allow that bomb to go down.
They're looking rocked right now. Zywa with 7 kills, Rops with 6.
Дверь убью, Бар, будь на тебе.
Воскресили старым.
Смог дашь?
Даю дверь. Молик вент. Рамп раш.
Один.
Кого убил?
Смог дал вилку.
Donk working on a big flank, but
So Boris is on his own.
big frag from Magix, his first. Flames, he's a dead man, spraying. Flank coming in. Donk collects. And Rops the last to fall. There it is, Team Spirit, a convincing one.
Хорош, блядь. Го дефолт играть, похуй. Просто играем дефолт, они будут рвать темп, вот такой хуйней всякой.
But you need to do the smoke, and Char, you go top of pain, you know?
I found Apex gonna try and maneuver through the smoke. It's a good call from Apex, but that's a good pick from Donk. Awareness at an all-time high. Opening kill goes the way of Spirit. Drops into Donk. A double.
Search ramp. There'll be 2, but we can search if you want.
Good setup on Ramp to deal with this.
Shiro miss. Zontix set up. He doesn't actually engage, falls back, thinks twice about it. That could be taken, and actually in the process, Rops has managed to catch Magix in transition.
Бегу на рамп, дверь отдал.
Еще низ. Лоу хп с бомбой.
А, еще рамп.
Только по даблу, не играть.
Не успел, Шири.
Хорошо.
Okay, boys. Good economy. Did we tag already? Then did one tag or not yet? No.
Between Carrigan and Apex, I think there's a lot of similarities. They are from like the same era of CS. They grew up playing against each other, so you can definitely feel that they have the same kind of style. Apex is really good at reading the rounds. He really wants to outplay the opponent. He takes it personal, you know? I think that's what Apex is good at. He takes it very personal. He lets it get to him. I think that's what elevates his calling style.
We're gonna do something special. Let's do a razor fast. I will just explain in French. So the rest, let's do Navi to go, fake Navi to go down. Matou, en gros, il peut être toujours la smoke 1 et la smoke 2 et il peut être garage avec la visu. Okay. Après la smoke 1 et la smoke 2, je te flash even, tu me le piques garage et tu vas en bas avec William.
Start from the HE damage, just catches Apex with some trap. Bombs moving, setting up Zywu, surely priority number 1. He maintains that heaven angle, the spam from Donk is hard to avoid, and yet, ooh, just across, that's bomb spotted. Deliberate or otherwise. Shiro trying to lend a hand, a hard shot to hit, Flame spotted as a push through. What is that? Zywu removes the orb threat, now heaven is open and accessible. Flames making a move, 40 seconds, and range from Flames!
Stripped him.
Zontix, the ramp player, hasn't been nameplated yet. Only the one, though, before Robs gets his crosshair on his head. Magic's onto Apex. They know where the 2 of them are. Or were. Swings open the door. Can't get both. Gets away, though. Oh, nearly 2. Magix gets away and has to save.
6th round, T side, with a possibility of 9. Now, that would be absolutely crazy.
Улица Авитрес.
All-yard control, a molly no less to clear out heaven. Magic's still undetected. This could be a jump scare for Apex if he times it right. Up the ladder as well. There's Magix, now revealed.
Bomb loose.
Flames. Oh, wow, clears out Shiro, a sitting duck behind the Tetris boxes.
Zywu has to get the bomb and get into A.
Apex, everything with the double.
In-game leader secures them another.
Nice! Yeah, boys, it's nice but we kill on them. I had to wait, I was above them, they didn't know because Shark killed one.
Бля, пацаны, у нас, походу, из-за того, что нет никого в грибах, они просто шатают, я хуй знает.
I'm on my seat, enjoying life, huh? When your 2 best players popping off, one after the other, on 2 maps like that, I don't know what can happen.
What he did in map 2, you know, like, I don't think people really expected it. You look at the guy and you see how good his aim is, you see how fast his decision making is, and I mean, I just get a smile when you look at him. He's headshotting people, doing insane things. I mean, you get a smile, you know, what can you do?
Timing. Exposed in the open, blocked by the loop.
Chewing him up, spitting him out.
Just as easy as that.
Nice!
13-5 and a 26 frag haul in just 19 rounds of play. ZywOo arrives in this grand final exactly when he needed to. Spirit on the ropes. Will we even need a fourth map?
We played probably one of the best team final that someone played. We were just on, all of us, even me. I think I finished the final at 130 rating or whatever. No way the AGL does that.
It's a best of 5 and you have to win 3 maps, but I think after the first 2 maps we were touching the trophy, I could feel. We had a really serious talk in ending it there. I think that's the moment you kind of realize that, you know, you are doing it. You're not letting yourself get ahead of yourself.
Fucking great play. We were so much above them. But it's only 2 maps, huh? The marathon is getting closer. We start to have cramps, right? It's normal. Okay? No, please. One more. Just one more, guys. If we lose, we have a break after. Okay? Yeah, there is a break. So let's give our fucking best and let's smash them. I can tell you right now. Well, they don't feel good. I promise you they don't feel good. We smashed them.
Katowice, Poland. The unlikely pilgrimage for over 10 years of Counter-Strike royalty. Starting a new year, a new season strong, and a trophy that symbolized not only history, but legacy. And history being written on this stage today, defending champions down, but are they out? Is it really this cut and dry? Is it really this easy for Vitality to claim something that has stood just out of reach for over 10 years? Let's find out! Katowice! Are you ready for the 3rd map? Dom spearhead of this assault. Ready, searching. ZywOo puts him to bed. Tucked in tight.
Backside push.
One back, important from Shiro. That PT50 consistent. And so is Apex. Oh, the flank, they didn't know about him. Just the one kept humble. But Mezzy and Flamesy partner up. Spirit, they can't seem to catch a break. Can Zontix overcome the numbers disadvantage? Yes!
Teammate, boys.
Doc starting to take that space, and still they can't find the opener. It's ZywOo on to Chopper. Oh no, and blocked! Zontix stood way out the door!
Ну не бойся, блядь, КТ вышли.
Го займем КТ, клуб, Дань, пойди вперед, го убьем.
Блядь, там поезд прилетит, мы отсосем хуй, надо просто постоять.
Не, Дань.
Я же с тобой, ты не...
Дань, он уже отстой.
Да, прикольно, парни.
Well timed but too deep, they're ahead.
Дал флеш перед коврами.
Борь, сыграй.
На коврах не вижу.
Яма,
Упор яма убил. Еще может быть яма.
Фаер убил. Тупая сторона.
No, Mezzy's the B anchor. They're looking for Flames. They can't find him.
Вот и все, яма, блядь, молодцы.
Я хорошо. Ай. Kill.
I'm leaving.
One more gun.
They are running away with this.
Ross has done well to catch that chopper advance. And Ross is rocking it.
Фоксим взял. Убей.
Zontix keeps them humble. Apex cooking. Does get the quick scope. There's Apex very late. They don't have the time.
Okay, boys, it's fine. Be sure with the opportunity.
Chara, I need the net. I want you to move everywhere, bro, okay? Try to pick, etc. with your MVP, okay?
Scope will have been heard. Chopper knows where the AWP is.
That's a mistake. That's a huge scout. Oh, wait a second! Oh, they can't lose this!
Two side.
You front side.
Nice again from Shiro. He's saving them. A nice leg shot, though, onto Magix.
Nice William.
Team Spirit collapse against nothing more than sidearms.
And I said you can't be losing those. Well, you just did.
I didn't jinx it, guys.
It's too easy for Robs. Rips his head off and makes the 11th.
Go towards A. We'll be in a long palace, the rest from.
Тыкаю яму, да.
Я глубокий маленький.
Яма, бомба, еще яма убил.
Пол набил. Ковры.
Only Zywoo remains. Donk puts him down.
It's okay, boys, it's okay. Picked up the best timing, right?
Flames into the side. Donk throws out his Molotov, but he could have been caught out. He's in the open, and he's empty-handed. Not like that. Donk forced to watch as this round is ripped away from them piece by piece. Good shooting from Magix. He's been holding his own. Apex, the only man with health, and he's the one that's going to bring the fight to Magix. Magix prevails. Magix, can you really give us the ace clutch? Missed shot onto Zywoo. Zywoo down. It's Magix round. Second guessing Team Vitality's easy walk to the trophy.
Is that inspiring, or are they just delaying the inevitable right now? In these big games, he is starting to make a name for himself. Impactful, that's an understatement.
We will do enter again. Need one to pressure him on B. Char, give me your molly.
Я контридом.
Убил. Андер, осторожно. Го останемся, Дань. Андер один идет.
Потом они пикают, парни.
ВП.
Flames an important find on the short side. Into the site, Magic's more impact demanded of him. Oh, he got two.
Два машины.
Хорош, Дань, бил тебя.
Машина ласт.
Apex should go down. Out of bullets is Donk. And hold on. Apex can do it on his own. Chopper's already slipped out, overlooked perhaps. He hasn't got the health for this. Up against Chopper. Saves them.
Guys, okay, I will tell you something. We play a bit too fast. I made calls, but we play a bit too fast. Let's just chill.
2 is all they need, and yet Spirit have made it just a one-round gap. And there's an opener. Shiro cracks open round 22.
Robin, come on the window with me, and let's try to kill Yelkindar.
Под коном.
That Molotov forces Zontix into a committed position around the ladder. All spotted now. Bomb top mid. Zaru noted.
Hold on.
Restraint from Zontix. They're trying to force him into a fight here. The Molotov might spread, and he is booked. Ooh, dink exchange. AK just better. Pulls us into a 4-on-4. Uncertainty grows.
50 seconds on the clock, still plenty of time for Vitality to re-round. They're not being challenged right now.
AVP was jungle, okay? Careful window. Robin, come with us.
Yeah, I'm coming. They're picking on.
Careful, close A though.
It's going to land perfectly to obscure the vision of Shiro. How's he meant to contribute? Can't stand behind that. They can just usher themselves up through connector in towards A.
Let's go. The right side, one jungle. Rushing above D4, let's go boys.
Run on bench. On CT.
CT one. Careful, Rob.
On CT.
Will there be another round for Spirit? Chopper finding his timing. Oh, the cover! Mezzy! A pirouette on the triple box to find the head of Chopper, and now Donk long range can't control his Magix. Puts Zywoo low. Double kill from Donk, sure. Mezzy silenced. Magix overlooking. Robs, but still hits it as his boots hit the ground. Just Zywoo to win the round. Bomb planted for him. Donk seems to have a good idea, but still Zywoo's got the aim. He backs it up. Magic's a time-sensitive crab. Walk into him, and he's got it done.
The time, this is going to be damn close. I think he's got it.
Magix, again with impact, keeps the dream alive for Spirit. He was the only one that showed up.
11-4 to 11-11.
What happened is we had a big lead on Mirage, but then it goes to 11-11. I get a bit frustrated because I see my players just do something that I experienced before. I experienced mostly in Katowice 2023 quarterfinal. We are 12-0 against Liquid, and we lose in overtime as well. The worst comeback ever. Players think it's over, so they just play on their side, and then I couldn't get the control on that. And then I tell them, everyone guys, we just kill. We want to win too fast. Chill at the beginning of the round. Let's do things.
Yeah, we get something into it.
My bad.
We need to play our serious. We need to trade kills because right now we're just dying left and right. I promise we're gonna win, but we need to chill.
Okay, I want to call to make sure we play together. Can we do heroic?
Yes, I was about to do that.
Okay.
Смог от этого.
Яма 2 яма. Дай пусть.
Careful up, PK.
I have sandwich.
Double on the Galil. Spirit left wanting, begging. What can you do? This feels like it's a guarantee for Vitality.
Chill. Off the cross, chill.
Magix Zontics does find Robs, and there's Chopper with one, but the time is too far gone.
Going city, I think it's going city.
Let's fucking go, boys. 6 shot. 6 shot.
Let's do take people to take mid.
Ну, блядь, как нас тогда убивают, если мы вдвоем, блядь, смотрим?
Guys, listen to me, please. Chill at the beginning. Bit delayed, okay?
I think he jump shot. No money to Benbots.
I'm holding it.
Massive stance from Vitality, letting the play come their way, knowing that Spirit are on the back foot.
Get a smoke.
Okay. Second.
One close. Flashing once.
Flashing.
Let's go, boys.
Flashing.
Action B, abs and middle simultaneously. Donk is going to swing into them.
Пусть окно ждать.
Два дорога с бомбой.
И андер, парень.
But to go down, Molly on left side and flash above William.
They're on the very verge of elimination defeat at the hands of Vitality, or overtime, a moment's respite. If Zontics can hit ahead, he can't!
Shot dead. Let's go short, let's go short.
I'm with them.
Window! Kitchen!
People dead.
Kitchen!
I'm only getting Nick.
Guys, smoke long, guys, smoke long. 5v2, guys, safe. Nice. Last.
5 alive! 5 souls! 1 common goal! They have spirit! They have Katowice! A decade-long pursuit! Realized for Dan Manisclair!
A heartbreaking loss to Team Spirit last year, but this time round they're the ones in the dumpster. Vitality, they have changed their fate in Katowice. Robs is the talisman.
They're full of life! To the victor! Go the spoils of the Spodek! Vitality!
The first one is kind of a blur because it happened so fast. It's tough to remind myself of that. So much was going on with like the sub. I mean, JK is sub 2 players, not just one. You know, it was me and Drain talking about the memories of FaZe, and that's where the first memories they were created individually. I definitely feel like this one is more deserved. You are doing it with a proper roster, not a sub like the first time. You've done more things and you've worked for this much more.
Of course, you don't control it. Like first of all, the tears. When it happened in Paris, it was like a relief after trying to win a major for 8 years. Cologne was different. I was not sure with what we lived with the team. I wasn't sure it was true. It was maybe a dream. But Katowice was a relief as well. It was too important for me to not achieve it in my career. Everything I wanted and I dreamed of, I've done it. Not gonna lie, it took time. But at least I fulfilled it. So in a way, I finished Counter-Strike. Doesn't mean that I'm done. It's just the way life is. If you don't set up goals, everything looks boring. At least whenever I wake up, whenever it's hard, whenever practice day is shit, I know why I work. And that's a luxury once again, because I'm pretty sure 99% of the players have some regrets, but not me.
Making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of Passion's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win out.
And it's all done. And Strollin's winning.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Gold!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Well, here we go, Melbourne. It's been over 550 days since Tier 1 Counter-Strike was last down under. Today, it returns as the playoffs begin here in Melbourne with the Intel Extreme Masters. An army of over 9,000 fans. That's about a bunch of you out there. Hey, are you guys here with me? Hello? All right. About 9,000 of you packing into the Rod Lover Arena. And what that means is they're ready to bring the passion and the pressure. More importantly, Rod Lover. You know anything about Rod Lover? Because I had to go look up myself. And it turns out he was pretty badass as well. 200 single titles over his career, undefeated between 1965 and 69. He's not even the only one that's going to be living like that around here. Hey, everybody. Welcome to the Intel Extreme Masters. Next on the agenda, Vitality, who also wins everything.
Yeah, absolutely. Rod Laver Arena, awesome place that Australians build, that a Serbian resides in every January, it feels like, for the last 20 years. But yeah, Vitality, another team that is in the makings here of a potential era, a potential dynasty. We'll see if they can keep it going tomorrow.
Yeah, a couple of teams, up for the task though. Mouse have been looking great lately, especially in the domestic matchups. It feels like they're getting closer and closer. And then the little dark horse and the Falcons with m0NESY and Nico together. That could be quite interesting as well.
No one even talks about the Falcons win streak. I think it was like, what, 7-8? So come on now, we're not giving credit where credit's due.
Because for Falcons, a 7-match win streak is an equivalent of the NIP 87-0, the way last year went for them, right? But this time, a bit of a different lineup, bit of a different Counter-Strike that they're playing, and we saw a little bit of what they're capable of, not just winning the trophy in Bucharest, but also the game against Vitality. They pushed them to the limit.
Definitely had to do that. So we do have 2 quarterfinals for you all here today. And more importantly, we've got a whole bunch of stuff going on around the scene that we can kind of tackle, dive right into, topple, if you will. First one, G2, CEO, big words about m0NESY.
Yeah, that was an interesting one. We don't always get the CEO doing interviews, right, and coming on talk shows, but a lot of stuff going on there. I think he did a noble thing, sort of taking the hit for his management and taking some of the responsibility. But some of the stuff he was saying, man, I think 90% of the time did a great job of PRing everything, but 10% of that interview felt like just the mask slipped, Talking about m0NESY, who's 19 years old, by the way, that he didn't commit to helping you build the roster. That's not really on him, my man. That's on the organization. m0NESY was very clear about how much he enjoyed playing with Nico. So if you wanted to keep m0NESY, you should have done everything in your power to keep Nico, and that just wasn't the case.
That was the scary part about that interview. I felt like when you were listening into it, it felt like whenever players say or whenever organizations say that we from the outside don't know anything about what's going on, I feel like everything we've been speculating, he basically confirmed, obviously. Nico wanted to leave the team, m0NESY wanted to leave the team, Hunter felt betrayed, etc., etc. There's so many great stories coming out of that, but we knew it all coming into that interview. The fact of the matter is he just confirmed it all.
I think for me, the most egregious part is when he talked about Nico almost leaving to Falcons in 23, but then he didn't, and he was coming back, that the initial answer from G2 was no, we don't want, or you cannot come back. That was your chance. That was your chance to, okay, you could have lost him, you can keep him now, and instead of saying, okay, what does it take to keep you here long term, not just for an extra year, not just so you can go to Falcons later on, what is it that you want that we can do? But that wasn't the case. It was just buying a little bit of extra time so they could make money on selling him. And I mean, if that's what your strategy is going to be, it's no wonder that now they don't have a single superstar on their roster.
Yeah, I just kind of wanted to throw that in there, maybe in your guys' wheelhouse as well, because G2 without m0NESY is who? Like, it kind of does beg the question, who's going to be bearing that torch over there? And I'd say it's pretty hard.
Accent has.
Yeah, good luck with that. Good luck with that. We even saw Maltz come in, he was supposed to be the next prodigy. That's going to take time before he matures into potentially being a guy that can lift that task. I think they're going to figure out, that losing m0NESY and Nico in the same season is going to be one of the biggest mistakes ever.
Yeah, absolutely. Those are generational players. That is not something you can develop necessarily, right? And some of the qualities that these players possess, you have very good players out there that might never acquire them in a way, might never develop in that sense. So we'll see, it's going to be a tough road ahead for you.
Yeah, and speaking of good players, this one I'm kicking right over to you, Jacob.
Okay.
HooXi. Now, what's he got going on? I understand Astralis have had their ups and downs, but HooXi, he seems to be the man with a plan.
I mean, it was prone to happen at some point with Astralis sucking as much as they did for such a long time. I don't even know why they came into the whole solution with Cadian in the first place. I think a lot was speculated about him, protecting the investment of Yabi and Stown in that regard, but that never really worked out. HooXi was probably the player as a profile that was supposed to go there in the first place. So I guess one part of me is happy they finally realized it. Another part of me is sad that it took them another, 3 or 4 months where they're wasting everyone's time, missing another major. And in all of the essence, I've been contacted by a lot of Danish media as of late as well to answer the question, what happened to Danish Counter-Strike? And the only thing I can come up with is, I don't know. I don't know where it all messed up. We were so good a couple of years ago, and now we just seem like a bit of a shit show.
I think the problem is organizationally, you had nothing. You had one team with one coach that was very good, but that was those guys getting it done, not really being people being behind them and achieving it. You know, Astralis Cadian never should have happened, right? It's the fault of the sports director who got fired because of it. Dude was just trying to recreate heroic on Astralis. That's all he was doing, right? No scouting, no nothing, no new ideas. Huxi should have been there from the get-go. He fits way better, and we'll see what he'll be able to do in a couple of months and whether Astralis undergoes further changes before they can even think about, you know, being a contender team.
The cool thing for them is, Trace, it can't get any worse.
Yeah, fair. Pretty fair. I'd ask if there are Astralis fans around here, but I'm not going to do that. I know better than that. So, one more I've got on here, real curveball. Ykinder to Team Liquid. Wait, nope, we're past that. Ykinder to Furia it is. Okay, that's what we got on the docket for 2025. Yeah, how does this move make any sense?
I mean, it's more tectonic changes, right? First, they bring in a Kazakhstani rookie Opper to take over the duties from Fallen. Fallen is now going to pull Acadian because that went so good for him, become a rifling IGL. And then you add Ykinder to the mix instead of Skulls as that aggressive rifler. And they're talking a little bit about he's also speaks the same language as Molodoy, and that helps them integrate into it. And he used to be an in-game leader and can help with secondary calling and all of that. It's just so strange to see it. I won't judge it too harshly because it's only until the major, right? Like, this is a short-term solution for them until they figure out how they want the future of this roster to look like.
Sometimes it's very powerful not to have an opinion, Trace, and in all honesty, I think when I look at this Furia lineup, when I look at what they're doing right now, I don't really care. To me, it's irrelevant. It's a team that has been, again, just like Astralis, I wouldn't say mismanaged, but none of the players have really been successful within Furia. When you have Quesarado, when you have Yuri, when you have the entirety of Brazil, you know, at your hand, basically, at your palm, and you're not able to reproduce any results or do anything for the vast majority of 4 years. This change with Ykinder coming into it, you know, signing a new player I never heard about, I honestly don't care. You have to grab my attention again. You have to prove that you're relevant at some point. For now, I don't give a damn.
So it's kind of like Denmark and Brazil have a few things in common then with that regard.
We both suck.
Yeah, okay, I just wanted to hear you say it. Hey, speaking of sucking,
yes.
Hey, I got your attention now at home, didn't I? I want to talk about dropping the ball here in Melbourne, and I want to start to look at Navi and FaZe, you know, crumbling out in the way they did here down under. That's not ideal for either side. Let's start with the Navi side.
Yeah, hugely disappointing for both of them. I mean, especially considering we're missing a couple of teams too. You thought they were going to be a lock for the playoffs, and for Navi, I think it's even more concerning because they've had almost a month since their last tournament, so they would have had time to practice, to get some rest, right, to come refreshed into this one, and it was just very disappointing. Even in their match wins, they would drop maps, you know, dropping a map to MIBR, not look convincing at all, and it really worries you, you know, what's left for them outside of a roster change. I don't think they're a team that makes one before the major, but after the major, you know, I think you're going to see a different Navi.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with the sentiment. I think we already saw it in the beginning of the season that the body language within the Navi camp was not great. You know, a lot of frustrations being shown, a lot of desk slams, a lot of atypical behavior, dare I almost say, within the Navi camp. Last year, it was all flowers. They were doing so well together. We praised them for the synergy, the team play, Blade as a coach, and this year it feels like there's nothing left. Jail as this impactful player, he's slowed down a little bit. Lexi B is the great in-game leader. He can't seem to get the team working. There's just a lot of question marks attached to Navi right now, so I agree with the sentiment that we're looking at a roster that after the major, unless they do something remarkable, they're probably going to change.
And obviously it's frustrating to lose. Like, some of that's definitely going to bleed out onto the screen.
You know all about that, huh?
No, I've never lost once. I tried it one time, actually, and still couldn't lose. It was crazy, Jacob. Thank you for that. But when it comes to frustration levels for the side of Navi, for the side of FaZe, that's gonna shine right on through. That's going to be very transparent. Also, I would have to say that it almost feels like a little bit of spark is missing out of both of those lights.
The thing is, it's not even better for FaZe. You know, you said it's probably arguably worse for Navi. I maybe buy into that, but for FaZe Clan as well. Bringing in Elise, you know, you're finally making a big roster change in that regard. You're bringing the greatest talent NA has to offer at the time being, and you've done nothing so far to prove that it works. You then put Rain into uncomfortable positions. You're going out of tournaments, not making the playoff, and you're heading into the major where we had the conversation that it's probably better for them to change before the major than even trying at the major. So it's really dire streets for FaZe right now.
The big question for FaZe is, do they value the vibes more or on in-game performance, right? Because Elige is doing his job on the server, right? But it's caused so much moving around, you know, for someone like Rain especially, and you can see the body language. It's not great for FaZe. Even when they're doing well, the hype isn't there, you know, that energy that they're used to, we just don't see it.
So do you maybe try to put Elijah on the bench and bring someone who can help in that department, or do you go after someone like Brokey, who's really been struggling, especially against stronger top 10 opposition, and bring in an outside opera and just go all in on skill, right? And hope that Rain, being the soldier that he is, can execute his role to a good level. I said I don't think Navi will be making changes before the major. I think FaZe should make a change before the major, because this 5-man lineup is just not working.
I agree with that. I think someone should be sacrificed, and it's not even about Brokey in the sense that I don't think he can play a tier 1 Counter-Strike anymore. He's a bad player, but I'm looking towards Brokey being the one replaced just to try something, get a new vibe in. Dexter's out there, you know, maybe he's not the perfect fit personality-wise, maybe he's not the perfect fit player-wise, but at least you do something, or you try to change something, because it hasn't been working out for FaZe whatsoever.
Yeah, and that begs the question, did these teams miss out on Shuhei?
Well, no, neither of them really. I think it was G2 who missed out at the start of the year. I think they were the ones who should have pulled the trigger immediately as he's available, and they're talking about rebuilding, and they're talking so much about age in that interview. It's like, dude, Nico's like 27, you know, he's not 36, and if he's going to become an in-game hero, you don't know what his longevity is. So if you were aiming for age, you should have gotten maybe Shui instead of Snacks. That would have helped the age of your team.
If you're Hunter, you want to leave that team as fast as possible. He only has a couple of years left. You know, again, I mean, he probably won't have a couple of years left where he's at his peak. He's not going to be part of that rebuild. You know, he's not going to win any trophies within G2 in the near future. So if I'm Hunter, I'm also looking around to find a way out of that lineup. So I think, you know, to bang on the conversation with G2, they put themselves in a very rough spot, Trace.
Yeah, they most certainly did, and our rough spot be right about now, where I do have to go to a quick break. We can get this game started. I promise you, Australia, we have Counter-Strike coming your way if you just give me a little bit of noise in this arena. Australia, what's up? Now we're cooking with gas, ladies and gentlemen. From Cologne to Katowice, then to Stockholm. We're out here in Melbourne, and we are ready to get these playoffs started.
Welcome to the 1xBet on it. Quarterfinals at hand. Yanko, first one, we have Falcons taking on GamerLegion. Personally, I think Falcons have looked great so far this tournament. They'll take this one in a 2-1 fashion.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good take. GamerLegion, I'm happy they bounced back after failing the MRQ second playoff for them in a row. Maybe they're just a LAN team, but unlike their last quarterfinal in Bucharest, I do feel in an arena, this is where Falcons will just 2-0 them. So I still have Falcons, but I have them as a 2-0.
As a 2-0. I think GamerLegion have done well enough to take a map, but we'll see about that. Second quarterfinal, Mongols versus Liquid. I think there's a clear-cut favorite in the Mongols. Liquid being in the playoff in itself is a bit of a surprise, but I have them winning. I believe in this Liquid project, and I believe they get better game by game by game, and honestly, I haven't been that impressed by the Mongols lately.
I haven't been really impressed by either team, but the thing is, the Liquid has some excuses.
Somebody has to win. Yeah.
The roster change, IGL change, and they were struggling with the old lineup to beat top 5 teams, and then with Shui, they go on and beat Navi to make the playoffs. So I think it's a 50-50 game, but I'm going to take the Mongols, man. This is them on their resurgence. Still feel like it could be close, so let's say 2-1 Mongols.
2-1 Mongols, 2-1 for Team Liquid on my end. First semi-final would then be Falcons versus Mouse, which would be a fun game. I think a matchup that I look forward to see. I think Falcons again have looked really promising, and Mouse, I mean, they beat anyone but Vitality. It's hard to predict Falcons, but I have a feeling it's going to be a close game. I'm going to go Falcons with a surprise 2-1.
Of course, riding the hype, Jacob, as you would. I think Falcons already played a really close game against Vitality in that winners game. I think they kind of threw it away. Yeah. They did have leads. They had the ability to close it out, and I think something similar will happen against Mouse. I think they'll put up a good fight. Just so early on with m0NESY getting everyone on the same page, being a little bit too stressed perhaps in some key situations. I feel like Mouse, with their results this year, booked themselves another grand final spot.
Okay, not believing in Nico. I see where you're going with this one. Vitality in the other semi-final. I don't even care if they play the Mongols or if they play Team Liquid. Could we just agree that's going to be a quick win for Vitality, whether it's 2-0 or 2-1? Who cares?
I don't know about quick, but it will be a win. That's the thing with Vitality. They've managed, even when they get tested, even when they're not on their A game, they've just found ways to win, and they're still riding that high, still in that honeymoon, eternal honeymoon stage, possibly, chasing the Grand Slam. So yeah, I have them also in the Grand Final, and whoever comes, From the other side, probably a 2-0 for Vitality.
Now, for the sake of consistency, we'll go with your prediction in the final. So we get a rematch, Vitality versus Mao.
Best of 5. You think I'll be right?
We'll see. We'll see about that. I'm just trying to be nice to you, Jenko. We have a Vitality versus Mouse best of 5 grand final. They played a lot, and Vitality ends up winning every single time. However, Mouse is getting closer and closer and closer. Do you think this is going to be another close final, or will Vitality just make it a landslide?
I'm not too sure. I think it will be more convincing for Vitality than last time, right? They have their sights set on the Grand Slam, best of 5 grand final.
Yeah.
That's where they've been doing their best work this year, and Mouse just doesn't feel like they have what it takes yet to be able to overcome the hurdle of Vitality. So I will give them a map though, so let's say 3-1 Vitality in the Grand Final.
Now, obviously, you've never been close to winning a Grand Slam. Neither have I. But do you think it's a motivating factor for Vitality going into that final?
I don't know, Jacob. Do you think $1 million is a motivating
factor? It's pretty motivating.
It's motivating for me. I know the government takes half your money, but for me, it's pretty motivating.
I think you're onto something, Jenko, when you say the Vitality will win the Grand Final. 3-1, 3-2. I think Mouse is getting closer and closer. I'm actually willing to say that it's going to be a 3-2 fashion where Vitality will take the win. Now, Vitality, obviously, with the Grand Slam bonus at hand. Now, if you're Mouse, you can get a giant killer bonus. That's 100k. I don't know about you, but 100k is also, you know, a nice pair of shoes or whatever.
Yeah, and I think also it would be the first time we have the deny happen in the Grand Slam, so it would be a cool storyline. And who knows, maybe that's the actual motivation Mouse needs.
Well, regardless of what's happening in the playoff, if it goes up between Vitality and Mouse, history will be made. That's the 1x bet on it.
Sorry, Manassi. Got to grab you if that's okay, my friend. What's the morning routine been since you've been here in Australia so far?
Eating Guzman, drinking black tea, and that's it.
What's the Guzman order?
It's rice with chicken with some things inside. I don't know, like chipotle mayo and no black beans, no corn chips, anything.
Good man. And how's everything been feeling for you so far, slotting into the team?
Everything is good. Very good atmosphere.
Good man.
Very good.
Cool. Crush it. Enjoy.
Thank you.
Okay, I think that one went better. Good. Cool. All right, I have to enjoy.
Hi, it's Bob with Face It. The official broadcast is better than ever on Face It Watch. Yep, that's right. Switch it up with the POV selector. 4 angles, your choice. From the main broadcast to your favourite player's view. And it's available on the Face It app and Chromecast. But wait, there's more. Keep watching, keep winning. That's how we roll. Watch IEM Melbourne while having the chance to get skins and Face It points. Look at this beauty. Change the channel and control how you watch.
ESL presents the Intel Extreme Masters in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, 1xBet, Face It, and Melbourne. Every bit different.
How you going so far? Is everything been good for you? Let's walk.
Okay, so far everything is nice, yeah. I'm excited.
Yeah?
I can't wait to play.
Awesome.
So, yeah.
Well, we're going to ask how many times you've watched ZTR's clutch back, because I was actually lucky enough to cast that game and it brought it across.
I saw it maybe like 5 times after the game. Yeah, it was since only.
Yeah. All right, we'll leave you to it, man. Good luck in the game, okay?
Yeah, thank you so much.
Cheers.
Well, that's the GamerLegion side. We've got Falcons as well. Okay. Who would have known there were a bunch of Falcons fans down under, Jacob?
I mean, when you have Nico and Monesi on the same team, you're bound to be a fan. I'm a Falcon fan to this point.
All right, little pandering there from Jacob yet again. What do you think, Jenko? Where do we sit right here with hearing from GamerLegion there talking a little about a clutch from ZTR in a situation that they probably shouldn't have excelled in, but that they did.
Yeah, the reason why FaZe isn't in the arena, right? Yep. GamerLegion was able to take them out. ZTR, that great clutch in the 1v3 on Nuke, and for them, you know, big disappointment not getting out of the MRQ for GamerLegion. Before that, they make their first playoffs of a big event in Bucharest. Now they have their first arena playoffs, and I mean, to get Australia as your first one here in Melbourne, that's going to be incredible. You can see how PR is excited, and this was just, you know, soul-crushing from ZTR. It seemed like FaZe got it done to get it into an overtime for a second map in a row, but he just outplays them completely here. That last kill on Kerrigan, and here they are in the arena.
It is a beautiful story for GamerLegion. Obviously missing the major, as you said, that was a big no-no for GamerLegion. I think they have the level to be there. I think it's a team that has been steadily progressing, and they have some interesting aspects to them. So for them not to be part of the major, obviously very disappointed. Now for them to bounce back instantly afterwards, Trace, that's super, super important for a team like this. Yanko's been saying it all week long. This is their major. They get into a playoff arena now. They get into an amazing crowd, a big crowd as well. And some of these youngsters who's never played in front of a crowd before, they get tested to the brink right now. So regardless of what happens in this game, it's still a learning experience and it's still a big win for GamerLegion.
Yeah, and in terms of playoff series played, it looks a little bit like this. When you break down the numbers, the amount of playoff appearances on the side of Falcons absolutely trumps that of GamerLegion. And for obvious reasons. You know, this is like a newer side, except for Rez, of course.
Even someone like Monesi, who's the youngest player, he's 19 years old, he played more playoff series than all of GamerLegion combined. You can see for 4 guys, it's just one time, and that was in a studio environment in Bucharest. They have never played in front of a crowd yet in their careers, and Rez, sure, but it's been a while for him too, right? So a lot of things are going to be new to them, you know, just getting used to the noise, to the vibrations of the stage, to maybe not being, you know, there's no voice, there's no volume gate on TeamSpeak in an arena. Everyone's playing on push to talk. So for some of the guys making those smallest of adjustments, you know, all these changes is something you're going to have to get used to.
Yeah, it certainly is. For the Falcons, though, last time they went toe-to-toe here with GamerLegion, yes, things looked a little bit different. There was Dexter in the lineup. This was in Bucharest. So this is a bit of a rematch. And yeah, ironically, all 3 maps, and then 13-7s on top of that.
Yeah, it was quite convincing, though, for Falcons. I know they lost Train, but winning 13-7 on Inferno, winning 13-7 on Ancient, it gives you a sense that they were the better team there. It's just wild how Falcons were inconsistent during that tournament. You know, to lose the first game in that fashion, getting a combined 3 rounds over the course of 2 maps to then dominate your opponent, how do you even explain that?
I actually think that first match is more important than the second one, because that was Falcons hitting rock bottom, right? That was then going to 0-2, next loss, you're eliminated, and they go on a run after that. They bounce back, they get GamerLegion again in the quarterfinals, and that's where they're able to take revenge, sort of, and play much better Counter-Strike, really, from that point on.
Yeah, from that point on. Speaking of that point on, that's where you find yourself over there. A little bit away from us, Yanko. We call that the telestrator.
Yeah, this is where I like to be, Trace, as far away from you as possible. But I have an example for you guys. You know, we talk about experience and all that stuff. So here's a round from their game in Bucharest from the quarterfinal, right? On Ancient, you're going to see at the start of the round, Falcons are going to go for mid control. GamerLegion is going to concede it, not really wanting to fight this time around. So this is going to set off a couple of reactions for both teams, really, as Nico clears it, gets some good information. Now they're trying to piece the round together. PR, who's been great for GamerLegion, is the mid player. You're going to see, okay, he sees there's no one there. He's going to make an information play now, not only him on his own, but you can also see how the rest of the team starts moving here for GamerLegion. They're going to start all converging sort of towards mid. If they get some sort of contact, so they have numbers there, he's going to be able to jump up heaven, right, find a couple of kills soon enough. Just a great confidence play from him in a 5v3 situation. What's important now is they have the information on Nico that he's in K because he started shooting back. They have information Tessis is going to start throwing some utility. They don't know about Magus, though, who is the A lurker in this round, and he's going to come into effect soon enough. He's being very patient, and they also have the bomb, GamerLegion, so they're not too worried about it yet. But Magus finally gets to CT, took him about 30 seconds, right? He's going to find some contact here. What's important now is what that's going to do to the rest of GamerLegion players. Look how both Towson and Sland, both of them turn towards CT, right? And that's just going to give a little bit, just a little bit of space from Tessis. Is going to come around from this corner. They drop their focus. He's going to find the kill on Towson. Sland takes care of Magus. Tessis gets one more. Now it's a 2v3 situation, but here's where the experience and the team play for Falcons comes into play. Nico's planting the bomb, Tessis picks up the op, flashes for Nico, who's going to find PR, who didn't really reposition, there was no need for him to. Tessis at the same time finds a kill with the AWP. That's going to be a 2v1 now, where Rez is just going to try to save, and he's going to be unable to. And this is an example of just Falcons' experience shining through in a 3v5. And these are the rounds where GamerLegion has struggled a lot on all different maps. You know, when they have an advantage in the mid-round is where they tend to not be as coordinated as you would like.
That's something GamerLegion has to address throughout this game, because it's been one of the strengths of Falcons throughout the entire tournament. So far on the T side, they've converted 44% of their 4v5 situations. And obviously it comes down to Monesi, comes down to Nico, comes down to the fact that individually Falcon can always come back from a man disadvantage. But if you're GamerLegion and you're not capitalizing on your 5v4s or your 5v3s for that matter as well, you are going to lose this game.
For me, the key thing is also the stress, you know, like as soon as Magus has contact, both players turn, provides a small opening for Tessis, and that's the thing when you go up against players of this caliber. You give them an inch, they'll take a mile, right? And they made it look so easy, even though it was essentially a 2v5, because Magus didn't get to do a lot except for draw attention to himself. So they're going to have to find a way to stay poised, GamerLegion, in this sort of an environment.
Well, let's talk about Magisk for a second. Let's talk about where he finds himself in the precarious situation known as the Falcons, right? So Magisk, a lot of titles under his belt, a lot of time spent in the server, a guy that you want on the big stages, and a guy that's capable of really getting the job done here for the Falcons. But ultimately, maybe Falcons fans are asking, where is Magisk?
Yeah, and I think that's a fair question. I think last year he was one of the few players you could rely on. He was one of the few players that you'd look towards the Falcons lineup, knowing that Nico would come in, you know, hearing the rumors about Monesi as well, and you think to yourself, he's safe, he's going to stay there with Sonic. I think this year it's different. I think Magix right now is playing for his future within the Falcons. I think they've now got Nico, they now got Monesi. They have two of the most important pieces to become a team that can win trophies, win a major, etc. And if Magix is not keeping up to his deal, if he's not as good as he is supposed to be, he will be the next one who's going to get cut. I know there's conversations about Tessis as well in that regard, but from being a player that was almost untouchable last year to now being a player that's on the chopping block, that's also additional pressure.
Well, that's where I think people are getting too ahead of themselves. I mean, him being on the chopping block, my man was anchor of the year in 2023. I mean, Magus was a part of all those major winning lineups, but this is the sort of environment you have him for, right? Big games on the stage. He's going to be rock solid. He's a guy who doesn't choke when it comes to the big moments, right? And sure, he might have had a poor group stage, but I think this is where he's going to step up and sort of prove his worth to the Falcons organization.
I hope you're right, but I lost faith in Danish Counter-Strike, so I'm not sure about it.
Just all of it. Just all doom and gloom. There's no way back for Danish Counter-Strike, and that's according to Jacob Pimp Vinicky, and yeah, that's his own issue to deal with. Speaking of Magisk and Danes, let's go ahead and hear from him right now.
Alrighty, Magisk, good to see you, mate. How are we? How's the new lineup settling in, playing with Nico and now Monesi as well?
I think we're on the right track. I mean, obviously we didn't have that much practice, so we are a little bit limited in that department, but I think everyone is kind of adapting well into the new player, and obviously I think Ilya is also doing really well. So yeah, I think everyone is feeling pretty comfortable, but obviously we would have preferred to have a lot more practice coming into the tournament.
Yeah, definitely. But look, it's looking good so far, so we'll see how much further it goes. GamerLegion, they're a young roster, right? How are you guys going to take advantage of that?
I think it's a young and hungry team, so obviously we need to be careful. I think they want to come in with a lot of firepower, and they want to come in and, you know, try and get momentum from the beginning of the game. But obviously we want to try and use the experience we have as a team, but also as individuals. And, you know, we'll see how it goes. But, you know, I think we have the upper hand because we have experience. We have tried it before, but we still need to be careful because it's a hungry team. It's a team who wants to prove, you know. Also, they didn't qualify for the major, so they have everything to win here. So, yeah, I think we need to be cautious, but also ready to fight.
And lastly, any advice for the first-timers on the big stage?
I mean, obviously, I don't want to give the opponents too much good advice. I mean, I think it's about enjoying it and having fun and living in the present.
Awesome, man. Well, thank you very much. Good luck out there.
Thank you.
Yes, living in the present, much like we are all doing in this moment. Hello, Australia. I think you're ready for some Counter-Strike, right?
You gonna try again, Trace? There we go.
Okay, there we go, finally. That was actually terrifying. The first one didn't go so well. Anyway, we're bouncing beach balls and bouncing ideas around here as well. For the side of Magisk, for the side of Falcons, let's talk about some of this unit that they've compiled. and perhaps even where Zonic slots into all of this.
I mean, I think the narrative around Falcons have changed for me when you got m0NESY as well. Now you have your two pieces that makes you instantly a title contender in my book. I think when you have Nico, when you have m0NESY, who are generational talents of the game, one being maybe a guy who's been around for a long, long time in Nico, but still has a very high level, and the other one, we don't know quite the ceiling yet in m0NESY, there's no excuses anymore. Whereas before you could argue that, yeah, Sonic, he doesn't have the pieces, yeah, Magic's maybe it's not working out because you're playing with players you weren't supposed to play with, but there's no excuses left now for me when it comes to the Falcons. I want to see them perform, and so far they have.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, with this lineup, you have everything you want, everything you need. For me, it's just interesting how these narratives shift. You know, people have started to talk about Zonic as a fraud or something along those lines, and Ash seems to be the hottest thing right now. I mean, you can see the amount of experience and how much Zonic has won, right? There's a big difference between having, you know, young players and developing them and being always the underdog, and, you know, people being up in arms when you just make a playoffs, right? Like, that's amazing. And being a guy who, it's either tournament wins or bust. Everything other than first place is a failure. That's completely different environments to have to work in. And I think also you look at, okay, so if Zonic's a fraud, Glaive isn't doing too well, neither is Device, Dupree is retired. Who was responsible for the success of Astralis, right? Like, I mean, it's just crazy what we're doing here. And I think for me, the biggest testament is the players themselves. What do the players say in interviews? They praise him. They praise him for his tactical knowledge. They praise him for his handling, you know, of the morale and sort of giving players confidence, instilling some belief in them that, you know, this project still has legs. And that's what happened in Bucharest. And that's why they were able to turn it around. I mean, we talk about Navi, we talk about FaZe, Liquid, these teams that have struggled to find wins and have undergone roster changes. Like, sometimes just a couple of good wins is all it takes to have a roster kind of explode in a way.
Yeah, and to find that longevity, for success, rather. Speaking of longevity, what does it look like for Ash over on GamerLegion? Because there's tweets flying around, people are talking, the streets are saying stuff.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm curious with the timing of it all, you know, to announce something on the day of arguably one of your biggest games in your career inside this arena. It's got to be interesting. If it's him going somewhere else, the timing is completely off. It's just him maybe re-signing a contract or extending his contract with GamerLegion, the timing may be perfect. So I'm curious to see that as well. Just to touch on your point as well, I agree with you in terms of Ash, you know, having shown that he can be a good coach at this level, but before he gets to a big team, before he gets big players around him, before he gets a player like Nico, you know, to coach, we don't really know, right? So it's a big question mark attached to him still. So I agree with you saying that we can't compare Sonic to Ash, but who knows is Ash could be a better coach than Sonic. He needs that chance to prove it, and maybe that announcement has something to do with that. Who knows?
Yeah, who knows? And all eyes on GamerLegion, right? So this was a team that broke through a couple majors ago. Now they've got a totally different looking team, and they're rebuilding blocks almost.
Yeah, I mean, they have young players on the lineup, bringing in PR, bringing in Rez as that final piece. So it's all about how high is their ceiling, really. They have to play in a unique style. You know, when you talk about their T side, it's a little bit more execute heavy. Even Maggie said it in the interview, like they're going to try and take advantage of momentum. I think in this particular game, the T pistol is going to be super important for them. Like, they have to be playing from ahead, I feel like, if they're going to have a chance in this game.
Yeah, I agree with that. You know, it's also about managing your expectations when you're GamerLegion. They have quite the history of finding good talent and moving on, you know, selling them off or putting them into better teams. So are they going to keep this team together? Can they keep attracting players like PI? Is he interested in staying if a big team is coming out there? There's been rumors about G2 perhaps being interested in him. Ash as a coach as well. If you constantly get poached and you lose your best players, is he willing to stay within GamerLegion to constantly rebuild and constantly do that? Or does he want to move on as well? So for my money as well, this is also a big game for GamerLegion in terms of, okay, can we win this game? Can we go into a semi-final? Hell, maybe even a final. There may be a chance that you can keep some of those players.
Yeah, it looks like they're bouncing that thing around in here, aren't
Quite
they, Jacob?
Precise, huh?
Anything you want to say about that?
I've never seen it that big before.
Yeah, fair, which is strange. Yeah, so also strange is this. A little bit of an anomaly, right? Sometimes we look back in that vault, sometimes Jesus joins us in the crowd, and sometimes we get the Rez from Oakland in 2017, was it? Many moons ago? Did we have to?
Yeah, absolutely. I think you can see, right, when it comes to Rez and big event performances from him, he's right there, Jacob. He is 0.01 away from the 2017 Oakland rating, right? Had his best tournament in a long, long time. And goes without saying that he's going to have to continue playing on a high level if GamerLegion is going to have a chance in this one.
I'm happy to see him play well. I'm happy to see him out of NIP. I'm happy to see him, smiling and enjoying himself again, enjoying playing Counter-Strike. A lot of players, they break their neck, staying in a team like NIP for that long, finding no success whatsoever, having to accept that one moment, Brolan is your in-game leader, he's leaving you, then Ezetec is coming in as a player, now he's your in-game leader, Device is part of the team, and then he's not part of the team. It's been a shit show for Res for a very long time. So for him to rediscover his love for Counter-Strike, that's great. For him to be I'd almost say like a catalyst behind GamerLegion's success, that's also pretty goddamn cool. But then again, if we rely on Res having a great game in order for GamerLegion to be competitive, then you just look towards the other side and you'd be like, yeah, well, if Nico's having a great game, then what are you going to do? What are you going to do?
Hope m0NESY doesn't also have a great game, I guess. I mean, there's not a whole lot of options. There's not a whole lot of places to run in that notion. So if we continued on the path that is GamerLegion, what is their biggest hurdle today in that server? Is it m0NESY Nico?
It's lack of experience, I'd say. It's lack of individual players who can potentially dig them out of dire situations. There will be moments in this game where m0NESY will pop off, or where Nico will pop off, or where Falcons will get into some sort of flow. And for GamerLegion to be able to break that flow, I don't necessarily look towards individuals to do that. Yes, Res can do it, and yes, we have seen PR do it before as well, but then we speak about experience. He may be a bit frightened. Is he going to be as aggressive as you saw in the clip you showcased us before? One thing is doing it in a studio playoff game, another thing is doing it in a game where there's a crowd behind him. So there's just too many question marks attached to GamerLegion for now. So I'm looking towards the team as a whole. Can they stop Falcons, or can they do enough in order to prepare well enough with the game plan and with what Ash has been telling them, maybe even in the veto? I'm not quite sure about it, but it's not individuals that it comes down to. It has to be the team.
Yeah, it feels like it has to be a sort of a shock and awe strategy, right? If GamerLegion are going to win here, because Falcons in any sort of a slow game, right? They have the experience, they have the better players, they play better Counter-Strike, just with their approach. So you're trying to sort of take them by surprise, shock them a little bit, yes, potentially in the veto as well, and you're hoping that maybe they get flustered. m0NESY, I mean, he just got into the lineup. They haven't had more than a couple of days of practice already there on stage. Obviously, he wants to do well in his first showing with the new organization. He's back with Nico, right? But I think for Falcons, it's more of obviously a longer-term project, right? So yes, of course, they are the favorites in this game and they're feeling confident that they will win it, but it's all about kind of staying in the moment and not getting too ahead of yourself, not getting too excited about what's coming.
Which is perhaps what Ash of GamerLegion plans to tell us. So let's go ahead and hear from that GamerLegion side.
Alrighty, backstage with Ash, ready to go for a big game. Now, mate, you've got a pretty young roster, a lot of big stage first-timers. What have you been saying to players like PR, for example, to prepare them for this match?
I mean, so far we've just talked about enjoying it, to be honest. That's the main thing now. Like, we have such a young team, we're thinking more long-term rather than short-term, so being here in front of such an amazing crowd, hopefully, is going to be like a great experience for everyone.
Absolutely, I have no doubt that they'll cheer you on hard. Now, for you personally, mate, on the other side of the stage, there's Zonic, obviously a bit of a veteran coach. Have you had your own nerves in a similar light?
Nah, no, I'm not nervous. We're here to enjoy it. Like I said, this is probably the one stage all year that people really want to play, because you only get a chance one time, and if you miss out on it, you don't get to come again for a couple of years. So I'm just ready. I'm hyped to be here.
Absolutely, mate. Well, it'll be awesome to see you up there. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
And I'm sorry, Australia, this big smile isn't for you guys and how great you are. It's because Ash just got paid by GamerLegion. His contract just got extended, so that's what that whole thing was on social media, right? They say he's here to stay. And I think for them, that's a huge success, right? Being able to keep him, seeing how many other Tier 1 teams are in flux. So great sign for years to come for GamerLegion.
I wanted to let that moment live for a little minute. That was adorable. Yeah. He took a page out of Halzark's playbook over there from Complexity, it seems like, in the social media sphere.
I mean, it's a great signing for GamerLegion, obviously. Great for Ash as well. He gets recognized as being a coach on the up and up. And I think in terms of attracting new talent, there will be young talent out there who look towards GamerLegion. They look towards the history. And yeah, they've been able to foster great players. Shuhei, one example. PR now coming in. So if you're one of those young talents out there and you know Ash is going to be there for a long, long time, you may as well join them and get nurtured so you can join G2 later on in your career.
Yeah, that's what everyone else is doing. Hey, let's talk about maps. Best of 3, live on the stage. So let's talk about some of the comparisons here, perhaps even particular to the Falcons side. Yes, we know that m0NESY comes into the picture. How much does that change what they were already working with?
Yeah, I think here it's very hard to predict.
True.
Right? Because, I mean, the bans are going to be there in terms of Dust2 and Anubis, but outside of that, each team can change their picks from last time. You probably don't expect GamerLegion to go for Inferno again. Right, for the side of Falcons could be Nuke. could be Ancient, could be Mirage again, despite them losing it the first time around. So I'm very curious to see what these coaches were thinking coming into this one.
I think you're spot on. Obviously, no Dust 2, no Anubis. That's pretty much set and go. And now for Falcons, where they're going to go with it, I'm not quite sure. GamerLegion as well. You know, it's a question because the last couple of times it hasn't been looking great. We spoke about it, right? We wanted a bit of a curveball. Train being that curveball for GamerLegion. First and foremost, them accepting that maybe we're not the favorites to win this game. Second of all, Falcons haven't been looked that consistent on Train. They played it quite a lot. You know, Modesty coming into the lineup, that's new. But Train as a pick, I love it.
Yeah, and right back to that Bucharest gameplay right there. They won on Train. GamerLegion won on Train 13-7 in that series. Yep. Speaking of which, Nuke for a second map, and this guy, a little parched, it seems.
They won Train, and that's when it was the Falcons pick. So that's why we say a little bit all over the place. Also, G2 used to ban Train with Monesi in the lineup, so he hasn't had that many reps on it. Probably played into why GamerLegion has picked the map. Nuke is the one that they didn't play the last 2 times they met it. Also, a little bit of a curveball for Falcons there themselves. I think maybe they would have been fine if they just went with Ancient again, because even outside of the GamerLegion game in Bucharest, whether it was against G2, against FaZe, they were really good on the map, really solid on T side. Kixan playing individually and leading has been on point, and they do get Mirage as the decider in the end, which they've liked recently. Yes, they've lost it to GamerLegion that one time, but I think they'll be confident on that one.
As a fan of Counter-Strike, I just love that map pool. We get to see Train being brought into an arena environment. We get to see there's a bit of a curveball. Nuke is always delivering inside arenas. I feel like Mirage is the perfect decider. Forget about Inferno in that regard. It's a great map pool for both teams and an interesting one.
I do think, though, in the end, I would have preferred if Falcons got rid of Mirage, right? Because these kids, they probably have 3,000 games on Mirage already. You know, grinding Face It, playing Pugs, and we're talking about momentum and T-side and shock and awe and playing fast. That's very easy to do on Mirage, right? So I think it plays into their hand, it plays into their style, and we'll see if it gets to that even, but might give GamerLegion some extra confidence if we go to a third.
Yeah, which is what we're looking at. So we've got Train, we've got Nuke, we've got Mirage, and what we've got is the question is, who's PR, and why should everybody care?
I mean, he's a young, interesting talent, a young, interesting player. I think the first time he really blew into the scene was during Katowice this year, where he had a fantastic showing in some of the elimination games and some of the most important moments for GamerLegion. He stepped up and he showed that he's not afraid to play Counter-Strike at a very high level. So far this tournament, he's been looking great as well. It's not like a player where you're absolutely certain that he's going to be a superstar, but I see a lot of things in his gameplay that if he continues to develop, he can be one of those players that is being brought into an even bigger team or an even bigger project, or maybe even be the spearhead for GamerLegion and Ass's, I guess, return into top-tier Counter-Strike. So a guy that you have to look out for, but also a guy that's up to a big test today. Inside this arena, if he crumbles, that's not going to dictate whether or not he's going to have a great career, but that could set him back a little bit.
Yeah, he reminds me a little bit of Bit. No, sorry about that, but yeah, because he's so mechanically skilled, great aim, but also aggressive on those lurks, right? He's not afraid to take risks. He's not afraid to go for space to make his presence known in a way, right? And it has been kind of impressive. I mean, how good his game sense is, considering he's a young player and not too experienced. So we've seen some issues when it comes to high pressure situations and whatnot, but that will just get better with time. And you know, for someone like him and a lot of the GamerLegion roster, it's just about soaking everything in, right? This experience, kind of harnessing the energy and just enjoying the moment.
Which is what we've got in this moment, is the moment. Now, obviously, if we don't start this game soon, these Australian folk are going to lose their minds. Like, it's already got, you got a guy over here licking paper. I don't know. But what I do know is I have to put the ball in your court yet again. I have to ask if the Falcons sort of run that they've got going right now, the feel-good vibes that the Falcons are putting off, does it get stopped short here by GamerLegion?
It's not just the vibes, they're playing really good Counter-Strike. You could see in the game against Vitality, it felt that Falcons lost it more than Vitality won it, in a sense, right? They're playing the right way, individuals are stepping up. I think Kixan is doing a great job, sort of also fragging, not only leading, he's not a liability, which is something that we see in some of these other tier 1 teams, and just gives you a lot of confidence in their project and really feels like they turned the corner in Bucharest.
See, I'm glad you brought that up, you know, because I think Kixan is one of the few question marks left within the the camp of the Falcons, so to speak. We know the qualities of Nico, m0NESY, Magic, you name it. But Kixen as an in-game leader, it's a big responsibility now, having the tools around him that can win tournaments, that can go into a tournament like this, and where you have playoff aspirations pretty much every single time. Your coach behind you is Sonic as well, so he has to take a step up as well and show that he can be an in-game leader on a team that is supposed to win trophies, or at least contest for trophies every single time. Now, Kixen has impressed me, and I think he's the man for the job. I think he's a great individual player, a player that has accepted as well that on the T side he leads the team mainly. CT side he gets an awful lot of help from Nico as well, but it's still a bit of a question mark whether or not, with all these big voices, with all these big personalities, can he handle that inside a playoff arena?
Yeah, and they are also getting the experience of just playing with each other, right? And all those different dynamics that we see from them. Getting a guy like m0NESY, and you can see he's probably a little bit more timid at the start. He's just getting to know, okay, how does Kixen like to call? How do, Tessis and Magisk like to react? What are the stuff that they like to do on the CT side? Obviously, he knows Nico very well. He knows how Nico likes to call on the CT side and everything like that. But it's obviously going to take him a couple of tournaments before he gets fully adjusted to this Falcons lineup.
Yeah, especially considering, you're new to a team. It's like going to a new job or a new workplace, right? You're learning your teammates, and you're learning how to feel out those situations so that you can work the most efficiently together, Jacob.
That's true, and that also creates a moment right now where I will argue that if GamerLegion ever were to beat the Falcons, it had to be today. In a couple of months, I think they would have gelled together even more so. I think it's a team where Sonic also needs a bit of time in order to integrate m0NESY and enable him fully. So far, m0NESY have had a couple of games where he played fantastic Counter-Strike, but we know he can do much, much better. So for my money, if you're not beating them today, if you're GamerLegion, you're not going to beat this iteration of Falcons.
And also, he's never had an AWPer that plays in such a style. Device was incredible, but he's more passive by the book. ZywOo, he's probably the closest to him, another mercurial player, and then even some Pius who's good, but a little bit more on the passive side. So it's about figuring out, okay, how do I get the most out of this guy without losing the structure of my team? And I think that's why on the other side of things is where Slend is going to have to step up. He's had a very poor tournament so far, lowest rated player for GamerLegion. We talk about Falcons and the way they like to play. There's a lot of defaults. What's good to counter defaults? It's the AWP, maybe even the double AWP, right? Taking risks, attacking the weak points, attacking the sides. And that's why I think he has the potential. It's just the consistency that has been lacking.
I think it's an excellent point you're bringing up, Janko, because people have to remember that Sonic throughout his entire career has tried to play what you call perfect Counter-Strike, reactional Counter-Strike. Back in the days with Astralis, they were the best in the world to react to everything. So is this guy, for that matter. But coming into this team, a lot of the critique has been, in regards to Sonic, has been that he's a little bit too strict. He wants to play too perfect Counter-Strike. When you had the old iteration of Falcons with Sun Payers and Snappy and those boys, they came from ends, and that was the direct opposite direction. So in terms of some of the critique you could point towards Sonic, it will be, listen, you got to loosen up a little bit. And when you have m0NESY on your lineup, you got to loosen up a little bit. You got to let the kid do whatever he wants to do, because he's the best at it in the world.
Yo, the kid is nuts. Also, Australia, you guys are wilding out. Are you ready for some Counter-Strike? All right, let's do it then. We got a quarterfinal for you all. GamerLegion and the Falcons. You're watching the Intel Extreme Masters Melbourne 2025.
Hi, it's Bob with Face It. The official broadcast is better than ever on Face It Watch. Yep, that's right. Switch it up with the POV selector. 4 angles, your choice. From the main broadcast to your favourite player's view. And it's available on the Face It app and Chromecast. But wait, there's more. Keep watching, keep winning. That's how we roll. Watch IEM Melbourne while having the chance to get skins and Face It points. Look at this beauty. Change the channel and control how you watch.
Welcome home, you absolute legends. It's IEM Melbourne 2025. How are we feeling? Tier 1 Counter-Strike returns down under. It wasn't that long ago that we got to witness FaZe Clan take down Complexity. But with both of those teams not here today, it's time for us to write a new chapter in this story that is the Intel Extreme Masters.
Become addicted take hold of you, and you will resent its absence.
He's got off-road into hostile territory.
Why would he do that, Dad? Where are they taking him? Assemble.
I'm always very happy to come back in Australia and play in front of the Australian crowd. So I expect even better atmosphere, maybe even more people to show up at the event, and I have no doubt that energy will be as high as ever. Us coming to Melbourne has been hectic. Ilya coming in right after Bucharest, we had like a 1 day of practice, then obviously a very long travel coming in here, and then we try to use every possible day in developing. You know, when you're getting a player like Ilya as well, it's easier to implement him, and he understands everything very fast, and he seems to click in the team really quick as well, and it's been going good so far.
Falcons pretty much destroyed us, playoffs in Bucharest, but we managed to beat them like pretty convincingly in the group before that. So I think we have a really good shot against them. I definitely think they're a team that we are capable to beat.
I'm not too worried about this matchup. I think if we go out there and we do the things that we have discussed, I believe that now we should be even stronger, and should be a nice game.
Well, without further ado, I want everyone down here in Rod Laver Arena to give a warm Australian welcome to the first team to join me on this stage. It's the project developed by the Stars. It's Team Falcons! And of course, it wouldn't be a playoff match without their opponent. Let's bring out the Kingslayers. It's GamerLegion! Well, with both of our teams up on the stage, ready to do battle, I leave you all with a quote from our scholar, Lee Mate. If you're not here, you're not living. Let's go the boys!
Well, Lee Mate's cultural impact is most certainly felt here on the ground in Melbourne, and we're about to get these teams sitting down in the places they need to be so that we can live on 3. Yanko, we've got Falcons, we've got GamerLegion. What do we got?
I'm just hoping for an exciting game, Trace. You know, GamerLegion, it's their first time, and who of us knew what we were doing the first time, right? You're just in for a wild ride, you're in for a good time, not for a long time, and we'll see how that goes for them.
Sometimes the first time is the best time, and I gotta say that PR going up against Magix, that's a quite interesting matchup. I think PR have shown so far that he has the capabilities of playing Counter-Strike at a very, very high level. Now, question remains, can he do it inside this arena? Can he do it with all the pressure, Trace? I don't know.
Well, some say that the first time could be the worst time, even, especially if you're Ash over there looking to net yourself your first trophy.
Yeah, we talked about the disparity between GamerLegion and Falcons. You could hear it from Nico in the interview, talking about, I don't feel we're going to have too many issues in this matchup. If we just play our own game, we should take care of business, and it's going to be very tough for GamerLegion to overcome Falcons in an environment like this.
It's going to be incredible tough. I even forgot after I was bashing Danish Counter-Strike that we actually have 3 players on the server. Towson, a name we haven't said yet. He's had a decent tournament so far. When he walked in right here, he was walking in with confidence. He was soaking in the experience, and that's one way to do it. You know, make sure you feel comfortable inside a threatening environment.
Yeah, I think for this one, just the way they play GamerLegion, I think they can feed off of the crowd too. I said they have to have a good start, right? And they can maybe snowball this game. It's going to come a lot down to how they kick it off, right? Because they've experienced smashing Falcons and getting smashed by Falcons. That's why the beginning of the game is going to wake up some memories for them one way or the other.
See, that's the cool thing about this crowd though, you know, somewhere you go there's a hostile environment. Remember the Danish crowd when you were playing against a Danish team? It's never a fun experience, but inside this arena it's always joyful for the Counter-Strike Trace. People love it and they're going to cheer for GamerLegion if they deserve it.
Well, Lord knows if you love it, you wear it. Australia, let's finally play some Counter-Strike, please! Woo! All right, let's do it! It's Falcons taking on GamerLegion, a quarterfinal. It all starts now. Take it away, fellas.
Oh yes, it's a perfect Friday for a quarterfinal here in beautiful Melbourne. 2 teams who couldn't be more opposed in backing, stature, experience. On one side you have the Falcons, the sleeping giant, stirring from their slumber with a multi-million-dollar signing of Monesi, bringing him back into the fold alongside Nico. Veteran players in this squad as well, who have been here before and now in back-to-back playoff games for the Falcons. Their fortunes are changing, and that sleeping giant is waking up.
Yeah, this is all against the GamerLegion, who have always done more with less. 4 majors in a row, 3 different rosters, all led by this British coach, Ash. This young squad may be missing the next major, but that makes an arena appearance here in Melbourne all the more tempting, all the more tantalizing, and an upset they're all the more hungry for. Australia, we've been hearing all year about how good this crowd is going to be, so why don't you take us in? Aussie, Aussie, Aussie! Team Falcons, GamerLegion, and a BO3 in the quarterfinals, a matchup that has and could go either way. We got Train.
Yeah, it's an exciting map to start this one off on as well. Get to see Monesi Train debut. An intentional pick from GamerLegion. Very exciting map pool here, and one that I think they could look to do some damage on. Honestly, still getting integrated into this lineup. There's times in games throughout the groups where it felt like he was erring on the side of caution. You want to see an aggressive Monesi, and a Monesi that feels at home. So only a limited time in the Falcons jersey, still yet to get him there fully.
Well, feeling home, I mean, this guy on the stage is a different beast. We saw his breakout in Katowice all those years ago, and he was comfortable from day one, from the first map. But GamerLegion, the desk have set it up perfectly. This is their debut in an arena playoff matchup. For 4 of these players never having even touched the stage. Does the pressure get to them? Do they crumble, or can it build them back up? A lot of questions, more so on the GamerLegion side. And the Falcons that have a lot of proving to do, but so far it's looked good. Not just Bucharest, but coming back here in Melbourne as well, with a point to prove, with a trophy to fight for. And a quarterfinal, they're only in because they dropped the ball 11-5 up against Team Vitality. What it could have been for Falcons what it has to be this weekend.
I think that's what was so staggering about that game between them and Vitality, right? Falcons did have them on the ropes at times, and considering how, fresh the changes are in this roster, the fact that there is a world where things could change even further, it's very, very promising that Falcons so quickly have done damage with this duo.
Yeah, and the duo is what we'll be talking about all evening as well, right? m0NESY and Nico playing together for 3 years alongside each other. m0NESY didn't last 3 months without Nico in G2 before he opted to leave. Bit of a brotherhood between these players. It shows in and out of the server. 2 of the hardest hitters Counter-Strike has to offer right now. Trying to build this team up to be the best in the world. And you'd want to say it's easy, right? You want to say this is a young, plucky team on the other side, a team that doesn't have this experience, a team that you could maybe walk over. But I think that could be your biggest mistake if you're Falcons in this matchup. We've already seen GamerLegion destroy this team in a head-to-head back in the group stage. Sure, that changed once we hit the quarterfinals in Bucharest, but we know that when GamerLegion are on, they're very hard to put away. PR expecting or requiring a masterclass from this fella. Has been without a doubt the most exciting piece of this GamerLegion team. Has single-handedly carried games over the line for them. Academy prospects, many of them here in GamerLegion. The future is now.
I mean, even when these squads did meet up in that aforementioned, quarterfinal back in Bucharest, PR did have a good series. Go on. Gold? Gold? Ugh.
First of many, I'm sure.
Yeah, we don't have a lot of exposure for this GamerLegion squad in these environments, right? From the limited data you've got, PR looks like he can hold his own. Rez as well, you'd like to think the experience shines through. I also think, for Falcons, they kind of level up in these stage games, right? You have players like Magisk who are super experienced and should be feeling like a rock up on these stages.
Yeah, certainly not going to have nerves affecting him. And that's a bit of relief, much needed. This is day one. We're just getting started.
I mean, this is bought GamerLegion some extra time to go over everything at least, right? Try to get used to the environment they're currently in.
Probably benefiting them more than the Falcons on the other side. So Zonic headset off. Don't want to be dealing with this stress. And this pause right before the match. And the shoeys have begun early.
Let's go.
Starting strong here in Melbourne. Drink responsibly.
That guy right there, that's the one that's going to have to try and cool rings around Kixan. ZTR certainly has his work cut out for him in this game. I think Kixan's been very impressive in the Falcons jersey thus far. Not just cool in some good games, sometimes gets a bit bogged down in his stubbornness to the cool, but I feel like you see it work more often than not. We got another one, let's see.
On the Steam Deck.
We're pulling up with the Steam Deck, all right. Blues only.
Yeah, ZTR in a tough position in this map because, ooh, careful. He's going to be that B anchor on CT side of Train. A new map, a very hard position. One where it goes 0 to everything very quickly in the round. And one off rotation can leave a site entirely open. So be difficult to micromanage for ZTR on the other side of the map. Meanwhile, Kixan, the captain of Falcons, we're going to see him over on the Ivy side. Going to have a lot more info, be able to play in on that A site, offer assistive utility, actually have a clue of the big picture in the server. Does that position let ZTR down? It didn't last time, right? In that quarterfinal, we saw GamerLegion trounce Falcons on this map. That's something at least that they can hold in their back pocket.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Train pick is very much GamerLegion's best chance, right? Kind of setting up the series here. Falcons are coming into this as favorites. There's no denying it. GamerLegion, though, they do have this in their back pocket, the train pick. The fact that Monesi, who is new to this roster, hasn't played this map. And so this is where GamerLegion have to hit the ground running. Got to start straight away on train. There's no room for slow starts in this quarterfinal.
Yeah, and if we even just go off of like previous matches for Falcons, sure, they played this map. The second they got added to the pool, they knew they had to get a leg in and get a leg up on train, as many teams who are not at the top echelon yet want to do. But it's been pretty skew-if. It's been pretty poor. They've had a couple of nice maps in there, but losses to Furia, losses to Complexity, and of course losses to GamerLegion. Definitely an uncertain map for this Falcon squad so far. Ash trying to calm his team down, just signed an extension of contract in this GamerLegion jersey. That's a very exciting prospect.
Yeah, I mean, he is sort of the forefather of these GamerLegion squads, right? He's the guy who assembles them, who gets them up to speed, and the consistency at which he's been able to do that with different rosters is crazy. And so for a group like GamerLegion, an invaluable coach to have alongside them, and someone that the community have very much noticed, you know, the impact that Ash is having. It's two very talked about coaches, I'll say that. Zonic on the other side, though, it's not as flattering.
I got good news for you though, Melbourne. The little birdie just told me tech checks are clear, and this quarterfinal should be loading right back up.
That's right, you're getting the countdown again. We're going to run it through for you one more time. Falcons versus GamerLegion. Quarterfinal to open up these playoffs. Some top dogs waiting in the wings in those semis. Now all we got to do is figure out who the challenger is. GamerLegion, not as experienced. Don't have the same backing, haven't made any multi-million-dollar signings yet. They are the underdogs in this one, but did we come here for tech issues, or did we come here to watch a quarterfinal? I'm gonna leave it to you guys to count this down. Melbourne, let's go!
Let's get this show on the road. Team Falcons, GamerLegion, Train, and a BO3. A match GamerLegion cannot afford to start slowly.
And that's more like it. Live for real, let's go. T-side for GamerLegion, and they start things off with a bang here. They're going to approach with everyone over towards these upper halls. You got Util, you can see being lined up by PR. Looking like he wants to try and pop them in. So Monesi, first round on Train. Let's see how he gets on with these dual Berettas.
E-Box is a very comfortable position. You've got a lot of room there to hide behind. No pistol's going to pop him through it. This is all a bit of a fake out though right now. Well, ZTR trying to sell this one as he splits into the bomb site. Flashes do come in. Monesi blinded, and he still finds that first kill. There's the BX at GamerLegion comes stumbling out. Magisk playing passive, cannot connect the dots nor the shots, and GamerLegion takes space.
Awkward spot for the Falcons. They're already so far away. They go back, they hunt out that kill on a PR. They at least find him in the back line. But it's a lengthy reroute here with all the space taken. Rez and Torsen have this crossfire teed up. Torsen gonna find one. He'll double. Nico and Monesi trying to time this one around. That's the duo the Falcons paid for. And they will save them in this pistol.
Just great awareness of the lurks as well, right? As soon as they realize that's a B hit, everyone's rotating, but Nico hangs around. He knows that a player through that util from T-spawn, catches him in T-main. No late flanks for GamerLegion. They may have had powerful positions. Falcons flushed them out. You would expect GamerLegion to buy here, but they're looking pretty reserved.
I'll throw out one of these hero guns onto Rez. And he's been looking real good since stepping into this GamerLegion jersey, finally departing from that NIP squad that he was a part of for the longest time. Slender on the board first. Nico Nade to get that trade for the Falcons, and Magisk holding down over towards the B side, but Rez is walking his way. That's the hero gun facing first, gets away with a lot of damage.
Looking ugly for Magisk in these first couple of rounds. At least he doesn't get punished for it, getting out onto this B bomb site and calling for support. But again, this is just GamerLegion setting up the round, pushing Falcons back before they take this out of sight.
No questioning Nico's form heading into this quarterfinal. Clean stuff for him to open up this series. Even going fishing for a little bit more here. That nade going to do big damage. And the odds of Rez getting away with much on this hero gun, feeling like he's missed his window. There's Nico creeping up, 3 kills deep, on for the ace. And he will have 2 more to challenge him. Come on, Nico. Kickstand going to steal it away. Not quite the ace in that second round, but still. Nico starts off this quarterfinal with a fire burning.
Coming in pretty cautious for GamerLegion. Some set play in the pistol. Letting the rifle work in the second. We haven't seen them test that out of sight fast. That's a question on whether you can get away with it. GamerLegion want to try that out early in this map. Try and keep Falcons on their toes.
No crazy tempo off the top. Gonna spend time locking in the control over towards B upper. Not ready to try run down the A defense yet. For the first rifle round for GamerLegion, they keep it pretty slow.
Seems like they're just breathing into the stage, right? Just trying to spread out, play a default, feel the game, try and get those heart rates down. Falcons are fine by that, stalling out the round, holding a lot of utility, not burning much here. Tessus has a full kit. This is all to the favor of Falcons. GamerLegion are going to need some clean entries in this T side with the AKs. PR looking down Ivy side. You can see there's a plan in motion. Util being set up by Torsen to get his players out into this site. Will Tessus waver?
Temporarily, this little gap has opened up with Util coming over. Tessus departs, and that has left the gap open. They're moving in through it. Tessus only just getting back on the line now. Quick trade for Rez. But only 20 seconds left in this round for GamerLegion. They've got to hit the go button. They've got to pick up some pace. Getting past Nico is a tricky prospect. It takes Sleng for the trade, but there's waves for this defense. And Kickstand is clean with it. That's the high-impact captain at the heart of the Falcons.
Yeah, GamerLegion get a bit stalled out there by their own utility, right? Can't come through the camera side. There's a smoke down in the way. They may find those kills onto E-Box and main, but tucked in close is Kickson. Completely uncleared, really powerful, under-checked spot. And Falcons controlling this game with ease right now. Time to up the pace.
Yeah, try something a little bit faster if you're GamerLegion. It's been a lot of these slower rounds. Let's see how it goes when they kick up the pace. Magisk! Oh, he bites down on the B play. Finally gets his time in the limelight, does Magisk. And now just Rez, a long way from home. Bomb lost over a B. It's a flawless round put forth from the Falcons. You thought you were going to catch them sleeping here on train. That has not happened thus far for GamerLegion. They are getting beaten down.
Nice to see Magisk hold his own here. After a couple of shaky rounds, looking solid. GamerLegion coming in with a full buy. We have Slend on an AWP. But I'm more interested in the Monacy angles. Where's he going to be starting with this all? Playing close main? Or still at the back line, going towards B to start his round? Control getting taken. Falcons want to fight for this. Slend is awaiting that fact.
This double setup, I mean, Monacy and Nico ready to just trade contact. It's a great read out of the Falcons. And sure, they sacrifice Magisk for it, but a 2-for-1. Their setup works at the top of the round. Let's see if PR can alleviate any of this pressure. It's a big pickup for him over towards Ivy. That has left a bit of a gap in the armor here for the Falcons, and Monacy is not able to get on the line in time. PR is out. And has a lot of room to work with here. They lose more players in the downtime, and so PR, the hour grows more desperate for him to make that incision, to make the play that saves this round for GamerLegion. Nothing's being offered. He hasn't found a thing. And Monacy backing up now, even looks aware of it. Gonna deal with PR. The lurk amounts to naught. It's Slend or it's nothing. 40 seconds left for him to work with. Got to get past this duo of Monacy and Nico. Started the pistol round off fantastically for the Falcons, did these two, and they've been keeping it up.
Oh, wait.
Nico not overextending, waiting for Monacy to call the shot. Slend doing all he can to bait this, but nothing given. Whoa. There's the pickup on Monacy, but Nico there. The synergy between these two displayed in the 2v1.
Just a reliable 2v1. And Slend knows what's going on. He saw Nico's foot. He realizes the AWP's on the line. Nico's going to swing off of it. I can't believe he goes for the kill on Monacy. He really tried to bait the shot to get Nico to swing. Nice try for Slend. 2 out of the 3. Falcons 5 out of the 5. Full control of this map right now. GamerLegion looking a little bit strung out at the moment. Getting caught off by a triple B setup. PR may have found a gap, but Monacy's awareness is always a delight to watch.
I mean, I think a lot of teams, players are looking on at the form that Nico has been in these last few games, and it's looking terrifying. 11-1 to open up the quarterfinal. He was lights out all throughout the groups. Whenever it felt like he would have acquired a map, that's usually when you'd get a bit more mileage out of Monacy. So, true, terrifying return to form for Nico. Again with the fast B. Once more, Magic's gonna multi-kill. This time he's only good for 2, and he didn't have support, but as Nico moves in, he's not deterred by the fire, plays straight through it. And now it's just the bomb trapped in this site with Nico.
Yeah, Rez nowhere to be seen. Oh. Slend trying to get out, but he's got to go further in. That molly traps him. Fight taken, fight lost. Round will fall as well. Rez way too late to this party. And these just straight up B rushes are looking ugly for GamerLegion. A team that we talk about the tacticians on this side. Keeping it simple on the ecos, but Magisk is not letting them in. Rez, have you got anything here? Try and make it expensive, perhaps with a well-placed Deeg. Tessa's got the spot. But no one's helping this guy.
And here's the thing, like, it's GamerLegion, the ones that feel nervous on stages like this. It's them who in the big, creeping 2v1s, 3v1s that they're not getting given fights in. You feel like they're worse for wear as a result. This is still flawless for the Falcons. Nico, 13-1,
unreal, topping
the charts. Fell once in the game so far.
No timeout, you'll notice. So GamerLegion perhaps not feeling completely out of room here on this T side, just wanting a couple rounds near the end, trying to break in off of another 4-buy. Slend's going to go Ivy side with the AWP. Monacy starts in a perfect position, but it's still a crouch peek that comes up for GamerLegion. Finally, an advantage that Falcons cannot respond to. This is the setup GamerLegion need. What will they do with it?
Nico about to fight this. Oh, that's clean out of Rez.
All right, don't lose this round now. 2 bullets fired, 2 entry kills for GamerLegion.
A 5-on-3 with the two big names knocked out of the round. GamerLegion, this has to be theirs. This has to be where they find their first.
I like this gamble for Falcons. It's not going to pay off. The round's gone a little bit too quiet, so they think there's a regroup in the halls, and so this should just be GamerLegion on the board. The Falcons know they have to take a risk in this round. Are they going to play active into this B site and uncover it early? Doesn't look like it. So GamerLegion is just going to waltz out and deliver their first.
I mean, this seems to be how GamerLegion are looking to problem solve the Falcons conundrum here on Train. It's about these slower rounds, finding the one good kill that shapes the whole round up for you. These up-tempo rushes over towards B have never panned out, and so I think we're going to get more rounds like this before all is said and done.
Just so reliant on your entry kills, right? I mean, it is T-side Train. You have to get those 5-on-4s. You have to get them clean if you want to split sites. But both kills come through for GamerLegion. That's all it takes in this one.
I think also it's important to remember GamerLegion are on a timer in terms of how long they get to say over the pacing of this game, right? In that second half, I don't imagine Falcons are going to be running back all of these very slow, cautious rounds where it's weighted around that first kill so heavily.
Yeah, if anything, I thought GamerLegion would try and inject some more chaos into this map, right? Maybe it's them acclimatizing to the stage, but even on the eco, just running through smokes, going for A-pops, running through sandwich. Trying to catch Falcons off guard. But GamerLegion looking to keep it steady. Still no timeout, in control, so they feel. 6-1 down, trying to recover on their T side. Good nades.
Good nades, sure, but Falcons still got all the position, right? Kixan and Nico both just barreling through the util. It's a keen trade out of Torsen, but he can't afford to fall here. Playing forward, he's going to look for a little bit more. Nico and Magis now control this upper area of the map, and Monacy extends that lead even further, 4-on-3. Slan's been key at finding these counter-orb trades. But won't be offered one now as Monacy just slinks back, plays these long sight lines, doesn't feel the pressure to take another fight over towards A.
Yeah, it does feel like Falcons have been on the lab all week. They've got some great grenades over towards this B site, these B pressure smokes, blocking angles for the orb to peek from upper, allowing them to push up with pop smoked off as well. These stairs, these are coming very early in the round, constricting GamerLegion on what they would hope is standard control. Falcons are denying that. Often starting with 2 or 3 players here. That's awkward for Nico, caught out. So GamerLegion take the opportunity.
I mean, that's kind of the test for Falcons here, is it is a test of their patience, right? Are they prepared to sit back and wait for these rounds to peter out? Because playing their hand a little fast here has cost them that man advantage. And now they've lost Monacy as well. Tess's having to smoke himself off here, but he is trapped and bottlenecked in at the back of the site. GamerLegion moving in for a bomb plant. This was a Falcons round dead to rights. But one kill given up has suddenly brought GamerLegion right back in. It's only Tess's left and he doesn't know where to look. These are slow, grueling rounds out of GamerLegion. And they hope that Falcons can provide the tools to their own destruction in these moments.
Yeah, a little bit of awkwardness, right? With Nico just getting caught, trying to get stuck into his position. A pick onto Monacy by a patient Slen. That's a nice angle. And it will be Falcons to call the first timeout, noticing that this is starting to slip. The wheels coming off. 2 rounds in a row. Money put to question. And if Falcons let GamerLegion streak 3, they're broke. Suddenly we are looking at that split half.
Let's see what conclusions they come to after that timeout. Falcons feel like they give that last round away. For GamerLegion, it felt like it went according to plan. These opening kills are weighted very heavily, and so PR taking a risk like this to try and snipe some from the round, gets Monacy for free, bypasses Tessez over in Ivy. Get trapped in here. His teammates Molotov as well, so you hope that doesn't cost them everything. PR still making moves, still making plays, keeps the round alive for GamerLegion. But his roll is slowed, trapped now between Magisk in the connector and Tessez over towards Ivy. That's a convincing swing to find the AWP. This lurk from Torsen, unexpected. So Tessez has to do it alone. He first goes looking for PR, the man that slipped past him earlier on.
Knows bomb.
Dane on the other side of the server, but Torsen more of a space taker. Trying to clutch this round out now in the 1v1. Tessez on the swing! Perfectly played. Great control and 4 kills from Tessez to turn the tide for the Falcons there.
Not even ready for that final fight as well. Torsen's going to feel like he had that one in the bag. A big flank through the B site and a bit of chaos in A. That's what we like for GamerLegion, but it doesn't pan out. PR tried his best, getting out back site, 2 kills. But it's the multi-kill from Tessez to put it all down and find Falcons a winning half. Worst case scenario, they're still happy.
I mean, that was a bit of a departure from the slower rounds for GamerLegion, right? That was one where they had PR trying to run that lurk straight away out through Ivy. Anticipating that with smokes down, with how slow the rounds have gone so far, he might find the gap, and he got his gap. He got the reaction that they were hoping for. And it still wasn't enough to break through. That's a frustrating round to give away if you're GamerLegion.
Smoke for the molly. PR wants to take a fight. He knows they've been crossing pop a lot, so space getting taken by GamerLegion to start this round. What a shot for PR. Quick counter strafe, knocks out the captain of Falcons. There's a flank in play, but none of this matters if his team can't hold the site. Nico's under pressure, Molly on the bomb, and he's getting spat through that smoke as well. Somehow Nico survives, not for long, and we're waiting on this flank to save the round. Otherwise, GamerLegion full control.
Tessez is the one they've been waiting for. And this flank in through main finally arrives, trying to milk it for all he can. Tessez only given 1 kill. Decides to take it early, got the info that PR makes it in towards back 6, and now m0NESY has him in a box. He is stuck here with nowhere to go.
Good awareness from Magist that they could just bail from this plan. They only know one player's position.
Trapped all of GamerLegion are.
Yeah.
PR collected for free, that's the kill they knew about. Magisk has had them trapped similarly over towards the connector. He doesn't make his move yet, instead letting the fights come to him. Magisk giving GamerLegion a taste of their own medicine with this late swing through the connector.
Super well played for Magisk. You can see how uncomfortable that is for Rez. He just doesn't want to be the initiator there. It's not favored for him. There's so many angles to clear, and Magisk is just standing still, holding the line, letting his team move in. Great flank for Tessez. And Falcons putting on a show right now, 8-2 on this CT side.
Oh, Slam. Tries his hand at the wall bang.
He was considering the wallbang we saw Nico do into pop. Wouldn't be a bad move considering how much control Falcons have taken there in this map. But even when GamerLegion found free damage off nades, mollies to block, Falcons still commit into this position. This time it's GamerLegion who own control of the halls.
Might get a bit of a reaction here, right? PR with the info flash over at Ivy, just confirmed the AWP is there. Great nade to find damage on a Slend.
Doesn't get better than that. And the read is so clear. It feels destined to be for Falcons 3 strong.
The last few times they've run these triple setups, GamerLegion have not even made a dent. So many crosshairs on you as you appear into the bomb site here. You need that opening, you need that first kill. They're going to get past Magisk. Kickstand falls as well. Nico next on the chopping block as GamerLegion break through this hold. Can Tessez turn the tide?
So it seems like it. Odyssey getting flashback out. They're so blind, they're stuck in the site, and Tessus finds 4 out of 5. Just swinging in. GamerLegion so uncomfortable right now. Frozen into their seats on the stage. Unmoving. And Falcons just keep flooding the sites. Tessus putting on a monstrous map. Perfect flash. GamerLegion find the scraps, you know they need it.
And this is where things get real awkward, like ZTR 1 and 10, bottom of the board, kind of having a focus on either calling the game and how the rounds are playing out or upping his individual level. Might feel like he never even gets going here on Train. The calls have started to slow down drastically as well, going back to some of this maneuvering around, hoping that you catch Falcons on their reactions, but their reactions have been so decisive and they've been doing them together. Kixon's had their number more often than not, well-placed stacks in this game. And so that hope, that risk for GamerLegion that they took on having Train as the pick, hoping to exploit the new addition of Monacy and getting him on his early outings on this map in the Falcons jersey, doesn't look like it's paid off for GamerLegion at all.
Tessus played this so well as well, that smoke fading. He could even force the kills if he wants. He's considering both sides as GamerLegion creep through these halls.
Oh, falls down there. PR and Slend with openings, but getting the openings hasn't been the problem for GamerLegion. It's closing out in these 4v2s, 4v3s this time. No such issue. Only Magisk left. They don't know where he's gotten to. He's been pretty nimble on his feet as Magisk here. The only thing he has is that element of surprise. Even that looks to go away. Making his play out now. It's held, it's considered. GamerLegion, not many rounds found on this T side. They've got to hope that 3 is enough to get them through it.
In light of your numerous complaints about the monitoring and publishing of communications, you have been awarded this wellness check-in. Not only that, we're here to celebrate the recent success of your department. Can I offer you a celebratory hug?
Not until you won a major.
Despite your success, we will continue your watch.
What? I thought I bought another 6 months?
Please refrain from any outbursts. That's minus 1 month. Last session, we spoke of creative difficulties. Have you sought any inspiration from other departments?
What? Like, take their strats and just change the names?
Build a strat book like you would an ESL skit.
I did try that with 3D Max, but...
You started playing like them? I see. Have you considered other reasons for your previous underperformance? Perhaps looked inward? Upper management would like answers. Well?
I don't know. I feel like we've been a bit unlucky, but...
What?
I mean...
Do you have any idea, or should I suggest something?
I'm just thinking.
Talk power revoked.
Looks like time's up.
GamerLegion's choice of picking into train, electing for a slower style, hoping that in those creepingly slow moments, Falcons would hang themselves. Well, that's not what happened. They get blown out the water in this first half, and their time to be the ones setting the pace and the speed of this game is now over. Falcons move on to the T side. Let's see how they start things off.
Yeah, on the bright side, at least the CT side statistically is considerably stronger for GamerLegion, but you have no excuse when it comes to a 9-3 half. You need that pistol, you need it now. Torsen dealing with a B rush, he's got the Julies out, and they're already gone.
Already a far more bombastic opening. 3 players charging towards this B site. It's in the mid round that Falcons are going to get tricky with it, and that's because Monesi has gotten all the way out through main, finding ZTR. Nico dead first in this round, but Falcons still in it. It was that duo that turned around the pistol in the first half. Monesi tries to battle further forward. They've got the plant locked in. GamerLegion trapped on the extremities.
Yeah, bomb plant for Con as well. There's just no getting back into this bomb site. Falcons aren't giving away the kills.
It's waiting for GamerLegion, hoping that someone slips up, that something gets given over, but Falcons are unwavering. They don't need to peek. They've got these crossfires set up and ready to go. And so the fights never arrive for GamerLegion, never given the chance. They've got to go seek it out. Slend is seeking. Quick double. Looking for even more. Tessez hears him on the run-up and back turn. Pistol round secured. Tessez lights out so far in this quarterfinal, right up there alongside Nico.
Yeah, when you think about where Tessez came from as well, right, in those previous Danish heroic teams where they always struggle with stage matches, and we saw awful games for that team who were great in groups. Tessez not having any of that follow him right now, showing up on this stage right when Falcons need him. We're looking like a dominant game right now. GamerLegion opting to force. Running out of runway. And Falcons keep up the pace. They announce their presence in this part of the map. Halls pop, taken, quick. No fear for the Falcons. It's GamerLegion quaking.
You know the only threat here if you're Falcons is this force buy. You know that from the score alone, GamerLegion are kind of forced to go for it. And so by sticking the landing on this conversion, you almost win the map right here. Have this main control just as GamerLegion had util to try and take the space. You imagine Falcons have the same to re-clear it.
Oh, feeling the pressure. ZTR pushes in. He has shadow advantage on that angle, but he's the one forcing it. First player gone, needs a deke to connect. It's running out here for GamerLegion, getting pushed back into the connector, hunted down with a MAC-10. There's no surviving on this second round. They've got to save. You can write off GamerLegion. You can consider the fact that this is a team that has not dawned the stage. A team of young players, inexperienced in comparison to the Falcons. But what it does tell me is Falcons are here to win. Falcons are focused. They are seizing this opportunity for a semi-final against Mouse. Looking to headhunt some top dogs here in this competition. On a debut with a new roster, Falcons, they know they have a lot to prove, and they're here to prove it.
mean, far from being the most back and forth, trailblazing quarterfinal ever to open, this at least is showing us the difference in what we mean when we talk about this experience, right? For GamerLegion, this is the wheels falling off here on trade.
Derailed. Falcons back on track for a dominant win here. A revenge matchup they already won, and this time they're sending a message.
Magisk at the front of the pack, but this should just be farming for the Falcons all the way to the finish line. GamerLegion are going to have one rifle round left in this map to try and save some face, because right now it's been very one-sided.
And don't put it past Kixon to call something crazy here, right? You've got the room to go for a fast out of play. I think Falcons would love to just end this game right now, flex on them, and a quick out of sight hit could be the remedy. They even get m0NESY his orb.
I mean, Slime's orb was like the closest thing you had to consistent output for GamerLegion. So at least that gets to make an appearance here before their map pick in this quarterfinal is gone. PR falls first. That's meant to be the hot prospect in this GamerLegion squad, and his last round played in this map will be spent watching on. Beyond the grave, first to fall, and now just relegated to hoping that his team can keep him in this.
Yeah, Falcons opt to end this painfully, strangling out the round, slow and steadily. Letting GamerLegion burn all of their util, no smokes remain to stop the inevitable. Info gather, GamerLegion start to move and Magisk gets that spot. Not going to overcommit to this move. And maybe calling it off entirely. It's GamerLegion who pull back. Considering the bomb's in upper, we have a double Ivy lurk here for the Falcons.
Shot from the AWP, a second follow-up miss from m0NESY, and now the gap closing as they move in.
Go on.
Trying to close the gap on the m0NESY orb. Rez full sends. Meanwhile, the rest of the Falcons get out into this B site. Torsen's still here, hadn't moved a muscle. Nico's gonna find him after one. GamerLegion, that little glimmer of hope that Rez and co provided, gonna get snatched away. ZTR and Slend are world apart, and there's still this lurk of m0NESY moving through the back line. GamerLegion out with a whimper here as they get swallowed up whole on the stage. Domination from the Falcons to open up this quarterfinal. It is not close, it is no contest. Falcons run away with GamerLegion's map pick.
Rez, where am I?
You're in a hotel room in Katowice.
A hotel? Looks more like a hospital to me.
Yeah, perfect.
I was tuning into the major, G2 was winning, then all of a sudden there was this blast.
Was this before or after they lost the phase in the semis?
Phase? In the semis? Look at that. Spirit defeat phase 2-1 to win Shanghai Major.
Don't worry, we go through it all slowly.
Magic's popped off. I must be dreaming.
This are gonna take a little adjusting to, okay?
No, it's all wrong. That's so right. Never mind, it's cooked.
The world's different now.
Wait, what is that?
Oh, this whole thing? What do you think?
It's so weird.
The young prodigy is yet to peak. They're both of us.
Huh?
Click over the pitch, Josh. Should I say, steal?
And still picks up an ace. High by penalty.
That's right. Let's see it. Show us the black and red.
Wait, what?
It ain't 2014, Unk. Your options are limited.
Dynamic duo of Mondesi and Nico strike again, this time on Train. A pretty rip-roaring affair here. If you're a Falcons fan, you really did like what you saw. So let me just go ahead and welcome you back to the Rod Laver Arena here in Melbourne, Australia for the NPL Extreme Masters 2025. It's quarterfinal day, and so far we are up one map in the series. I say we, I mean Falcons, because it's 1-0 in this one so far.
Yeah, someone got to tell GamerLegion that the game has actually begun. That was not a nice first showing for them inside the arena. Unfortunately, couldn't make much of a fight against Falcons. Obviously, they played well. We gotta talk about that. We'll address that. But for GamerLegion not to put up any sort of a fight, that's a little bit disappointing. I think they played some decent Counter-Strike in the group stage, but they fell completely flat right here in Train.
I think, though, they didn't choke. They just got beaten by the better team, right? I think that's important for GamerLegion. They're always going to be the underdog here. I think you could see why I was talking about the T-pistol is really important for them, because they want to play with some pace. It's very hard to play with pace when you start 0-2 down, 0-3 down. I was actually positively surprised in those slower rounds, in the defaults. Like, they looked all right. It's just, in those types of rounds, it can be one kill at a crucial moment that turns the tide of it, right? Like, you have a 1v1 duel on the side of the map where if you kill the CT, you're able to converge on the site, but if you die, that CT then is able to, you know, establish a crossfire with his teammates and sort of still defend the bomb site and deny you even the bomb plant. And in a lot of those rounds early on, GamerLegion struggled to find that final kill, you know, when they were splitting a bomb site, when they were trying to break through to really do that and sort of establish a foothold in the round.
To me, I think it's in the context of the fact that it's their own map pick, because I don't disagree with you. There were certain rounds that could have been closer, they could have gone the way of GamerLegion. It wasn't like they were without a chance of doing anything in this game, Trace, but if your own map pick is Train and you're doing that ballsy pick coming into this matchup, we were a little bit surprised by it as well. You got to show more than 3 rounds, you know. You never made it close, you never applied any sort of pressure towards the Falcons. Maybe in the beginning of the game, you could argue some of those closer rounds were close tipping the way of GamerLegion, but if you lose 13-3 on your own map pick that is Train, I can't be positive, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's not boding too well to begin things there for GamerLegion, but you did hit that one crucial word there, and that shows some rounds, which is exactly what we have in our pocket now. Of course, these are going to be additions to that one a clutch of the day, I guess you could call it, but I'm going to call it somewhat miracles every now and then.
Yeah, I think in this round, you know, you saw a great move from PR. They had a set play for him, finds a kill on an unsuspecting Mondesi, gets deep into the side. Nico and Tess's great reaction here, trade of kills, and this is where Tess steps up. I think this is what you're the most excited about if you're Falcons, is he had a great game, right? In this round, he's going to end up with a 4K now in a 1v2 situation, going to be able to clutch out. You can see before this round, he only had 3 kills. This is where he turned it up to 11. You can see he ended with 18 kills, 4-1 in opening duels, 4 multi-kills. And after this clutch, it's going to be a little bit different from him with a more aggressive play in another reset round where he's going to give his team the edge.
Yeah, that was the round they should have won, GamerLegion. They get another chance right here. A great opening again coming in from PR. Aggressive Counter-Strike, fast-paced Counter-Strike. We're only 20 seconds into the round, and a lot of pressure has been applied towards the Falcons right here. Another golden opportunity for GamerLegion. Tessus comes in with a fast flank, has the FAMAS in hand, finds not only 1 kill but 2 kills. The AWP goes out of the round, and at this point we can talk about what you spoke about coming into the game, Janko. This applying of pressure and this figuring out on the fly what you want to do. It felt like GamerLegion couldn't hold their nerve. Again, it's not looking pretty for them right here, and that's 2 golden opportunities of getting away from the T side with something to work on for the second half, but they failed at both.
Just the poise from Falcons, right? Tessus doesn't pull the trigger immediately. He's able to give good information. Even the following us, this is 3 rounds in a row now. Tessus is the 4th player. They already had 3B. Here's the 4th guy on the rotate, saves their bacon by swinging out of connector first, finds 2 kills, then a great flash, understanding where the remaining 2 players are, what they're trying to plant the bomb for, you know, finishing off the round down with another 4K. This sequence from him really pushed Falcons to a really strong first half. It was Nico at the start, it was Tesses at the end of the first half.
I mean, you can make the case that GamerLegion could have had 5 or 6 T rounds, but they didn't get him because they couldn't capitalize any of these rounds. And that's the difference between a team that is here to play and that is here to win the game, and a team that is just showing up and not really doing their job.
And the difference, the big difference, the one that just glares at me on paper is Nico's on one team and not the other one, right? So Nico having a good time, you might call, especially throughout the duration of this first half, almost blanking GamerLegion, just the 3 rounds in that first half. That lets me know that at no point were you in control if you were GamerLegion.
122 AD as well. Yeah, that's just an awful lot of damage from Nico. Very assertive, playing with confidence. I think he feasts on games like this as well. It's a quarterfinal. He doesn't feel the same kind of pressure that GamerLegion is feeling right now. He's also well aware that he can be the difference maker every single time. You know him well, Janko. When Nico is in this mood, when he's just feeling he's so much better than everyone he's going up against on the server, he's going to unleash himself. And if he's having one of those days, then I see no one on the side of GamerLegion who can challenge Nico whatsoever.
Yeah, he just oozed confidence on the server, right? And you could see he got the majority of his kills early on, set the tone for the rest of his team, right? And they have no reason to feel anything but confidence in this matchup. You know, GamerLegion feel like they want to pick Train. They beat them last time around, but that was off of the back of a strong CT side. Falcons only got 3 rounds on the T side, where here they didn't even have to play it after winning that pistol and the conversion because they had such a strong first half.
I'm sorry, Jacob. You saw it too. Yeah,
I saw it too.
Excellent point, but there's always a Richard somewhere out there, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, Janko's spot on though. There's not much to say about Train in all honesty. 13-3, we saw the couple of rounds where GamerLegion could have made the game close. We saw the couple of opportunities they didn't capitalize on, and from that moment and onwards, whether Nico is having a great game or not, it didn't really matter. Had Monesi been needed at any point in this game, I'm sure he would have stepped up. I'm sure he could have made the difference, but there's too much... I mean, it was such a dominant performance from Falcons almost that we never really got to a point where we could ask some of those questions. What would Monesi have done had he been applied any pressure to?
Yeah, and almost as a non-starter, you think about that T-sided start. Again, for GamerLegion, they're going to go and start on the CT side on Nuke, but it doesn't feel like the cogs started turning for GL on that T side regardless. So maybe the CT side might give them a lift off that they're looking for?
I mean, we'll have to see. Even though there was very little T-side play from Falcons on Train, you could still see that they understand the way they need to play against GamerLegion, even in the second pistol, right? Like, they go fast towards B, the bomb is there, so they show it, but the round was always supposed to end on A, with Kixan outside of mid, holding that smoke for connector, Monesi sneaking out, right? And the over-rotation from GamerLegion was absolutely there, right? And that's what they're going to try and do on Nuke too. They're going to try and push and pull, obviously Nico taking the space outside, applying pressure, and then just abusing the rotations from the side of GamerLegion.
I hope GamerLegion will apply as much pace as we saw in round 9, 10, and 11. We just saw it on Train as well. They were supposed to win at least a couple of those rounds, and 2 of those rounds were also GamerLegion play extremely fast Counter-Strike, explosive towards the yard area. You can do that against Falcons, and if there's one thing Falcons have been struggling with, historically speaking, and I do know it's a different team now with Monesi as well, but it's whenever teams are applying pressure early on into the round. So if I'm GamerLegion, yeah, you're losing 13-3, you're trying to be positive, you're trying to find the small highlights that, you know, tries to build a case where they could have been more competitive. I think the one thing I want to hold on to if I'm GamerLegion, that's the pace. Because we saw a couple of rounds in Train, then when you apply pace early on into the round, that's when Falcons were struggling. Then they had Tessus to close it out, they had Nico to close it out, but maybe that's going to be different on Nuke.
I don't want to even ask you, Janko. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. So I'm going to direct it to Jacob instead. Okay. Let's think about these Falcons and closing this series out right here. What are the odds?
The odds are almost at 100%. Never say 100, you know, but I look towards Falcons as Janko as well. They're a much better team. They play better Counter-Strike. They have the better individuals. They have more experience. So if you're trying to give me the challenge of making up a case for GamerLegion, it's extremely difficult. You know, it would take something abnormal to happen. And the way I would describe it, the way I like to say it as well, it's almost up to Falcons whether they want to win or not. If they play just up to 70% or 80% of their capabilities, GamerLegion will have to have a life game to keep this game alive, to come into Mirage. Apart from that, it's more so about Falcons than it's about GamerLegion.
And now we can hear Janko, maybe a little glazing. What do you got?
I think the best way for GamerLegion to sort of come back into this game is try to frustrate Falcons, you know, and have to do that by playing a little bit YOLO on CT side, right? Like, sure, you don't have to go completely crazy and go full 3D max on them or anything like that, but hopefully you win the pistol, you get some momentum, and then just some aggression in the mid round, right? Like, pushing through a smoke, maybe doing some of those more gambly plays, taking some risk, because Falcons are definitely capable and going to be super comfortable, but just playing it slow, taking map control and ending rounds.
Win the pistol, convert, and give us a game. That's the plan for GamerLegion.
Run it back in the direction it didn't run at all in the first half of that map. Well, yeah, we put our hat over the top of train. We go to Nuke now. GamerLegion starting on that CT side. For us, we do have a quick little break so that we can get some lickies and chewies, little refreshments, if you will. Sit back and relax. We can watch GamerLegion Falcons in a quarterfinal live from Melbourne. You're watching the Intel Extreme Masters.
Oh. All right, guys, just checking in with the crowd right now down here, getting a bit of a vibe check now, gentlemen. What's your names, first of all? Give it to me.
Lucas.
Lucas?
Lucas as well.
Leo. Leo, so not three Lucases, okay. So listen, where have you guys travelled from to be here today?
All right, I'm from Newcastle, New South Wales. Yep. Adelaide, South Australia.
Adelaide as well. Always so cool how everyone comes from different parts to be here for this event, right? Now, how's the vibe of the event been so far for you all?
Man, amazing, pretty amazing. Amazing.
Yeah, the first time in an event like this, and it's been very cool.
And lastly, gentlemen, who do you think are going to win the whole thing?
I would say Team Falcon. Vitality.
Yeah, Vitality, probably.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Enjoy the day. Thanks, guys. Love to see it.
Do you want to head back?
Give me something. Give me something. Give me some aggression. Yeah. Perfect. Nice.
Putain, t'as ton tour de prep là, c'est relou. Calme-toi, tout va bien. Ça va bien se passer. T'es pas comme ça normalement.
At least I was locked in.
What is that? Bro think he's Professor X. What the fuck?
Oh no, not the bees.
I've made a huge fucking mistake.
Let's go, Nico! Nice, Nico! Let's go!
It's also worth knowing that like all of these cards are attached to a database. We kind of touched on that last time we were catching up in here. So where does that take us in terms of just overseeing your big collection? You might have 100 cards. How do you keep track of 100 cards?
You would go to the App Store, you download it. Once you've registered an account, it's as simple as you take your card, and for the sake of this, like Every single card has a unique QR code on the back. And you would just go into your application and straight from the home page, there is a scan items button. And that lets you just instantly scan your card.
So QR codes, you can confirm in this moment,
Yeah.
are the future.
Absolutely.
Okay.
We brought together hybrids like as a way to combine that digital and the physical together. And from the moment that you scan it, it will basically be in your collection.
And other collectors can see your collection.
Yep, you can add it to a showcase, you can send a trade to a friend with it, you can list it on a marketplace, everything instantly in one application.
Oh, that's easy. That's easy.
And our collectors gather around the world going to events together to kind of like trade with each other to complete their slots.
So a lot about managing a collection. It's not just putting them in sleeves anymore and tucking them away in the closet or hoping that maybe just somehow if you put them in a time capsule, they will be worth oodles of money one day because you got your favorite, autograph. In this regard, you have it in real time.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Falcons soar into this quarterfinal, and it's not even close right now. GamerLegion blowing out the water on map 1, and now have to try and turn it all around on Nuke, the pick of the Falcons. You're getting a great game right now from Nico, and Tessez up there alongside him. It was that start that holds so much promise for the Falcons here to brush this one aside for GamerLegion. An uphill battle laid out ahead of them. They come into this as the underdogs. They play like it in that first map. The task leveled against them is to make this one more competitive. Show the Counter-Strike they came here to play.
Yeah, we do it on Nuke, right? This is a matchup described as barely begun so far after train, but this is the map the GamerLegion eliminated FaZe in a brutal 13-11 close just to get out of the group stages. They've now got to try and replicate some of that energy here up against a red-hot Falcons looking for a semi-final placing in Melbourne. We're getting into things. It's map 2. It's going to be Nuke.
Gonna feel important for GamerLegion to hit the ground running. Coming off the back of a map like that, you're not gonna be feeling too good, too sharp, too switched on. And so you want to see a good pistol round put forth. That would at least give you a little collection of rounds right off the top, something to build back with. Now in the yard is where Falcons look to maneuver. Rez and Torsen finding the openings, but there's Monacy looking to reclaim these kills. It's just a 1-for-1. Tessez tapped out as well, and it's only Kixan left standing in the blink of an eye. He finds himself 1v3.
Buying time. But GamerLegion are not chucking this one away. They're not going to walk into Kixan. He's got to go searching past Slen into Secret, and that bomb is all the way out by Hell. No easy route for Kixan. Nor the gun for the job.
They are looking on as well, ready to tap him out when Kixan tries to cross. He's going to go now, swings early, and will catch Kixan out in no man's land. So GamerLegion on the board with a pistol.
That's something, that's more like it. It's going to be a long road to recovery. I have my eyes on Rez in this game. We're going to need Rez to perform for GamerLegion, right? We talked about how 4 of these players have never been on a stage like this, never been in a Tier 1 event arena playoff. Rez is not that guy. It may have been 3 years since we saw him in the Antwerp playoffs and full finals in 2022. But he needs to perform. He was the 6th highest rated player coming into the playoffs. Went missing on that first map. Hell, he's the highest rated player of anyone in the server at this event. Over Nico, over Monacy. And it was his hulking individual effort yesterday, or the other day, to take down FaZe, 30 kills on Mirage, closed out on Nuke as well as the top player. GamerLegion need him now more than ever. Anti-eco is clean. All the setup is there for GamerLegion to make this one more interesting. Oh, and a boot.
Guns out for the Falcons, bonus round for GamerLegion. Double nades into that top side won't find their mark. That's because GamerLegion are playing aggressive on these SMGs.
Wow.
They try to crunch into the lobby. ZTR is now the only survivor from that push. Hung out to dry at the back of the door. He's living on a timing, and Monacy will go and get him. Lobby push, nice idea, proactive move for GamerLegion. But it's one that Falcons are more than ready for. Monacy putting on a clinic, sends them packing from that lobby control.
Craziest part about that is they should be aware, right? Like, GamerLegion hear the double nade on roof. They know it's a perfect time to go, but Falcons are so prepared for the push into the lobby. Had no business winning that round as clean as they did, but Monacy with 3 clinical headshots puts Falcons on the board early. That's okay. GamerLegion got a clean anti-eco. They can buy rifles in the 4th, afford to take a risk in the bonus. But it does show the awareness of the Falcons not to make a mistake, not to get caught off guard. Buy a low buy. Slend ain't getting out of here alive.
Nice feeling for Monacy getting to stretch his legs a little bit as well, right? Wasn't really a requirement on the opening map, didn't need to. See Ash trying to calm the nerves, trying to pump him up.
Yeah, you can ride off last round. It's all about this one. AWP on Slend, rifles on 3 more.
Util lobbed in early into this top side, but there isn't a fast play yet on the back of it. They've got a lot of Util out from GamerLegion right off the top of this round, and now GamerLegion surprisingly rotate 2 players down towards lower. That's right, as Falcons double pump this Util into the top side, they're high and dry away from this round. It's only Torsen here. There is this lurking through the lobby. PR's got to really thread the needle though, and it's being considered. Nico holding on. That flank was really what the round lived or died upon. And with PR finding nothing, it might be another one of these rounds where just 1 kill in the right place decides the outcome.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say, at least GamerLegion weren't actually committed to top side when they're making that secret play happen, so they can play for retake, but Nico just slotting himself in there in that corner and hut is the perfect reposition that PR doesn't account for. GamerLegion forced to save on their first 4-buy, and even then, they're not safe yet. ZTR still got to run. Yeah, not sure about that one. I don't know what he expected.
Yeah, that's just a very out there area, isn't it?
That's a super
Especially
weird.
when, like, every gun you held onto made such a huge deal of difference to GamerLegion, right?
Ooh.
You're only at the 1900 loss at the end of that round, so there's no way to get that gun back. It's gone forever.
It's a super weird sign from ZTR. He's usually got a great head on his shoulders, great understanding. That's not a surprising bomb death on this map. You know there are only a few spots you can really save on, right? Back secret being one of them, which he could have gotten to in time. He's waiting for a kill that's never going to appear. Now GamerLegion try to force those kills. Smokes come down again. The lobby push is denied. And Falcons, as far as GamerLegion are aware, flying blind. Crossing secret, ducking under the shots, and the round that GamerLegion don't gamble on that B-bomb site is the round that Falcons make it happen. Calling has been clean for Kixon so far, decisive, yet not too fast.
No, and he's had their number so many times. I think for Kixon right now, he probably feels like he's reading them like a book. He is in full control over this game. I think even when you see ZTR die to the bomb in a round where you're not hunting, you know you're in his head. That serves as a very tangible thing to tell you that.
Yeah, you can have the lobby here. It's not going to make a world of difference. Magiska's on top of the roof. Might miss this timing, but easily done. just wants to keep alive here as Falcons have already won the round on this B-bomb site. Now they don't even feel safe to save. I mean, look at Magic's angle right now. He's not even letting them get T-spawn. This is ratty. Ramp is a nice move, but it may be where Falcons exit as well. This could be a bloodbath, and that's not what GamerLegion need right now. They need these guns.
Yeah, in particular, the AWP. That's the big ticket item they're looking to hold on to. Now the rifle would shore up the buy and make sure they have everything, but Nico is here to try and take these guns away. Can he make this an expensive round? No, we'll get caught looking the wrong way. So GamerLegion at least get out with 3 guns.
Still got to go back ramp for it.
Oh, wait. Kixan's now making his move as well. Showing ZTR how it's done, playing close to the site, plucks him out of the round again. That's 2 saves denied back-to-back for GamerLegion.
Yeah, I mean, they still got a buy right, they still got another reinvestment, they've still got that AWP at least, so you can brush it all off, forget about how these last couple of rounds have gone. Let's see what GamerLegion go for. Do they want to drop lower again? Bomb's been forgotten for Falcons.
Left back in spawn, so gonna have to be a bit of a slower round here. Groups of 4 back in the lobby. They'll leave the outside lurk to Nico.
He might have to go back. No, it's going to be Kixan instead.
Assuming that means you're getting the late outside smokes, right? If he already is to go back to the spawn to get the bomb. Nico gonna try and make it across. Spots that all back in garage. Now the smokes land. So already they can feel GamerLegion having to shuffle this defense around. m0NESY will open. PR bested in that head-to-head over towards ramp.
Great clear for m0NESY on and off angle was PR. But just walks out upper sight and he finds a kill for free. Maybe a bit of prep here on positions GamerLegion like to play. He hard cleared that angle. 4v3, full control of this round and the map. Falcons go out ramp.
GamerLegion are having to play very reactive, and so in these moments, you need something big. You need Rez to dig deep here, as he's the only player down on this lower site. ZTR will make it down in time to lend a helping hand here. Plays through the door, gets all the way in there alongside Kixan, and now tries to stick this. Taps on the bomb, baits the shots out. ZTR gets spammed to death. And so the attempt at something cheeky from the captain of GamerLegion does not come through.
It's, again, a little confusing. He taps it, but he doesn't move out the smoke, right? He's not even full sticking, but he's also still sitting on the bomb. Of course he gets spammed. A nice try for ZTR, but not meant to be in that post-one. I feel like a stick was his best option.
Kind of the play he'd set himself up for, right?
Yeah, no one near him, no one able to help him. A lot had to go right. Instead, it's Falcons just walking the walk, talking the talk, and taking 4 straight. I like that they get on the timeouts early. Something it felt like it was missing back on train, right? Went 6-0 down, got a couple of rounds in a row, but then still got broken back onto Eco by the end of the half. GamerLegion don't want to let this game just fly by. So Ash gets on the mic.
One of the things that Ash has always been very good at, and you see it in these GamerLegion comms, is having a great read on his players. He knows them well, the interpersonal side, right? And I think everyone in the room could tell that GamerLegion are feeling the pressure. ZTR with a bunch of moments thus far in this game that have made you scratch your head a little bit. And so a tall task ahead of Ash here to try and manage that and get their heads back in the game.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, there's only so much you can do, right? Your players have to perform, your players have to focus up. You can create an environment for them, but it's now or never for GamerLegion. Falcons haven't even decided to play an AWP in this T side. They don't need to. Honestly, he's just been hard entering ramp on his own. A lot of individuals making moves here for the Falcons that are all paying off right now.
It's also the scary bit. I don't feel like Falcons have had to delve particularly deep into the playbook thus far on the T side.
Nico's a nuisance in yard, pushing secret player back, and they just collapse on ramp in these rounds. Oh, spam through the smoke. That's something. ZTR opens up. They don't know about PR now. He can pop his head up and find a second kill. That's more like it for GamerLegion. A little bit of luck goes a long way.
Managed to find success in a round like this on the back of the timeout. You feel like maybe the game's back afoot and GamerLegion can look to warm up into this quarterfinal. 5-on-3 been delivered to them from these kills out in the yard, and Slen takes it one step further.
Just give ramp. You don't need this control. You've got a guy down B already, and repeating it to Monacy could be a big mistake, and GamerLegion realized that. Slen backing all the way out. Bomb loose. Nothing but the lobby. No getting out of here alive. And it's clean.
It's the first step in a very long journey for GamerLegion, but it comes on the back of a timeout. Chance to talk things through with Ash. ZTR with a smoke spam kill. Big stuff to open, help tee them up out in the yard. PR making his play as well. So finally, you know, not only does ZTR contribute to the round in terms of the output, but he calls that setup at the start. PR straight down through Secret, and it works wonders. For the first time really in this series, if you're GamerLegion, you feel like you've set a foot right. And so this is where they're gonna have to start building. Now we said so far for the Falcons, doesn't feel like they've been pushed, doesn't feel like they've had to reach into the playbook. Well, Kickstand's being very vocal in this timeout. He wants to stop GamerLegion from feeling like at any moment they were in control of this series. Straight away, Nico over the silo, trying to drop in. He'll crater. Caught on the spam. Magis makes it down the vent in the meantime. ZTR taken out of the round. Torsen will hold the line on this top side. Tesses doesn't get to move in. Now Magisk is the only tool at the disposal of the Falcons. Makes it down through Secret, and it doesn't look like GamerLegion are aware. All the way through this B site now, he's hot on their heels with the backstab, and Slend is looking the wrong way. This kill brings Falcons into a 3v3. It opens up the play into lower, and it lets Falcons know they've got the wall over GamerLegion's eyes right now.
Such a great move, and in the chaos of Nico falling, they didn't realize a player got down the vent. No idea for GamerLegion. They got to find out and scramble quickly. Call their jets in this 3v3. It's nice. Honesty backs up. He won't take much damage. GamerLegion move through. This door can be swung open whenever Magisk wants, and there's 3 players ready to clash with a Kalash down in lower. Double kill. GamerLegion locked out of the round in the post plant. Rez can try, but it's too tall a task.
Just have such a powerful post plant here, holding onto the double doors with all 3 players. There's nothing Rez can do. And that's frustrating, right? This guy's been having a unreal showing across Melbourne so far, but this one is just out of your hands. No individual prowess going to bring you back into that 1v3, and won't even get out with the AK. He's hunted down. So the victory is very short-lived for GamerLegion.
Really nice set play for Falcons just to have a guy down vent, and yeah, I think the Nico fall is a big distraction while all that goes on. They're putting pressure in the lobby. It looks silly, but he got caught by a wide swing behind the red. Nice check from the Jisk. Slendorb starting lower. Hoping the Falcons use these smokes, he might be right. They're crossing slow and steady. Waiting out the nades. That's a hell of a molly. Faking upper, Slend, will he waver?
He's on a good line for this AWP just to find one and get back, but it's Nico you're up against.
Yes.
Clean tap secures that foothold over lower. The AWP gone, never even gets to fire a bullet. And Monacy now at the front of the pack finds PR. Piece by piece, GamerLegion picked apart, and it's not even close. Rez once more is left looking on. Same exact position as last round. Just having to come to terms with the disparity between these teams.
And there are a lot of factors in this matchup, as we've already set up, right? Not just the stage and the pressure, but one thing that is so clear right now is Falcons are just hitting harder. They are shooting better. They are making it look easy. every kill on a plate. Magisk farming up our A site. Monacy clean entries on ramp. And that Nico peek onto the AWP. Nobody is safe.
I think the thing that's felt so scary about this game is it's not even like Falcons have really been like setting the pace or the pace or the precedent for how these rounds are going to get played. I think for the most part, they're letting GamerLegion play their setups, play their round, and just kind of searching solo on timings. That was like the first kind of cool out of spawn you've had in a while, with the outside smokes going down, crossing over towards Secret. Very clear picture as to how this round was going to play up.
Yeah, and I think worst case scenario for GamerLegion in terms of how they're starting both these maps, right? T-side train, not a fun place to be, but after they get walloped there in the previous map, they start CT-side Nuke, and I think I'd rather see GamerLegion's T-side on this map. They have some really nice ideas, they have cool smoke protocols, they like to move through the outside smokes really well, lots of different variations to condition counter-terrorists, so it's a shame they start CT when Falcons are feeling red hot. We're definitely seeing the effect of that now. It is a T-sided game at the moment. And Falcons, unstoppable form from these individuals.
I mean, in this round with the hero gun on the partial buy, these outside smokes just strike fear in the hearts of GamerLegion. They've got no presence there. They hear the sounds, they don't know what it means, they don't know what it's leading to. Falcons do cross with numbers over towards Secret.
Has been a big question, right? We've seen smokes into A hits, we've seen smokes into ramp contact, we've seen smokes into Secret. The signs are not clear for GamerLegion. Rez's hero rifle sitting idly by on that top site. He might get a bit of a test here. Tess is dropping in. No Secret players with the option to pull back, but Tess is being very loud about this. It does seem like a bit of a fake.
This is a good spot for the Mag 7. Torsen, good line, gonna find Nico down at lower.
Can they get up her in time?
Now they'll try and storm past the AK Rez. That's frustrating. Been waiting rounds to put his gun to work. Many saves. Finally in a position to do something with it, and dead straight away. Bomb plant found, GamerLegion arriving. No way to bring themselves back in. They need that opening kill. They've even got strong post plants here to the Falcons with Tessez up in the heavens. You know there's no win in this round. Slend will find him. That could serve to complicate matters here. You've lost a very, very strong post plant. But the resolve of the rest of Falcons is unquestionable. Monacy nails every single shot.
Bloody hell.
And so crisis averted, it matters not.
All smiles for the Falcons. It is just on rails right now. And this A site has proven to be continually weak. Only 1 or 2 players max when Falcons do go for the hits. They've never had the right stack. They've never had the right read. Even when the info comes through, killing Nico alone in Secret, it's not enough to get up vent in time. Falcons have already set up to win the round. This fear of lurkers is burrowing deep in the GamerLegion brains. Parasite to the mind.
After that timeout, Falcons sit back for a moment. They wait and see if GamerLegion bring the fight to them. Rez is in a more active position out in the yard. Not wanting to fly dark and operate on the unknowns here. They want the info ahead of time, and Nico might get found here. Looking like he was about to just start creeping past.
Of course he'll check it. It would be so Nico. The fake outside by breaking nades, hopefully helping. But Rez got spotted, or at least he forces that kill. That is something, but it won't last long. Unable to survive, Tessez stops him on his retreat.
This has been a game decided by those swing fights, and so Tessez, that trade is very important. It keeps this one even.
They want to
retake the yard here, do the Falcons.
So late in the round, you would not presume this to be the play for Falcons, and Kixon's going to try and supplement it by faking that top side. That might just draw all eyes for GamerLegion. The paranoia of that A play right now, everyone looking there, even the AWP has departed. Falcons get free control down lower. What a call. At 40 seconds to cross late outside, that's the last thing you're expecting. This might be another save.
Falcons just know they have GamerLegion so jumpy, so nervous, that they're going to fall for whatever tricks they level against them. PR makes it down here first, looking for that kill that brings GamerLegion in for a retake. But instead, it's bad to worse for GamerLegion. This AWP getting chased down.
Yes.
Tessez will deny the save. So it's right back to where we left off. Falcons beating up on GamerLegion. Maybe even looking to hunt here down the stretch. I mean, for the most part, Falcons have respected these saves. They've let GamerLegion get out with these guns.
It's certainly easy to call a good game when your individuals are looking as sharp as this, but I think some credit has to go Kixon's way, because these T-side rounds have just been perfect. Manipulating GamerLegion every step of the way. The crucial gun round here, when they go 4v4 to late take yard and go secret with no smokes, GamerLegion don't find out till it's too late. And in that position, the entire round rests on PR's success. He's unable to get a kill. You know it's done at that point. We're looking for another 9-3 first half for Team Falcons to shut this series down before it even begins.
I mean, this is a weird game for Nico, right? Like, he's smiling away, but it's not like he's had these fantastic individual moments on Nuke. He hasn't been required to.
Oh, well.
Finally gets his one there. The entry found out towards ramp, and the rest of Falcons, they completely changed the pace in this final round of the half. Very fast go at the lower take. Rez there, but just good for one. As Falcons storm the board, Kixon sends a message in the final round of this first half. You are playing at our mercy. This is our server. Slend and Torsen left to try and battle back in. But smoke's down, and they're not clearing for a moment yet. The players to be made by GamerLegion. Kixon will send us into that halftime. 4 kills deep, 9 rounds locked in. Domination from the Falcons. Falcons yet to break a sweat. It's all smiles on their side of the stage. A semi-final, but rounds away for the Falcons if they can get this one over the line. Convincing games thus far. For GamerLegion, this is a quarterfinal they would sooner forget. 3 rounds found in both halves. So the nerves get to them. And Kixan calls rings around them. They need this pistol now, and it's not started strong. Monacy's dualies double up. Torsen with the trade brings us back into a 3-on-3. There's at least a plant available here for GamerLegion.
Yeah, no overcommit to that Heaven fight. They just want the bomb down and post-plant positions. Make Falcons work for it here. Don't give it up on a silver platter. Retake utility coming in. The GamerLegion are up ahead of it.
Down, that's going to give a path open to get Nico through these vents. Tries to slip on through it. Kixan thins the herd. ZTR tapped out, and they know about Torsen at the back of the site. Nico trying to find this last player. Can't get around Slend, and it comes down to this 1v1. Kixan does not have the time, and so has to bow out of it. GamerLegion on the board in the pistol.
Doesn't even re-peek. Doesn't want to let Slend get that AUG money, I guess. It's not like he's saving anything, but it's a saved game, perhaps, for GamerLegion, finding a pistol after a dismal defensive half.
That's now both pistols for GamerLegion here on Nuke, and it does not make the scoreline any more pretty.
Don't say that. I don't feel good.
This at least allows them to close the distance a little bit more. Make this task feel a little less impossible, but it's the rifle rounds that were letting GamerLegion down. Winning just one of them in that first half. And even now, you've got this force buy to get round. Monacy starts us off with a tag. Scared as they try and cross through Secret. This scout continues to pepper up damage. More and more players get whittled down low.
Good time for a gamble. It just joins Nico down low, but they may feel like they have to play a bit aggressive here, force the kill. But they believe in the Secret Cross. They've seen players making it to be Molotov ready. Nico's got to commit. He's going to be forced forward by that. It lands very deep on the stairs. He plays off Magic's contact. Nico gets a triple. He's back in the server at the right time to win this force buy, and PR's got no bomb, no chance. 10 rounds to the Falcons. Nico just steals it away like that. Awkward Molotov. Sure, it goes deep, but doesn't uncover Nico until it's too late. And at least GamerLegion had the pistols, but now they don't even have the anti-eco.
Coming off of a period in Counter-Strike where the distance between top squads felt so close. This game serves to show us what a true disparity looks like. Falcons immediately replying with a force buy round win. GamerLegion now just have rounds left to play in this quarterfinal. They're left hinging on a force buy of their own. Coming from desperation, it's pistols, next to no util, and a hero gun for Torsen to turn the tide.
Yeah, it's safe to say that our expectations of Falcons do match the price that they spent on this team, but right now it's delivering. The true test was always going to be tomorrow. But in terms of teeing yourself up, this one is glorious. Barely a problem for Falcons. They're just going through the motions, and those motions are smooth. 5v3 now. Galil to be picked up if Monacy allows it.
And the whole game's felt on rails thus far. Monacy 2 kills deep already on this scout. What's to stop him shooting for a third? Clean stuff for Tesses over at ramp, and in the form he's in, he's not going to be dropping down. You're not going to be getting that room.
No.
ZTR, he will fight you every step of the way.
No reason to respect from the Falcons in this game. Don't offer them anything.
And I would say that's how they've played. And not even in the way that they've just been running at GamerLegion in the way that they've been prepared to let GamerLegion play their game. They've been prepared to let them have the starts of rounds, not have to worry about these set pieces from the Falcons, because I don't think they consider them to be a threat.
And annoyingly, at this point in the game, because GamerLegion lose a second round, if they actually want to play a rifle round, which they should, they have to eco till 12. I don't want to see GamerLegion reforcing here. I'd almost rather Rez dies. He's going to keep the gun, or try to have a fighting chance in that follow-up round. Indecision. Yet he will try and get out with one more chance.
Counter-terrorists win.
I mean, it doesn't feel rougher than this, right? If you're GamerLegion, that was your force buy in this quarter. That was one of the last proper attempts at this game that you're going to have. And for over a minute, Rez just sat in spawn, cowering as Falcons came and hunted him down.
Yeah, it's a doubtful debut here for the GamerLegion side on the stage. First time for 4 of these players. It is absolutely showing. This disparity clear with legends of the game, such as Nico, such as Monacy, such as Magisk. They don't feel that same burden, Quick to close are the Falcons on this top hit. Can anyone break the mold? Kicks and doubles up. There's no Molotov to reposition him. He comes flying in. And GamerLegion have nothing to show for the playoffs of Melbourne. They came in here with a bang, defeating FaZe 2-0, but they will leave with a whimper. Accept your fate, Slend.
Even with how he plays that top side, it's clear that Kicksand does not have room to respect GamerLegion on the agenda today. This is an incredibly dominant quarterfinal. One where, as we've said, doesn't even feel like Falcons have had to necessarily bring their A game. Very locked in on Monacy here for the second map. Wasn't a requirement to open the quarterfinal, but getting to flex on them on Nuke. And so this is it for GamerLegion. This is their last buy. It's a collection of Tech 9s, a fast call down towards Secret. They at least have the space, but they don't have the firepower, don't have the manpower, don't have the grit for this as Tessez drops on in. The beginning of the end. 4 kills away from those semi-finals are the Falcons. And they'll look to pick it up how this entire series has gone. Composed, cool, not feeling the pressure. A pit in the stomach of GamerLegion, and a pit opens under them on the stage as it looks to swallow them whole. On that defuse, Slend won't have a chance to stop this, and so Falcons stick at semi-finals secured. And that sleeping giant of the Falcons, well and truly awake now, back-to-back playoffs, into those semis, and after the gargantuan signing of Monacy and Nico, this team taking shape and looking to do damage.
Yeah, who's going to stop them? That's a question. They got Mouse waiting for them in that semi-final, a matchup that we've seen Mouse come out of 4 out of 5 times the better, but this is a new Falcons. This is a new look. These are higher expectations, and we have them for good reason. Falcons playing to win, not even breaking a sweat, not even needing their A game. On fire here in Australia. Could they be a title contender?
I mean, they are a very experienced roster. You want them to do their best work on the stage, and this couldn't have been a better matchup for us to get to see that. This was so one-sided. They were in full control throughout. It's a very strong showing from the Falcons on the big stage.
Yeah, that's an easy.
Well, there you go. What a great game already. Seeing Falcons absolutely explode out of the gates. I had to grab Kixan because, mate, obviously, GamerLegion, they didn't really seem like they had a chance in that one, right? So I suppose for you, what was the game plan coming into this one for the boys?
Well, we didn't have too much time to prepare. I mean, we've had only a few days of practice with Monesi, but yeah, I think we just tried to play our game, play with a lot of confidence, and we tried to not think too much about the arena and the crowd. We just tried to take it in a positive way, and I think it helped us a lot.
Well, clearly the arena really loves you guys so far. We could definitely see that. But I guess for me, the obvious question is the addition of Monesi, right? You know, how has he integrated into the team so far? It looked like it's gone very quickly.
Yeah, I think he's adapting really well to the team. He's bringing a lot of things to the team. He has good communication. He's bringing a lot of initiative. He's helping in the mid-round. So far, I can just say positive things about him.
Fantastic, mate. Now, Mouse, next. Are you guys prepared for that one?
Yeah, I hope so. I think we played them, like in the last few months, we played them a few times. We kind of know how they play, so I'm hoping for a good game.
Awesome. Well, I'll let you guys go celebrate because I think I've actually got Tessus up over on the desk later. So GG, mate, and all the best.
Thank you.
Thank you. Alrighty. We need to hear from Tessus.
Conky with the spoilers. Shocker, yes, Tessus will be joining us up here shortly, so I'm told. And for the Falcons, they're going straight to that Simon.
They are. They were by far the better team in this matchup. Unfortunately, GamerLegion were not able to put up any sort of fight. Again, you can argue the beginning of Nuke. Maybe it could have been slightly closer had GamerLegion capitalized on some of the opportunities they had, but let's be honest, Janko, Falcons were miles ahead in this game, and with the way they're playing Counter-Strike, with the way they conducted themselves today, I think any team here in Melbourne should be fearful.
Yeah, absolutely. It was never in doubt, you know, who the better team was in this one. GamerLegion even won both pistols, right? It didn't really matter all that much. 13-4 for Falcons on this one. In the first gun round at CT, they tried to be aggressive with the MP9s. Falcons was ready for it. It seemed like they were ready for whatever, you know, GamerLegion had in store for them.
Falcons are ready. Tessus, I think, is ready. How's it going, Tessus? Congratulations, buddy.
Yeah, thank you. It's going great. What a quarterfinal. It was nice.
Yeah, how nice is it to win all the pistols in the first map and then none in the second and still win?
Yeah, still win, yeah. It was pretty comfortable. Yeah, it was smooth.
I wanted to ask you about that first map. You know, you had a very good string of rounds towards the end of first half, very confident, taking the fights, peaking. Can you compare yourself, what it's like now for yourself as an individual compared to, let's say, the heroic times, but also where you were really good? You know, what's the difference there? How much do you feel like you've evolved as a player?
I think just the self-belief, the confidence I have in myself and relying on my own opinions and just going out there and giving it my all, no matter what. And I think that's the biggest difference. And also being able to be comfortable in any certain environment. I don't feel the pressure that much compared to younger days, so that's the difference.
Speaking of this game, Tessus, there was no real pressure applied to you guys. I felt like you were winning from the get-go. A couple of rounds on train where you saved your team, made sure that the game never got close. Were you surprised that GamerLegion weren't able to put up a better fight against you guys today?
Last time in the quarterfinals, we also, as I remember, beat them quite comfortably, but they really smashed us in the group stage previous tournament. So yeah, we were maybe looking forward to a close game where they would actually pressure us. But I think we had a good game plan and good read on them, and you could feel that they had a game plan and kind of disrupted it and read it in the server. So. Yeah.
Speaking of pressure, right? You're now playing in Falcons. You got your Nico next to you, you got your Monesi next to you, you got Sonic behind you. There's a lot of expectations attached to you guys, and you yourself as a player as well must feel that pressure. Is it easy for you to still maintain your level and thrive in that environment, or is it something you find difficult?
It was difficult in the beginning. Also, when Monesi kind of entered, it's kind of lifting something off my shoulders a little bit, and I can feel that there's a little bit difference. And also, Falcons is a team that really just want to win trophies after trophies, and you can feel that they have very high expectations compared to my previous team, where you kind of would get a little bit longer leash to perform and have a lot more time, and the pressure is on. And to be honest, it's something new for me, and I like it.
How do you feel about where you guys stand right now? Because obviously you won Bucharest, played really well, but then Monesi comes in. It's going to take time. No matter how good he is or familiar with Nico, it's going to take time for him to get adjusted. But then you go and have a really close game against Vitality, where it almost felt like you guys lost it more than they wanted. So how do you feel about where you're at now in the scene, or your chances to potentially cause an upset here in Melbourne?
Yeah. As you say, it's kind of hard to just expect to go win trophies because you get Monesi. There's all these small connections in the game. You have to get used to him, and he has to get used to us. And we cannot perform on the highest level right now, but it will come in the future. And we have really high expectations and beliefs in this team, also before the major. We really believe that we can go and lift trophies and also the major. But yeah, big upgrade, and already now we show that we are competitive, and we're just going to see how far we can go.
It's always fun to hear from players, you know, when they get to play with one of these greatest players of all time, kind of types in Nico joining Falcons, but now also Monesi coming in, you know, a player that with time will be considered one of the best ever to touch the game. You've been practicing with him, you've been playing with him. Is he as insane as we see all the time also in practice, and is that something you can learn from, and does it motivate you to watch that?
Of course, like watching him play is a joy, and when he's clutching, when he's talking, when he's dead, basically everything he's doing, it's so good for the team. He does so much, and also especially today, I remember 3, 4, 5 situations where he's dead and he's kind of taking control of those alive, where it's really hectic. For example, on the pistol round on the train T side, where we're running out of pop, and we want to take like the gap backline control, but then we know all three is there, and Nico is instantly screaming, take connector, like CT Con, and this is the small things he's doing and helping with the team.
So Jacob had started a conversation up here. I think now's the most appropriate time to ask you about Danish Counter-Strike. Is there anything you want to throw in there? I mean, it just makes sense, right?
I think we have to step up, boys. That's it.
Yeah, okay. Well, look, you guys got Mouse in front of you. Exciting. What do you do now? Go home and then you keep working with what you got today?
Yeah, like we have some revenge to take against Mouse, and it's a fun matchup. And usually the games are pretty close, and we like to play against them. It's going to be a banger, I hope. So hopefully some more entertaining.
What about the other quarterfinal? Mongols versus Liquid, you got a favorite in that one?
It's hard to say. I think, unfortunately, Mongols is a little bit on the way down, had a little small dip. Yeah. So I think it's actually going to be a very close game.
Well, how about this, man? There's a room full of people around here. I don't know if you noticed. There's a lot of other people in this room. Is there anything you want to tell them now that they can hear you?
Guys, keep showing up, and it's been a pleasure to play in front of you today, but let's bring it more up tomorrow. Let's fucking go, boys.
There we go. There it is. All right, that's Tessis from the Falcons. Thank you very much, Tessis. Yes, it is the Falcons moving on. They have absolutely pulverized GamerLegion today. A total of 7 rounds on the GamerLegion side. Not going to be enough to win you a match at the very minimum. It turns out it takes about 13 these days, so.
Yeah, I'm a little bit sad on behalf of the crowd. Obviously, we have another quarterfinal coming up, but I do hope that we get a better game, a more competitive game, a game that allows for the people inside this arena, but also for the people at home to have a good time and enjoy a bit of close, competitive Counter-Strike. And if anything, I think we said it in the agreement as well, don't really blame GamerLegion for this. Blame FaZe for not beating them in the group stage, because the FaZe versus Falcons game could have been different and would have been much closer. As for GamerLegion, maybe they're not there yet, Maybe there's a limitation to how good they can be.
No, of course. I mean, and also, let's be realistic. Falcons are a team built to win championships, have veteran experienced players on the lineup. GamerLegion are just, a lot of these players are on the start of their journey as a professional players. PR was 6 months ago on an academy team, right? So I think all this experience will mean a lot to them, and I think down the line we might see them slowly but surely being able to, put up a better fight in some of these games once they get everything figured out.
So I was just looking online. There's a dismantling of GamerLegion montage put together here. Let's start with round number 8. What are some of the things we're picking out here? What do we see?
I mean, we're watching Falcons just taking charge of the game. Again, you can argue the game is somewhat close here, 4-3. GamerLegion, you win this round, you stay competitive, you stay in the game. Falcon plays with an awful lot of pace. Nico decides to kill himself. That happens sometimes, but still the pace is being kept up by Magix. And one thing Falcons did over and over and over, Janko, was hitting the lower bomb site. They always had personal down there, and GamerLegion couldn't handle.
But here is also where the, maybe some of the inexperience or the commotion that happens in TeamSpeak comes back to haunt GamerLegion. They're completely unawares about Magix possibly going down vents, right? And that's what turns this round around completely for Falcons. They're able to take control of B, get all the remainder kills, and turn around a 4v5 situation.
Yeah, and you think to yourself, all right, GamerLegion, you can't really afford to lose that round. We fast forward into round 9. Again, they go towards the lower bomb side. Slint gets absolutely annihilated, and Falcon is just picking GamerLegion apart. Again, it's almost like Train. The game could have been close. There was moments here in the first half where GamerLegion could have capitalized a little bit, or at least given us a false sense of security that maybe, just maybe, they could apply some pressure, but they never picked it up, Trace. They never got the job done.
Yeah, we were never going to go to Mirage. Not at that rate. There's absolutely no way 7 rounds in a series we're going to Mirage, not even needing that third match.
I think if anything, this makes the semifinal tomorrow very exciting, right? Between Falcons and MOUZ, because MOUZ, undisputed the second best team in the world this year, and Falcons on the rise recently, played some very, very good Counter-Strike. So I think, yeah, today wasn't very close, but tomorrow I think we're in for a banger.
Oh, gotta be. Absolutely have to be. Speaking of bangers, I got a couple for you right here. It's the DHL MVP vote. Yep, that's right. It's your DHL MVP. I'm going to have to ask all of you at home to use those Twitch channel points to get that vote into chat so that at the conclusion of the grand final, we can hear, or better yet, speak to one of these individuals right up here on the desk itself. Now, our admissions now for that DHL MVP, we're looking at a guy like Tessus. Man's like Tessus.
Yeah, I mean, it's early on, obviously, but Tessus had a fantastic showing here in the quarterfinal. And as we spoke about, potentially also playing for staying within the Falcons lineup. They are looking to win trophies tournament after tournament. And if he shows up like this, you cannot afford to kick Tessus.
Surprise, surprise, Yanko, Nico.
Yeah, absolutely. Had a great first map on Train, especially at the start of the first half, set the tone for his team, took care of business on this one, couple of nice shots on T side of Falcons. He's going to be up there with the rest of them.
I hate to do it to this guy, but obviously Monesi is part of this, but I think you could have put Yanko on the server and Falcons would still have won the same amount of rounds they won today.
Wow, that makes me sound like I'm terrible. What?
Well, maybe you are.
That's pretty good,
maybe
man.
you are. Maybe
You'd be surprised, Jacob. 2-time 1v1 champion at Pro League, all right?
Is that your biggest accolade? Is that's the one you pull out?
That and the Zotac Championship.
Hey, I lost on land, not far from here, probably a lot closer from here than it would be at home. Nonetheless, we've been there, we've done that, and now I have to ask you to use those channel points to vote for your DHL MVP. Yeah, you got your candidates, Tessus, Nico, Monesi, and a Ribbon and Bo we can put on this matchup. One that's sending Falcons forward, and they continue to take flight. I think that goes without saying today.
I mean, Yanko said it himself, right? The Falcons playing so well today, that sets us up for a great semifinal tomorrow. I think the level of Counter-Strike they've been able to display here at Melbourne has been great. You said it yourself as well, that against Vitality, you could have made the case they should have won that game. So if I'm MOUZ sitting at the hotel right now, I was obviously watching this game, you're preparing for Falcons, but they have to show up tomorrow in order to shut down the likes of Nico, Monesi, and Tessus for that matter. So yeah, maybe a bit of a boring quarterfinal, but at least it sets us up great for tomorrow.
It's a rematch of the Cluj Grand Final, right? And that's where when some of the MOUZ individuals stepped up, Exertion most notably, and were able to get them over the finish line. You have to have more of that tomorrow if you're going to have the same success.
Tomorrow's tomorrow, today is today. And I know that's all eloquent and poetic and whatnot, but we do have to take a little bit of a break because we do have another quarterfinal in front of us. If you can't believe it, Liquid back in Aringa. The Mongols trying to do the same thing. So we'll get to that quick break. We're going to see what Liquid and the Mongols have for us on the other side. BRB.
Hi, it's Bob with Face It. The official broadcast is better than ever on Face It Watch. Yep, that's right. Switch it up with the POV selector. 4 angles, your choice. From the main broadcast to your favourite player's view. And it's available on the Face It app and Chromecast. But wait, there's more. Keep watching, keep winning. That's how we roll. Watch IEM Melbourne while having the chance to get skins and Face It points. Look at this beauty. Change the channel and control how you watch.
This is a hard question. Caramel?
No. I wrote pistachio.
Okay.
But I would not get this.
Yeah, for sure.
Haven't been out eating that much ice cream, so couldn't have known.
It's between two things, but it's hard to say. Need to guess one? Spend time with your girlfriend?
I wrote spend time with girlfriend, friends, and family. It's correct. I consider that correct. Yeah.
It's hard to guess because I think you have one ESL event, but online. And knowing you wouldn't choose that one. You would choose something on LAN. IEM Rio.
Yeah. I wrote Rio. Rio will always be a special place. We've been playing finals there, and the crowd there is next level, so unforgettable. I'm ready.
It's a country, like, right?
Yeah.
I don't remember what you've told me to be.
No, but I think I was at like open forum to everyone. But
Japan?
It's also actually one of them, yeah. But I wrote Iceland.
Okay. Yeah, you actually said it, I think. Now I remember.
Yeah.
I don't know, it's gonna be hard to guess this one. You're saying many things. Yeah. It was a long one.
Yes, but I don't know. What else?
Let's fucking go, boys.
I wrote have some fun and shoot some heads. It's also
I actually heard it.
Yeah, I've said it sometimes, but it's not like every time.
Shoot some heads, I've heard it
Yeah.
for sure. This is a hard question.
Something with finance. Don't know if it's like accountant or banker or whatever it is. Or footballer. Okay, mate.
No, honestly, it was either footballer or what you just said,
Yeah.
like something with the finance and banks, because that's what I studied. But
Yeah.
if I had to choose between these two, I'd rather.
If you had to choose, yes.
I mean,
Yeah, fair enough. I have no idea. You don't really say, oh, this map is so shit. I'll say Nuke. Anubis. Yeah, we're not playing it a lot, but yeah, it is.
like I never had a map that I really hated. So usually the map I don't like is the one I don't play.
Yeah.
Like in the past I hated Nuke when I didn't play it.
Yeah.
Now I hate Anubis.
Yeah. Yeah, good luck with writing all of that. I think there's a lot of options, but I'm guessing a new house.
Correct.
Yes. Well done. You have this one already. So I hope you would choose that at least. A dog.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, I have a dog, so.
I don't even know what skin your AK has, but I'm guessing it's that one.
No.
Oh.
Like honestly, I never cared too much about skins, but I always liked how Asimovs looked. I don't even have Asimov right now, but I still like it. So
Yeah.
I'm not a skins guy. So.
Yeah.
Jason Rogan podcast, check it out.
The Jason Rogan Experience.
Counter-Strike by day, Jason Rogan podcast by night.
All right, welcome to the Jason Rogan Experience. As a man, obviously, who's very obsessed with what he puts into his body, being that my body is a temple, I'm excited to have you here because we obviously get to talk to someone who's been so good in terms of not aging.
Yeah.
How have you managed to stay so long as the young veteran?
I mean, I think I put a lot of effort in my health and keep my face really young as it is.
I can tell.
Yeah. So I think a big part of it is probably my resident here in Sweden, living in Sweden, trying to stay away from the sunlight as much as possible.
Yeah.
Staying indoors, playing a lot of online tournaments. Like I don't try to go out ever. Almost, I stay inside, keep away from the sun to keep myself young.
It's an interesting strategy too, because a lot of people try and qualify to stay in more events and go deeper in tournaments. But you're sitting there like you can lengthen your career if you just don't go deep into the playoffs.
Yeah, I don't understand like why people don't focus more on this. Like this is like the most important thing in life. I think just looking young.
And they're putting a lot of mileage on their bodies. Mileage you obviously don't have to carry with you, which is great.
Yeah. Like, I think this is the most important part of me. Like this is what defines me.
Can we talk about diet a little bit? Because out here in Sweden, obviously, you guys have this beautiful land and known for your moose meat.
That's an important point, actually. I think I usually, like on weekends, after we play our online qualifiers, I usually go out hunting with my friends. That's a big part of like keeping my body as it is.
Right. Yeah. Now, talk to me a little bit about the whole fish thing. You guys have this fermented fish. I imagine that has to do something with keeping the skin clear. All that fish oil. You don't even take the supplement. You just get it right from the can.
No, I go to the sea.
Oh, really?
Fish it. Yes, I fish like straight from the source, and I eat it raw.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Okay.
That's how I like it.
Now, I would say, like, for me, have you ever looked into, like, stem cells? So for me, like, I'm really a big fan, a big proponent of stem cells. I'm a big proponent of the ice bath in the morning. You're talking about the moose meat. I've had that as well. All of this seems to just do great stuff for keeping the longevity of how you're looking young, which is something that you've been able to accomplish.
Stem cells, I don't believe in that much. I would say it's probably just the Swedish atmosphere is all you need.
Now, one thing that I've heard, that this has been a little bit of a conspiracy, but I wanted to talk to you about it. You were in the NIP roster for so long, while Swedish Counter-Strike was struggling to bring in new players and new people. Now, I've heard that you have some kind of a thing going on where you actually kind of take the power, the life force of the younger Swedish players coming up to the scene to make yourself a little bit more powerful in longevity.
Like when I play with young players, I try to always, the first thing I look at when I get a new young prodigy in my team is like, how do they keep themselves young?
And if you take that away from them, then all of a sudden you will get to reap all the rewards.
Yeah, of course. I think that's the point of everything, and for my career.
Well, that's beautiful. I think you've done a great job.
Thank you.
Keep going. Keep it up. Stay young.
I will.
Jason Rogan Podcast, check it out.
The Jason Rogan Experience.
Counter-Strike by day, Jason Rogan Podcast by night.
We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. Ridden got me skanking, had me feeling like I'm Fred Astaire. Bread was kinda short, but I was smelling like a millionaire. Claimed their opposition when we stepped in, they were running scared. Man, we're louding up the atmosphere. Too much chatty, too much catty. I just lit a fatty and it came from Cali. I'm already here. I was in the clouds, I don't ever take the stairs. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. This another level, this one over here is very rare. This another level, this one over here is very rare. I was in the corner sweating till the lights came. Man, don't ever sleep, step out on this night train. Right brain, man will blow your mind like a migraine. I was busting up these spots, pulling something out my socks. Man was shuffling out of blocks, phone and vibrate. I don't need to talk to Frank, I did it my way. Never slipping, never tripping, never violate. We don't gas around here, we on a higher rate. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare.
Alex, how do you like to start your day?
Ooh, me, I wake up, shower, Counter-Strike.
So you like to start your day with a boost?
Yeah, you could say that.
Sponge?
Whoa, magic, thank you. I guess it's true what they say. Nowhere does coffee like Melbourne. Wait a minute. Are you going to give me a tour of Melbourne with Counter-Strike puns?
Yeah, follow me. When it comes to being a fan of Counter-Strike, no city offers more than Melbourne. Whether it's your first time on the server or you know all the call-outs, Melbourne offers world-class sites.
Am I not going to get stung, bitten, eaten, or poisoned?
Nah, you're drongo. I wouldn't put you in any danger. This isn't the Outback. You want to make a trade?
You're going to entry?
This city's home to several historical markets like this one. This is the Queen Victoria Market in the centre of the Melbourne CBD. It's been around for almost as long as the city itself, late 1800s. If you head out here on the weekend, it's going to be hustle and bustle. You're going to get yourself food, there's produce, you get yourself some jeans, some records, books, whatever you can possibly think of will be out here. You can shop to your heart's content, or you can get something to eat. If you're after something casual, they got plenty of stuff for that. You get pies, or maybe something a little bit more premier.
You seeing that spray control?
Melbourne is a mecca for street and stencil art. There's lanes like this all over the city. You've got Hosier Lane, you've got yourself AC/DC Lane. Right now we're in Presgrave Place. So all over the city of Melbourne, you'll find places like this.
It's beautiful, it's awesome.
Yeah, well, Alex, got a question for you.
Yeah?
What's the first rule of Counter-Strike?
First rule of Counter-Strike. Clutch or kick.
Lots of kicking in here, Alex. Aussie Rules Football, Australia's game. Been 128 years, founded here in Victoria. They got 10 teams, and it all started when Bruce said, let's just pick up the ball. We got St Kilda, we got Western Bulldogs, and it's about to go down.
Oh, a boat. You do fail to see a CS pun coming.
Yeah, look, mate, I'll be honest, I got nothing. I just really like boats. But we take a look at that.
Penguins. Baby penguins.
They're called little blues, Alex. They're the smallest penguins in the world. Also known as fairy penguins. They mate for life. The ultimate wingman, am I right?
Aww, that's cute.
Let's see. Bomb some nades in mid. Misha minus.
What about auto fisher?
Misha minus 20 like damage like usual.
Is it?
We fight mid. Misha dead.
Fucking shit.
Valera dead.
It's a bad round to this.
Bro, yeah, it's bad flashes. Next round.
We already fucked up station because we lost two players in middle, we have guy in window.
Wait, how do we win this round? It's impossible to win this round. They have guy window, they have Phoebe, we have no clue about it.
I know how we win this round because I see Justic in Donut.
Oh, is that round? Yes, I remember. Okay.
And they did mistake, that's all.
Yes. I think most of the rounds that you win like this, it's because of their enemy team mistake.
Yes, they freeze.
Sometimes you fish for that.
They freeze for a long time, and Alexei killed Banana.
Oh yeah.
I think not good angle for Ilya.
Full chill him. But if Alexei dies, it's over already. I mean, it's over.
Actually, he distracted on something.
Minus Alexei. And Marvel kills Sigurd or what?
Yeah.
Ouch. Marvel's now. Wait, I remember their comms, I think. He last B. I think I remember their comms. I think I watched their middle.
I for sure was pretty sure that they will not go B. Because I even said to him that maybe they will go A. Because they know.
Yeah, they know he's a B player, but still, like, I don't know, they killed to B, and then I remember that we were saying something like, what are they doing? Maybe something like that. I mean, after we scream like nice and stuff. As a dead players, we see more because we can switch between the players, and then if someone is quiet, for example, if Justic is quiet now on Donut, maybe we will speak for him like, I don't know, they cannot be A because we heard 2 or 3 B. We knew already from middle that there's one guy who flashed as well. So we can help with some details, you know?
we're back with something a little bit different for a role swap. We're here in Melbourne. I'm here with Doyle from Blender Studios, is that correct?
That's right. What up, Chad? Welcome to Melbourne's famous laneways.
Well, where are we right now?
This is Presgrove Place. The laneways in Melbourne are the cultural veins of our city.
What does it take to be a street artist?
Well, we all started out as little punks. We grew, and now we get to do murals and do amazing stuff.
Okay, well, we got two players from Na'Vi who are going to be joining us right now. We got JL and Alexi B. Now, Counter-Strike, I'm not sure if you're aware of it, it is a game which can torment the soul. Is that going to help them with art today?
I think so. I think the detail that they have to get to be at this level will probably come in quite handy when it comes to doing the detail in their art.
Today, getting them involved in a bit of street art with the cans in hand. What do you want to show them?
We're just going to go through a couple of simple techniques, kind of how the can works, and yeah, how to paint something from start to finish. Usually finish it off by putting up a little tag, anything like that.
See, you guys should be able to have that. Your signatures from in-game.
I mean, yeah.
That you should be able to smash. What spray are you using in-game right now?
I like the smiley face.
Yeah, right, with the things coming off his head?
Basic smiley face, yeah, I could try to do that.
That's pretty straightforward. Yeah. Well, what are you using, JL? Probably something like Welcome to the Clutch.
I used to have it sometimes, yes. The thing is, I would always buy those tickets for the tournament, but whenever I clutch, the adrenaline is so high, the last thing I'm thinking about is choosing the graffiti.
Well, now you got lots of time to think about it. That'd be a hard one to do, though.
Yeah, this is a bit too hard.
How do you think they're going to go?
I think you did great, man. Yeah, just give it your best shot. Have a play around and have some fun. It's meant to be quite liberating. Just flow with it, enjoy it. It's all about the movement as well. Just, yeah, get into it.
So I got the logo from the Rio as inspiration, but we're not to copy that because we're here in Melbourne, and Melbourne has its own unique style. So I'll give you guys this to look at, and I'll turn your boards around, and you guys can get started.
Should we get into it?
Yeah.
Let's do it.
I'm ready.
Yeah, what do you reckon, Doyle? JL's gone his own interpretation of the logo by the looks of things. Alexi's gone a bit more, I would say, traditional. What do you make of what JL's brought to the table here?
Well, I think they went about it very differently. JL sort of came in with the sketch at the start and then filled it and then did the outlines. Alexi came in and did it as a box and then worked backwards with the black. They're both good for different reasons. I'm quite impressed how good these guys are. I've done this many times with many different sort of superstars like these guys, and I got to say, the confidence that JL showed and Alexi is quite interesting. I feel like Alexi had a lot of the artist's hand, whereas JL tended to do most of his on his own. So if I have to give the booby prize to someone, I'm going to give it to JL. What up, man? You nailed it, you punk. Good work, man. Stay cool. Stay in school.
You think you got a career in this?
Career? Maybe no.
Yeah, but you're going to do this, maybe get out an easel at home, get painting. What do you reckon? Buy some cans?
That was hella fun. And actually, yeah, learning it would be very, very amazing.
Yeah?
Yeah. I don't feel like I have the artist in me, but with practice, I think you can become an artist.
Alexi, what do you make of the whole experience?
It's nice, actually.
Yeah?
Yeah. It was nice looking at the master.
Well, what did you learn, right? You were with knowledge the whole time.
I mean, I think that you need to do it a bit more than what.
Sure, it needs a bit more practice.
Yeah, you need to move your whole body.
Move your whole body?
When I watched him, it's like using his knees, very straight lines. And for me, it's just like, couldn't get it correct, yeah.
All right, let me talk to the master himself. How do you think Alexi went, mate?
I think he did really well. We had a bit of fun with kind of filling in the yellow there, so we just had some real fun kind of spritzing it, doing a kind of hippie feel. I taught him some kind of 3D techniques on the smiley face. Yeah, I hope he kind of learned a lot and he did really well. So.
Yeah, nice. All right, thank you very much for your time.
Nah, all good. More than welcome.
It's Twist. Now, you're back to full-time fragging. How's the transition been?
Great. It's very good. It's nice to play with Camille. He's a great caller. Yeah.
And in terms of your approach, getting used to not having to IGL anymore, has anything, had to change in terms of the mindset, the communication?
No, I think I'm just better at being the secondary voice now than I was before.
And how much calling are you doing?
Usually just mid-round stuff along with nerds. So yeah, I mean, in this team we have a lot of vocal people that are allowed to chime in to the rounds. But yeah, I would say I'm still pretty talkative.
And in terms of Shuey, what do you think his strengths are?
Very composed, very calm captain, and he gets hyped as well.
Excellent. Good luck.
Thank you.
Well, we've heard from Twist, and now I want to hear from you, Australia. Just a few questions. Is Henry a wanker? Are we ready for another quarterfinal? And what do we say to Doyle? All right, now we can start cooking with gas. I've got Josh Nissan here with me. I've got Yanko down in the end. We're ready to walk into Liquid v Mongols. Gentlemen, here we go.
Here we go, Trace. These two teams played each other a lot this year. Obviously, Liquid coming off of a roster change, bringing Shui in. I think Mongols coming in of a role change within the team. Techno, I don't think he's just changing his seating position. I think he's taking over the in-game leading duties as well, but we'll see down the line whether that proves to be true or not. And Mongols have just had Liquid's number all year long.
That's all about to change, though. I think this is a good change that Liquid made. Instead, you can say whatever you want about whatever you're looking at for the side of the Mongols. Oh yeah, Techno's calling now. Well, he's still lurking on the sides of the map, but we're bringing in an in-game leader in the side of Shui, in the form of Shui, for the side of Liquid, and they're looking kind of revitalized a little bit.
Check this out. I just read the shirt. He's not here. Obviously, JKS.
Who knows?
Who knows? He might be here. Actually, he might be wearing one of those shirts. We'll never know. But point being,
yes.
The point being,
what's the point?
At least where we see the stature of both teams, I want to pick it up right where the Mongols are and how they do in arenas. Like how do we classify them when it comes to playing on these big stages?
I mean, that's where they had their struggles, right? They have one arena win in Katowice. That was against the ex-Eternal Fire team, now Aurora, right? And those are the only guys who choke more than them on a stage. So outside of that, it hasn't really been that hot. I mean, Mouse, that was a comeback they gave up, right? The Mongols in the game, losing to Astralis in an arena. They're a better team than Astralis. So it's just been a couple of times really not playing up to their level when it comes to this stage of the tournament.
It's fitting that they're playing Team Liquid. You talk about choking, it's kind of synonymous, going hand in hand. But yeah, when you see, and we just saw that from GamerLegion this previous match as well, when you have that lack of experience going into these arenas, it's a completely different beast, and you'll be going through all the motions in practice of being at a certain time in the round, and you're in a certain position, but here you got all those nerves, and everyone is suddenly so scared, and you don't have any control over the game or the situation, and you don't know how to crawl yourself back in.
It has to be remembered, right? The Mongols are a very young team, and I think that plays a little bit of a part in it. The other one is experience, but eventually it has to start getting better, Now it's been a couple of big games. You have Shanghai, you have Katowice, you have Cluj. These are big arenas, a lot of people. So you have to start showing to yourself really that you can be composed, that you can have poise on the stage. Otherwise, you have to look at finding players who can.
When you talk about age and experience, I mean, that's kind of one and the same because you can't teach experience. So it's one of those things that you just have to go through and acquire and accumulate over time. And when you have players so young, the average age is 20, I think Mazzinho's 17. So when you have players that haven't really experienced any of this stuff, they need to learn how it takes to get over a loss, a tough loss, how you get over the nerves of the crowd being there cheering for the other team maybe. So just developing all of these, just anything to get you to that next level. And also when you look at players like Senzu, who does so well to spearhead their way into every round, when he drops off a little bit, when he goes against a top 10 or top 5 team, it's going to make things much more difficult because when you're in the arena, you're not facing against random teams, you're facing against the best.
And Yanko, I think he's trying to say also an exposure to composure, right? Like you've been forced to be in this element, in this environment to perform under these pressured situations. And the only way to really acclimate yourself to that is to constantly be exposed to it.
Yeah, and it transpires one or two ways, right? Some guys get a little bit nervous, start maybe overcoming, start talking too much, start being a little bit too loud in their comms, or you have the complete opposite where they just shut down a little bit and don't communicate enough, or even don't react to the information, don't receive well the communication that's going on, and are just left a little bit too static. And after a couple of times, you have to sort of, okay, this is how it is, this is what happens, and you have to fight through that.
Yeah, fighting through it, I'd have to fight through this too, I'm not going to lie. I absolutely have to fight through that. Oh, Lord, have mercy on their soul. Hey,
sloppy one. It's a shower.
It's not ideal. I know that much. I want to talk a little bit about where this goes in terms of the VRS, because that's not something that we've had to quantify last time we were down under, but now things are a lot different.
I think the big issue here is because both of these teams, the next game is against Vitality. You don't imagine they're going to be able to go further than that. And at this moment in time, I think it's also important. You see Mongols after a couple of losses, it gets tougher and tougher. Liquid on the other side of things, I mean, they're on the brink of invites for the future, but not only that, VRS matters right now for seeding in other tournaments. If every tournament you play, you have to go up against Vitality or Mouse in the first round, you're not going to see a lot of arenas, you're not going to see a lot of playoffs. So every win matters in that sense to help you get a quote-unquote easier start in your game.
Having said that, I would love to see Shui going against Maus though on this Liquid roster at some point in the future, but you're absolutely right when it comes to the VRS points and the seedings. You never want to go against Vitality because right now they're slamming everybody. They've almost made it a Grand Slam. You like that one? Just for you.
I do like that. I really very much like that, especially for Vitality, obviously very much on the cusp of that. And that is who you get to play after this. So ultimately, you do get that fun experience regardless.
Yeah, and I think for Liquid, in this tournament, beating Navi was a huge deal, right? Because Navi is a team that hasn't changed the roster in a long, long time. And Liquid in the last year or so has struggled to beat the top 5 teams. I know Navi isn't ranked top 5, but still, they're one of those teams that was very, very good last year that Liquid struggled against. So getting over a hump like that so early on in the iteration of this roster with Shui, I think it's great. Getting to be in front of an arena, in front of a crowd again is great for players like Twists, like Nerds, and especially for someone like Naf, who's, there's no hiding it, been in a slump. He's had a terrible year according to his standards, right? And can argue what the reasons for that are, but I think he's a much better player than he's playing right now, and I feel like with this roster, with a little bit of time, he can showcase that again.
I think when I look at a player like Naf, if we just stick on him for a second, it's that we had to make a decision. Are we going to remove JKS or Naf? That was kind of what the community opinion was. They had some sort of issues with the in-game leader. It wasn't working out for whatever reason. Someone made the decision. Twist, it's not working out, we're going to bring in an in-game leader. Whether it was the team, whether it was the management, I don't know if we have like a concrete answer for that. But one thing that I'm looking at is the underlying issue, what still remains from before. And I think that NAF underperformance is something that we're going to have to highlight later on.
And speaking of NAF, or better yet, speaking to NAF, is where we're going to find ourselves. Let's hear from the Sloth.
It's everyone's favorite Keith. Now, Naf, of course, you got a new in-game leader in Shui. How's it going so far?
So far, so good, right? We're in the playoffs, so something's going right?
No, of course. And my next question, you're not kind of putting up the numbers that we're used to.
Yeah.
So performance-wise, I think kind of everyone's expecting more. What are you doing in terms of trying to get that game back?
Honestly, I'm not sure. I think it's more of like a mental hurdle for myself right now because I think usually over the years I've been somewhat consistent and I'm having moments where I'm not putting up the numbers that I'm satisfied with, so it's somewhat a foreign feeling, I guess, to myself, and I need to kind of find myself in terms of, having better performances, so no excuses, just need to do better.
And we've seen you go through a few different in-game leaders, obviously, over the last year and a half, ultimately. Cadian, we saw Twist take over the lead, now you got Shui. How has it been adjusting to kind of those different calling styles?
Usually it's never like an issue for me. Like you mentioned, like I've already played with so many different in-game leaders at this point. It feels like I've played with 1,000 of them. So, like I said, I don't think like any different leader or anybody that comes into the team changes anything for me. It's all my responsibility to perform, and I have no excuses.
Good luck.
Thank you.
NAF, one of the longest standing members over there at Team Liquid, and yes, in the last 3 months, let's talk about those stats. Let's talk about what's gone on. And also keep in mind the context that the team has been fluctuating, changing. There has been a lot of ups and downs.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter. I like Naf's approach to it, saying that doesn't matter, because I think that's all just overblown narratives that, oh, him and JKS shared some roles, so that hurt him or this hurt him. I just don't think he's playing well. And this is what happens. When you start playing poorly, you start losing confidence, and then you start playing worse. So for Naf, I think all he needs is maybe a good series or two, right, to sort of regain confidence. He has to find that confidence again, because he's definitely, you know, an amazing player, especially on the big stage. He's that rock-solid guy, similar to, like we talked about, Magus on Falcons, you know, and you need a player like that if you're going to have deep runs at tournaments.
Yeah, I'm interested to see if the stage arena environment changes anything for Naf's output, because when you talk about his confidence, I see in the way he plays, the way he stands his ground in certain positions and tries to fight to his death and fight his way out of positions, he's on his own, and he's so reliant on his ability to be able to shoot himself out of problems, but right now he's just not doing a good enough job of shooting his way through problems. Does he need to shift? Does he need to change something up? Does he need help and support from his teammates, or does he need to adjust what he does in those defensive positions?
And talk about shooting yourself out of a problem against the Mongols. I mean, the one thing that they have going for them, or rather the main thing, is they're so incredibly sharp mechanically. I mean, you know, aim-wise, they're incredible. They're playing with a lot of confidence. They do their own thing no matter what, and I think it's very interesting as a contrast to Naf. Mzinho, one of the youngest players on the server, for my money, the best Mongols player at the moment, right? They play the same roles really in a way, and I think he's just been so incredible to watch his progress from when he first came to the scene, you know, 2 years ago or so, how much he's improved. Mechanically, he was always skilled, but now his game sense is much, much better.
When I look at Mzinho, yeah, I think you are on the mark with a few of the points, but one of the things he does really well is his ability to get into a lot of these clutch situations and win those, and I think that's what kind of elevates him. You know, you look at just the stats and compare him with the rest of the team, you look at Senzu and then maybe Blitzer 910 are kind of at the top of the scoreboard. Mzinho's always kind of in the middle, but when you look at the impact from his ability to close out the rounds but also hold his position as anchor roles, I think when we contrast Mzinho with a player like Naf, I think the way that the team operates and fight together and move together and offer assistance and the constant repositions is a completely stark night and day difference between how Naf just sits around, waits and holds his position, doesn't really move throughout the round all that much.
A lot more, I guess, hair rather than sloth, right? Like no tortoise, this, that, or the other, rigor mortis. Let's talk about a map veto. How about that? Let's find out what 3 maps we play.
Yeah, I think Liquid made a mess out of the last map. Yes, this is what I like immediately. You know, going for the Mirage ban. Last time around, they banned Dust 2, which feels like the worst map in the pool for the Mongols. So that was just a wasted ban from them. Both teams veto train, really. So Liquid taking the advantage here, you know, knowing that Mongols are going to veto it regardless. They go for this Anubis pick. They've been loving it, right? And this is interesting because Shui hasn't played it on mouse, but yet they keep picking it, and they've been doing good work on it recently.
There's the Ancient pick that I was thinking as well, so it's going to be down to, there goes the Nuke pick. So the question is, was it going to be Inferno as the decider? It looks like it's going to be that. Look, I like that Anubis pick for Team Liquid, and I was talking to Chad about that in the green room as well. I'm just like, I don't know which direction this is going to go, but I think they've looked pretty decent on it, and I think the way that Shui comes in with some of these set plays is going to actually help them on their T sides. Working together on that CT side, though, that's where I'm looking at that. What's happening at B? The Shui and the Naf on B on that defense of Anubis. What's going on there? That's kind of the question mark I have in my head for how are you guys going to operate together, because Naf's always in the back and Shui's always fighting.
Yeah, I think in the end, preferably you would have liked to veto Inferno and make it between Nuke and Dust 2. Those are two of the weaker maps for the Mongols, but Liquid early on doesn't have that luxury. You know, they have to go with what they're feeling good on in this few weeks that they've had with Shui. And both teams picking to start on T side on their opponent's map pick, so Liquid starts on CT side on Anubis. Actually, they've shown some struggles. Even with JKS, it continued with Shui on CT side with rounds where they have a man advantage, you know? They do too much of this re-aggression just to get information instead of letting, you know, your opponents need to figure it out. I understand Anubis is very T-sided, but, you know, you have a 5v3 or a 4v3, let them work the map a little bit, see if they can figure out how to end the round. Don't make it easy for them.
And that's a great counterpoint for the side of Mongols, actually. They thrive in that environment. You kind of touched on it earlier, where you're talking about they like to go and fight these opportunities out in the open. They don't play their best when they're forced to actually execute on you, or when you force them to, they have to either go all the way into you, but you can't give them any opportunities to shut you down. So out in the open, Mongols does their best. That might actually play in the favor of Liquid in some capacity, but yeah, you constantly go aggressive, you're going to get shut down, and that's not good for them.
Starting T-side over there on Anubis, you look at a T-sided start for Ancient on Liquid, you wonder who gets off on the right trot. I mean, we just saw a non-starter in the last game, so they can't afford that on either side of the equation here. But gents, let me just kind of pick your brain a little bit. Who's got it in the bag?
I'm actually thinking Liquid's going to go here 2-1. I like some of the changes they've made, especially bringing in Shui and after Nerds. I've seen a lot of the progression towards those anti-force buys and anti-ecos, how they're able to string some rounds together. The thing I'm not completely sold on right now is their CT side, so we're going to see that kind of immediately, but their T sides look so much more improved at the moment.
Mongols missed the playoffs, last 2 tournaments they attended. They're back here. It hasn't looked too clean, but it feels like they're on the way back, and I think starting T-side on Anubis is going to be good for them. I think, you know, how incredibly skilled they are individually. I think they're going to have a good game here. I have them taking it.
Okay, yeah, we'll have to sit back and watch. I'm not entirely sure where this crowd lies, because I know there's a lot of Mongols fans in the house, and I like to think there's Mongols fans in the house. Are there any out there? All right, that's pretty good, but I'd imagine Liquid, maybe not. Any Liquid fans? Oh dear. Well, we'll leave it on that note. We're going to a quick break, and we'll be right back after this. We jump into a quarterfinal. It's Liquid versus the Mongols.
Securing a spot in playoffs, it's kind of been something that's been escaping our lineup in 2025. Haven't been able to really succeed, so it's nice to make our first big arena. Now we're back, we worked hard for it. I think it's taking it game by game. No match is going to be an easy match. There's obviously only good teams in the playoffs. Everyone's earned their spot. I'm confident in us and our progress. It's just going to transfer our hard work, hopefully into a positive result. No, the Australian crowd is they're always showing out. It's a lot of fun, a lot of entertainment. You know, it's not every year that there's an Australian event, so happy that they get to see their favorite teams play.
We have to manage to beat Liquid, Nerds, Twist, Nav, Ultimate. Good individual players, and I think it is a good match for them. In front of the crowd, sometimes I'll feel a bit nervous. I don't think Mongols are playing consistently enough. Maybe we should play more brave.
Well, well, well. So whilst we've just seen an absolute decimation up on the stage with Falcons taking down GamerLegion, I mean, look, it wasn't the scoreline we were expecting, but that's the Mongols effect, right? So let's see our teams obviously now, one of which who is going to be trying to fight and take down Vitality's long streak. Our first team riding into the battle, you know them, it's the Mongols! And their opponent, under new leadership and the current Aussie villains, it's Team Liquid! With the stage set once more, the Mongols trying to improve their stage game and Liquid trying to bring that form back. Everyone, Rod Laver Arena, let's set this place on fire!
Mongols versus Liquid, a quarterfinal right before our very eyes, and I have a sensation that Australia is not necessarily loving Team Liquid these days.
I'm sure that reception of Team Liquid brings a tear to Chad's eye, right? He'll get into it in a minute, but yeah, another thing that we didn't really discuss, Liquid yet to find a coach for this new iteration of the roster, so a lot of it is going to be down to just Shue, Twist, the players figuring it out on the fly.
Australia's really putting the just injustice right now, just in for JKS, because they do not like what they're seeing from the side of Liquid, and there's a lot to not like about what we've seen from Team Liquid so far, and it's on them to show us if they're going to turn that around here on the stage.
And you'd ask the question, you know, it begs it even, which of these players are going to be that hero today for a Team Liquid, or for the side of Mongols? I look at a guy like Roland from Poland. Where's he at?
They'll be needing one, Trace, because this year it's been nothing but the Mongols in this matchup. I mean, they will be feeling fully confident coming into it. You could hear it from Mzinho also in the interviews, like we had a good time against them this year, you know, just running and gunning. So it's going to be tough. I have the Mongols running over Team Liquid in this quarterfinal.
When I look at that map selection, when I look at that Anubis pick, and I'm looking at the side of Mongols who love taking those fights towards Dark, towards B, and I'm looking at Shui coming into the team, being that in-game leader, but also being the point man in a lot of these situations, is he going to have enough support and help from Nav over that B to defend against what is going to be the Mongols invasion over there?
Yeah, and you know, Naf said it best. We must be doing something right, but how do you even isolate what that is for the Team Liquid fanboys and girls around the world?
I mean, you're just enjoying the ride for now, right? We heard from Twist, couldn't make playoffs this year yet, back in front of an arena. I think that's going to feel great for the veterans of the team, for him, for Nav. They're just going to do their best work, it feels like, in an environment like this. And I'm interested to see how does 9-10 do, right? Like, he's been great for the Mongols in some of their deep runs in this tournament, going up against Ultimate, who likes to be aggressive, likes to get deep there. That's a fight to keep an eye on.
When I look at the side of the Mongols, I see them, they kind of win and they lose together as a team. There's not really a big disparity between what they do for their rating versus their impact, unless it all moves together. I look at the side of Team Liquid and I have questions still, but I have faith.
Will it be despair? Will it be devastation? Or will we perhaps witness desperation here in the quarterfinal? Australia, I'm finally bringing you some Counter-Strike. So let's get it on.
It's a joyous occasion. We're stepping in to some Counter-Strike Down Under, and I have the original Australian gangster next to me. Used to represent them in the server, now going to be commentating this head-to-head between Mongols and Liquid. Chaddy B, ladies and gentlemen of Melbourne, give it up for Chad Sponge Birchall.
Good evening, Melbourne. This one going to deliver a little bit more than the previous best of three.
This one should be a banger. And we're about to start on Anubis. GamerLegion, the first eliminated in the Rod Laver. We embark on the second quarter final. The pride of Mongolian Counter-Strike, the Mongols, taking on a reformatted Team Liquid. They couldn't beat them with Twist calling the shots. Can Shui make an immediate difference? An Anubis T start for the Mongols. The desk discusses. Pistol's going to worth its weight in gold if Liquid can pick it up for the CT start.
Player for player, Liquid have the Mongols covered with big game experience. The Mongols, however, team versus team, they have almost 300 maps together. This new Liquid roster, a mere 16. They picked up a win earlier in the year against Eternal Fire in Katowice. That was two teams with no experience whatsoever going toe-to-toe. Well, this will be a different task.
Confirms B's quiet, Naf goes looking. Nerds is under immediate scrutiny. He's tasked with defending A, but has Ultimate in support. Kino sticks around. And that's a clean start. Chewy onto Blitz. Head splattered over middle. Responded by Techno, but a flurry of Liquid pistol frags. Those two dual Berettas in Twist and Nerd's hands convert. Benzu and 9-10, the last victims. That's a massive start. A valuable asset to the CT start.
No force here from the Mongols, going to take the full eco. A moment to take a bit of a breath. Deagle for Techno, everybody else into the Glocks. Aggressive from Shuey. Out Connector, looking for a fight, going to farm up on this MP9. That's will find the open onto Mazinho, highest rated player for the Mongols so far at this event. And Shuey fluffing his lines. Twist will pick up another, and this one should be swept under the rug without too many issues whatsoever. Nade comes through, frags to follow. CT setup since the departure of JKS. We'll see Nerds taking over the A anchor duties. Shuey over towards Connector, now still anchoring B. Twist middle and rotating around. Ultimate on the AWP. Also a change in the seeding situation for the Mongols, but we've been told doesn't impact the in-game leadership. Well, let's see what Blitz likes to call going into the first rifle round. AK's in the hands. Heavy presence towards middle. Senzu, 9-10, and Blitz, with Techno at the tail of the pack coming to challenge Twist and Ultimate early.
Twist is going to have a lot of work to do. This flash, is it going to arrive in time? They're already coming! They're ahead of the flash. Down goes Twist. Quick response from Ultimate. Gets the 2. Keeps us level.
Pressure on Nerds now.
What's he got? Good for it. And not going to be flashed off either. Dips away. Maintains that man advantage. 9-10. Mazinho coming in from 2 fronts. They're testing Nerds. They want to see what he's got. Comfortable onto the second. It's all onto 9-10's shoulders. He's been overlooked. The unknown entity slips into the A site and delivers the headshot.
The plan's good. Future rounds. Lost bonus there, but wants to play out the 1v2. Fake plant. Nobody pushes. Spam now. As Shuey is going to make his way in through heaven.
This is going to be tough. The double peek. Shuey doesn't really have the best weapon, but it works. Just what they needed. First gun round. Liquid passed the test.
They're comfortable so far, and they had some confident building wins throughout the group stage, opening things up over VP and then Na'Vi to get to this stage. Bucharest didn't go so well. And Mazinho, I think he's going to be a bit of a crowd favorite here, just adjusting his microphone there. But for the Mongols, if we recount their year so far, Katowice are 3rd, 4th with a win over EF. Cluj, they made it to the playoffs, they didn't win a game. EPL, they make it to the playoffs, they win a game, but it's in a studio. And then they're on a downward slide. Lisbon followed by Bucharest, no playoff appearances, and there was questions about what was going on in the Mongols camp. Well, they've gone for a partial investment here. It's not all in. Sure, there's a couple of AKs. There's residual cash on Mazinho, Senzu, and Techno, and so much damage early.
Naughty AWPing. 2 shots fired, both connect and both converted upon.
Okay, well, this investment has gone one way and one way fast. This is not the way Mongols would be hoping to open the account on Anubis T-sided map, and they're already staring down the barrel of what's likely going to be a 4-0 start.
Ultimate confirms mid occupied. Twist doesn't want to overcommit to that fight. Nerds, if he goes down, Twist has a lot on his plate, but not going to happen. This is going very well. Oh, too well. He's going to get the one with the pistol. Can't do it. Still though, Blitz up the creek, no paddle. No chance to get this one. At least with a bomb plant, he'd love it, but he's surrounded. He's behind enemy lines, but his position is noted.
I wonder if he's thinking about throwing away the AWP, but right now having a look.
Yeah, that's a nice idea.
That's just early, and they've won so many rounds in a row at this point. It shouldn't be an issue getting it into the next, but still having a look and should be bowled over. With the lost bonus, they will be buying again into the next. So only in a matter of moments, Blitz will be sidelined by Shuey, and there you have it. Nerds with a strong start, 7-1, 5-1 for Twists. Everybody's fragging so far other than Naf, and well, he hasn't had to. It's clearly there's no love lost as far as the crowd and Liquid are concerned.
No phase in the playoffs, a lot of fans in the arena in those phase jerseys. Mongols and Liquid going to be battling to meet the big bad of Melbourne. Oh, okay, Ultimate, an aggressive AWP line. The Molly will force a decision out of it. He quickly respects it. Doesn't even take a lick of the flame.
Mongols are looking for their second opening kill. And they won to their name so far. Chewy turns the flash, and there it is. 9-10 opens the account.
Flustered. mashing that drop key. You can see that this means an awful lot to them. They know this round is tantalizingly within reach. Blitz gets into the site. Bomb will go down. Oh, a barrage. Nerds dunks on Blitz. They're coming for this. Senzu tries to bring the fight to the retake. Flash is good. Mazinho peeks off of it, profits onto Nerds. Ultimate and Twist having a conversation. There's a smoke available. Do we go? Do we not?
And Melbourne likes that an awful lot. First round secure for the Mongols, and a player that you need to be keeping your eyes on is going to be Senzu. X-Factor player for the Mongols, but tends to have a tougher time in these big matches. If he can turn it on, find his footing, he can be an absolute difference maker. That's 9,000 people willing you on right here down under.
I think what Yanko was discussing about Naf's dip in performance, it applies in a similar way to Mongols on big stages. They just need to get a series or two under their belt. Senzu in particular proved to himself, like, okay, it's the same game. And then you unlock it, because you've seen what he can do. You've certainly seen his mechanical prowess.
Oh, in the head-to-head, the Mongols should be confident. This is the 4th time they're playing in 2025 alone, and the other 3 series have gone their way. Now, 2 of them did have JKS in the server, but 1 with Shue back in Bucharest. There's just the change of environment, the bright lights, all the faces staring your way. They would need to convert consecutive rifle rounds here to break the finances of Liquid. Senzu, if he challenges connected, there's an AWP on the other side.
Good pressure. Senzu forces the AWP off the line, but ultimately he's not playing scared. He peeks immediately. Tags up 9-10. Incendiary forcing him back. Oh, missed opportunity. But finished off in the end. God, Ultimate's hitting every shot he takes. Mazinho will find a response. Maintains access to Con. Ultimate. Oh, this is high pressure from the AWP, supported by Naf. Gets Mazinho out. But Blitz is cooking. Techno distracting. Oh, that ultimate. He's not going to expect this at all. The Molotov. Oh, he is! The awareness on this guy! Good comms flowing for Team Liquid.
Gonna be desperate now for 9-10 and Techno.
I mean, it really hinged on that flank, huh?
And time, well, it's against them. First kill goes their way. 9-10, can he find another? No. Naf stands his ground, and it's just Techno. Last man standing, he falls too, and there it is. 5-1, Team Liquid. A lot of pressure applied to that connector play because they're just blocking over towards B main. They can focus fire with multiple bodies. They identified the AWP early. They were stubborn. They stuck to their guns. Senzu, I think he got lost in the source. Couldn't get out. Flashed up. Good combos from Liquid so far. You can talk about the Grand Slam for Naf and Twists.
Yeah.
You've got Twist with the major. You've got all the trophies in their cabinet. Sure, he's been in a major grand final before.
Some exquisite penmanship.
Osmani to get out of bite again. Sure, lacking a little bit of utility and firepower. Met with Galils instead of AK-47s for 2. Change of approach this time. I'm going to be trying their luck over towards B. It's Nerds. Hyper aggressive on A baskets early, and that's a nice nade.
And at the right moment as well, they start a contact play A, all through rugs, and a nade lands square on 3.
Yeah, they're reading the situation well. 2 players here to deal with this. Twist joining Nerds. The firepower's here.
He gets cleared out by Mazinho, commits to the spray, gets nothing done. Twist, he responds. Catches Techno trying to push through the flame. They're accelerating, and he gets taken down. Who's this? Ultimate's AWP holding that cross, forced forward. Shuey elsewhere onto the 9-10 lurk. Does he dare take a pot shot through the smoke? He does, and they're not expecting Senzu to stick around. All falls to Naf. This one's attainable. Last seen A main. Senzu pivots quickly, as does Naf.
Looks like he's still going to give this one. No, he isn't. All right, well, situation secure as Mongols will get only their second round so far. So as far as CT sides are concerned, pretty damn good for Liquid at this juncture of the game.
Pretty damn good for Senzu to get an important kill. That kill does, quote unquote, seal the round.
Yeah, one on the board. Let's see how many more he can add to that tally.
Oh, there's definitely a unique flavour to the Australian crowd, isn't there?
Wait till Henry gets out here on Sunday.
Oh, yeah.
All right, well, that's actually huge exit kills there from NAF. Forces complete reinvestments to come through from the Mongols. So still going to be very touch and go. Consecutive rounds, that's the key to success. That's the key to breaking Liquid open and breaking into this game in the first half. Cobbled together from Team Liquid with aggression straight through. Shui wants to push this behind the AWP.
Yeah, but that T-Stairs smoke is going to be so indicative of aggression. It doesn't matter if Ultimate hits his first shot. They're accelerating into NAF. He's done well to chip away. Takes down Blitz with the flame. A nice one in the second as well. Comfortable! The two biggest guns, the AWP and that rifle on NAF, have closed it down, shut it down, shattering Mongols' confidence.
Also a bit of an unforced error there over towards B side as well. I think NAF under pressure, smoke doesn't land towards B main. It's an open runway for Mongols, but they still get absolutely destroyed. So back down to what should be a bit of a partial. Questioning if Mara wants to take time to have a conversation or just let the game keep on flowing. Feels like the first 8 rounds have gone really quickly. This is what the Mongols have not been able to break past. The ability to perform the same way as they would in a group stage to get them to these type of environments. Playoffs, whether it's with an arena or not, contesting with the best teams in the world or not. Finding that same form as, well, that's something. This is just a couple of deagles. Not a lot for the Mongols to work with. Would need another one of those to go their way.
Nerds has got the perfect weapon for unarmored T's in mid, just completely shatters the two of them. Oh, and a third burst to the face. Mazinho just going to be playing for a little bit of economical damage here if he can hit the headshot. Oh, and he does through the wall. Ultimate audacious to stick on the line. He's not backing down, but ooh, he's quick.
Interesting as well to see this Liquid team continue with this map when it was Shui's ban once upon a time. Second timeout now called. Mara taking it, going into a rifle round. Great to see some Mongols jerseys in the building. Talk about the bigger picture. A win for either of these teams on the timeline right now running into the Austin Major would be perfect. An arena win, get that confidence for the Mongols. It's unlocking you against a team with a lot of experience. Eternal Fire weren't those guys.
Yeah.
For Liquid, it's showing that this is the right choice. They're bringing in an in-game leader to take over the reins from Twist to allow him now to focus back on his crosshair. Get NAF back in some good form. This team is one that can be in the conversation with the other top teams in World Counter-Strike.
And before Twist, was calling the shots, or attempting to, how would you put words to his style of play?
I think it was a little bit different on the FaZe team than it was on Liquid.
Yeah.
Right now it's aggression again. They dropped out window, NAF pushing.
See what he can get done with this, especially with that AK-47.
He's all in.
He is all in. They haven't broken the smoke, so he'll stick around.
He's going to back off through main?
Yeah, not aggressive! Oh, and Liquid impressing! NAF and Nerds! N&N! Oh, and no access! Mazinho goes down. Senzu wondering where his teammates have disappeared to.
So we might have another quick series on our hands right now.
Bro, the aggression on the CT side, it is the recipe for success on this map. But Mongols just get bowled over.
And they took a timeout for this. So Liquid off the back of Mara, taking 30 seconds to confer with his team, just thrust himself forward. You've got Shui over towards T-spawn quite literally.
Yeah, and if Mara's call involved having space, you don't got any of that as they charge.
Techno's about to get a bit of a jump scare here, I think.
Ooh, did he catch a whiff of him? Spots him out. Shui is very low. Do you really want to push the smoke? Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
Yeah, but you're killing a player in T-spawn at 40 seconds on the clock. Yeah. You're not winning the round.
Look where the bomb is.
This one's done. Call this one 8. 4 is all that Mongols are going to be able to get on this T side.
Love the conditioning of that T-smoke as well. They're throwing the stairs smoke almost every round, and this time, Naf is there. Nertz is there, pushing through.
There's a damning little stat for you if you're a Mongols fan. In the last 3 rounds of play, they've managed all of 2 kills.
Ooh.
So Liquid aren't dominating them. Sure, one of them was an eco round. And Senzu still with only 1 kill to his name.
I remember it, though.
Yeah, not dodging those allegations just yet, is he?
Fan favourite Mazinho, and as the desk discussed, the one that has been the star of the Mongol show.
He was the one that had the biggest issues in the very beginning, but he was 16 and he was playing a Katowice. He's had more than enough time now to grow into top tier Counter-Strike, and he can deliver. Here we go. Is there anything at the tail end of the half for Mongols? Try and hold their head high.
Still seeing that freedom for Ultimate, just causes shots. Ooh, Shui spots one, progressing. It's Senzu. Keep tabs on his progressions this round. Blitz trying to claim middle on the smoke fade. Ultimate is on that AWP line, so everything's held. Starting to progress into Con.
Just take a look at the radar. It's a retake B setup right now. So they're more than happy to give over a lot of this space. You can see how deep Naf is. Should be playing over towards Ivy. Zinu going in for the main control behind the util. Spam damage. So unconfirmed onto Nertz. Now starting to pivot back. The key about a retake setup on Anubis. Oh, okay, there's the opener. Is this utility that they have remaining to get back in? Blitz is given over. 4v4.
Bombs coming in now. 9-10 tasked with the plant. Will this retake take shape? Will that utility get them back in?
Nertz is very late on this. They're taking their time.
Is it just the right amount of time? Here comes some util. 9-10 on the side, first swing. Oh, well isolated! That's beautiful from Naf! He's having a mad one! Another would be too much to ask, but there's Twist to pick up the piece. It's just Mazinho. What can he do? This time sensitive for Liquid. It's slow, controlled, and poetic. A 9 from the CT side.
Well handled. From rounds that are hyper-aggressive in your face to playing a retake setup, giving up middle. And if the game won't entertain, they'll make their own fun here in Melbourne.
Shui in the server, Shui outside of it.
I wonder which one smells more.
Lovely to see Naf's upswing in form here. Lovely 2 kills to really make that retake possible.
It went from 0 to 100 for the Mongols. They're set up, they're waiting in the post plant. Nothing's happening, no spam, there's a smoke, and then the fights all just fall against them. Final round, first half, second quarter final.
Ooh, that's nasty for Nerds. They've lost their A anchor early. Naf has pulled one back, catches the B lurk. Will they assume that it is going to be A? Blitz head to head here. Nice clean headshot. Captain on captain violence. Twist forced now to be concerned about that camera push as Mazinho starts to press towards main as well. He is in a box. Heaven smoked. Bodies aggressing. And just one man. And an AK-47 to try and pass this test. Uh-oh, first one does not go well. Needed a clean kill, still delivers at least. Bomb planted, Ultimate makes no secret of arriving A main. 6 bullets in the AK, Incendiary will force one pillar wide. Senzu burning a little. Falls back to Cake, 2 on the site now. Naf behind a smoke. 6 bullets is all he needs if he gets a clean tap. That's not what you wanted. And that's exactly what Mongols needed. 3 Is it enough? We'll find out together when we return. Melbourne, these could be some quick quarterfinals. And they say CS2 is T-sided. Not for the Mongols, not on the big stage here down under. Just 3 rounds, all they have to show for their attacking side on Anubis. Team Liquid here to play and 4 away from taking it on the first map.
Not many rounds for the Mongols in the Rod Laver Arena, but a lot of love. Liquid turning themselves into the villains coming into this event. Feeling the brunt of that, but is that just powering them up? A dominant first half of play, and another pistol comes their way. Senzu stepping into this.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see whether he gets anything. This commitment into B really contingent on the getting close without the bomb being spotted. Naf has lined up a quick smoke for Temple. What's their go sign? What's their cue?
Blitz is cheating over now. Nerds is keeping options open towards Rugs. They're hoping for some form of CT aggression. Now the U2 swings on through. 3 on this site to defend.
It's a deep CT smoke, actually, and Temple. And here comes Techno's dual Beretta test. Oh, where's the trade? The flash! It discombobulates them. Solid work from Blitz. Liquid repelled like an Arc'teryx. Clean. Clean as can be. 5 alive, Mongols. Start as they mean to go on.
Well, more benefits there than just the obvious. Cheaper head armor, all take that at a sales price. Liquid likely going to have to take the eco here, no plan. Tough to justify any form of a force fight. Clean shooting from Blitz in this one. And everybody from the Mongols is going to invest rifle heavy. 5 silenced M4s, light on util, expecting this type of an investment to come through. Twist has a decoy. What's he going to do with that?
You have never seen a decoy like this one, Chad. How to agitate a crowd that already doesn't like you. Take a slow eco.
We just... You could have looked at all your lineups without the nade in hand, I'm sure.
Making sure he's got them all.
Okay, so we've done left side side, lurk smoke, right side side, deep dark, and now we run in.
Or not, actually. No.
They don't even have any utility to bait. So right now, I think they're just hoping for some form of aggression.
I think it's mind games. I think you just want to piss them off.
Well, back and forth they go as they... That clock sync on down. Eventually they will have to push into a side.
They are choosing the less guarded site.
And the more likely to get the bomb down. 9-10's just rotated over. 25, gotta go.
The decoy finally thrown out. Mazinho, 9-10. Comfortable.
That is a massive buffer going into this first rifle round. The luxury of having 5 rifles with head armor, nobody going down. Now you can buy the utility to go behind it. There's defuse kits in play. So Mongols are sitting extremely pretty on the first gun round in the second half. Note in the buy, you can see Twist here with a MAC-10. Maybe something a little bit faster and direct from Team Liquid. Now setting up for a big explosion into Techno and Senzu. Blitz will be the rotation point, but if they go soon, he will not have joined the team.
I think they're going to flash through the lurk smoke. How does Senzu approach his reaction to this lurk smoke? Quick incendiary buys him a couple of seconds.
And Blitz is rotating over now. Everybody from Liquid about to explode into this. Here comes the util.
And Blitz delivers just as Twist tries to enter the site. Senzu another, combines with Techno. Well positioned, Techno put on notice. Will he go down? The flash is good. Ultimate will clear out Con. Smoke on Temple a necessity. Might buy time for a plant. That's an important duel. Ultimate catches their A anchor, rotating through the canals. He's done enough to at least get the bomb down. Shui and Ultimate. They partner up. That's the angle. That's stunning from Ultimate. 3 with the rifle, now just playing his life, playing the time his ally. Shui's got the angle, they're not looking, it's all up to one man, 9-10 goes down, and Liquid make the 10th round.
The Polish pairing potent in that one right there. A massive round to snatch away, that's going to stun the Mongols, and those are the type of rounds you have to be converting on a stage like this. What more do you need to be going in your favor? 2 kills on the entry, response times there, and then you get isolated one after the other.
This one here. Whoa. And the setup is great. You can see Shui electing to take Temple. That's a gamble. He doesn't know if that's clear.
Exploiting this again, this time at a quicker timing.
Yeah, Senzu.
They're through.
Senzu, good awareness. Tucked in anti-flash, Twist enough, make it interesting.
Site's open for business, they can get the bomb down, rotation's still on the way.
They're not to know, working it out now, smoke off, Temple as well. Bomb plant for Nerds. He's lined up a flash to catch Mazinho if he does an audible drop. Ooh, no one home.
This time round, defuse kits, the luxury is not there. Mongols are gonna have to get a move on with this.
This is the fight, Twist is actually staying active on this angle. Mazinho, how do you peek this? Oh! Not good enough! Twist, a quick one. Spamming into that fading smoke. Now finds Blitz as well. Liquid, they picked this map for a reason, and it shows. What's he supposed to do at this point?
Save. Call this 11, you might as well call it the game. Put yourself in such a strong position with a 2v4 scenario that you end up fumbling. You buy in again, you've got the scraps, you've got enough to contend with. You get opening kills yet again, but it falls through your fingers. Liquid are running away with this one. Domination in the server. And strong showings from the stars. That's everybody bar the in-game leader. 14 for Ultimate, 15 for NAF, 13 for Nerds, 12 for Twist. This is the team effort, everybody delivering. The balance has been restored in Liquid, or at least so far. Have to shove all in again to the Mongols. MP9s and a Famis behind that save down 4. Individuals are the only way they can start bailing themselves out of this. Multi-kills needed.
Aggression from Techno. He wants to try and fight fire with fire! And it looks too good for Ultimate!
Is this guy an AWP or a rifler? What's going on?
He can do both. Zyru-esque on the AK. Spots the mid push from Mazinho. He'll try and cancel that. Tries to get back and lucky to get away with his life. Unlikely to get away with the round though. A 2-man discrepancy and the weapon disadvantage.
Yeah, with so much time on the clock, this aggression's gone down early.
Nerds is wise to the potential.
2400 loss bonus going into the next and what probably is last round.
Oh, that's some damage onto Nav. Softens them both up. He's done very well there. Ultimate next challenge, but damn, he keeps hitting.
They aren't missing right now.
17 for Ultimate.
Yeah, sharp shooting. Everybody across the board is delivering in this one. Ancient up next, Inferno the third and decider if Mongols can force it to get there. But these stage woes appear that they are going to keep on coming.
See it again. This one onto 9-10 is lovely. So ready for the response. So ready.
More of the same as Shui lets out a war crime. MP9s, 5-7, and what might be the knockout blow into, I was going to say, a bit more of a poppy A play. An A caught by 2. That's forward, makes steps, tries to apply pressure towards A. The bomb can still head wherever it would like. Got Twist ready to work mid, Naf outside of B on the extremity.
Nerds feels like he's achieved something already, right?
Well, they have limited utility, limited weaponry. There's not a whole lot the Mongols have to work with. This is a stunning performance from Liquid.
Zinho's been gifted a secondary smoke. Buys additional time on the A side of the map, but Liquid are in no rush. Oh, ooh. Let's find a safe haven in that close position. It's a good angle for an SMG, but Twist hasn't been missing much. Doesn't intend to start. Takes off the MP9, seizes mid-control, Temple smoke, Molly, camera. They are wrapping, and Mazinho doing everything he can. He's so precise with his crosshair. He's hit some effective bursts with the MP9 and even converts. 9-10 and Mazinho doing everything they can, but it will come down to Techno. Feels like a certainty. The only thing he has going for him is the unknown. And now they know they've taken their map. 13-5, dominance from Team Liquid to start them off in the quarterfinals.
with us, dear. Come play with us forever and ever and ever and ever.
Pansy, I'm scared.
It's just like Mr. Richardson said. It's like Bogdan's Law. It isn't real.
Well, rounds win games, and that is no secret. And it turns out that the Mongols have absolutely not many to work with when it came to the first map of this series. I want to welcome you back to the first day of the playoffs down here in Melbourne. The year being 2025, the event being the Intel Extreme Masters and a 13-5 rocking scoreline in that first match.
I don't know, Trace, are you sure about that it's 2025? Because the way Liquid is playing might be 2019 all over again.
Yeah, you know, Liquid fans want to hope. They want to hope that. I believe it. It's like Mulder and Scully. They want to believe. But for Liquid fans, sometimes that's not the way it goes. Not the case they got today, Josh.
Yeah, that was a complete massacre. It was completely one-sided, and a lot of the questions that I had about Team Liquid coming into this match, I think they were answered right for me. We see Trace is giving me a little...
Just fixing you, man. It's all good.
Just a little fixer-upper. And yeah, I
you
really
don't
like
need fixing, Josh.
Thank you. Oh, you're just too kind.
That's good.
They answered a lot of the questions.
That's good. Yeah, go ahead, Josh. Sorry, I didn't mean to be rude.
I didn't mean to like ruin it completely for you what you were saying, but yeah, you could see Team Liquid just across the board, all the stars, right, delivering in their moments. And we talked about in the pregame, you know, it's been a while since they were in a playoff, been a while since they were in front of a crowd. This is where they do their best work.
And Naf was actually one of the people that we were highlighting as what's happening. Have you lost your confidence? I thought maybe his confidence was still there, but the types of fights he was taking was not good. And I was looking at how they were going to also adjust and utilize him a little bit differently. And I really like the side of Liquid that came out. It's ironic how I was talking about what's going to happen with the B defense. And of the 3 rounds Mongols won, 2 of them were actually on A, just fighting into A main against Nerds and Twists, going for like random repeats. So yeah, I'm just so confused and surprised about that.
I think for me, Trace, this game is also a great example of like MR12 is just very little room for mistakes. And people talk a lot about the game is super T-sided, the maps are T-sided. I don't think the maps are T-sided, I think the economy is T-sided. That's why every map is T-sided. So we have an example early on for the Mongols, right? If we can jump right into it, it's once you lose the pistol, you have very little to get things done. So the first gun round, what do? They actually have a good situation here. They're going towards mid. They're going to get good timing on some of these early fights. Mzinho is outside A. He's throwing the utility for them. They're going to get the trades here with Twists and Ultimate, right? It's going to be a 3-3 situation. And look what happens now. They're not on the same page. Techno peaks. 910 is throwing utility. If they just swing together, they get the trade on Nerds. Mzinho comes from A, and all of a sudden it's a 2v2, and they have the bomb planted. Instead, Nerds survives, repositions, wins the fight against Mzinho. 910 is in a 1v3, and even though he's going to find good timing, sneak through, plant the bomb, it's not realistic that he's going to clutch in this one. And that's what we mean when we say the Mongols on the stage, it's just a little bit off.
I think when we look at the early round wins in the I guess, manner that they got them in, Team Liquid, they got their economy in form, they got those rounds strung together, and I think that gave them a little bit of confidence to be able to keep doing some aggressive play. So we saw, you know, further on in the game, if we could talk about another round that we have, like round 10, for example, we get to see Liquid constantly just utilizing the fact that they have this economy to go for these aggressive plays, and this is Naf that's actually going for an aggressive play. And one of the questions I had was, can they use Naf in these aggressive situations? It's not like he doesn't like the fight, it's that he just chooses to play a passive angle and take the fights. Can they utilize him by sending him out to go and take those duels instead of having Shui? So they send him out, he's got his cover from Nerds, he's got his cover from his teammates, Ultimate's got an op posted up as well, but he goes aggressive, he's able to open up, get that first kill into the round, and basically they were able to utilize, hey, we know that you like to take these fights, but we don't need you standing at the back of B side every round, and Shui, you like to take the fights, why not just set him up and let him go for the fights? Because honestly, we saw from Naf what he used to be capable of, and he brings it back out on that arena stage.
Which is exactly what we wanted from Naf. I know we had a lot of question marks around, hey, where is Nasty Naf? We even heard from him prior to the game starting, and it seems as though he has arrived, as well as Team Liquid. Look, I'm also looking at a situation where Josh, in your lingo, Shuei used his ultimate in round 15.
Yeah, well, I think this is something that Yanko probably wanted to bring up as well. This is a 2 versus 4 situation, down from a 3 versus 5 instant trade out, and it looks great here from the two poles.
Again, the first gun round only in the second half, right? This time Liquid loses the pistol and has to play the first gun round. 2v4 situation, their individual step up, right? Ultimate already bringing one back. Now we're going to see a nasty shot as well. 2v2, Shuei repositions, and now they're able to just finish off the round.
When we look at players that have not the greatest stats, and we look at, Shuei on the board right now, just picked up his 6th kill, for example, and now 7, 7, and 10 was the score at that situation. When you have certain players that are doing a lot for the team that you can't really see or quantify just by looking at the raw numbers itself, you get info, you get positioning, you're coordinating plays, and then when you're closing out rounds like this, a round that shouldn't go your way at all, but you're able to pull it around, that's where that impact comes in. It doesn't really matter or reflect in that scoreline. So Shuei has been pivotal for these guys. I think he's been their best clutcher since he's joined this team compared with everyone else, and that's including Twist and including Ultimate, who I guess Naf used to be the clutch master, right?
Yeah. He used to be all over the place. Like, could not have an answer for this guy. Speaking of having an answer, that's what we look for on the Mongol side, and I do have to kind of look at it in a certain way and say it might not be today that they advance here, they win on the stage, but eventually you got to break through that or you're not going to last.
I mean, we'll see that. It's still early days for them. It's still early in this series. I think also you see through this highlight reel, Ultimate was absolutely on point on the CT side, right? And Mongols didn't have an answer for him. They couldn't punish his re-peaks, they couldn't punish his re-aggressions, and he was just having a field day. That's what allowed Liquid to also switch it up with some of those more aggressive calls that Josh, you pointed out, and really 9-3 CT side, Liquid's going to close that out in the second half easily.
I think that was another thing that actually shocked me, because I was talking about how Mongols usually punishes that. Like when Mongols is on their CT side, if your best option at beating them is when you're able to group and hit, but they want those fights out in the open, and every time we saw that, starting with that, I guess that first gun round, that bonus round, the fights in the open, it's traded evenly. It's not going the side of Mongols. And then when Liquid does go and push out through canals and pushes all over the map, Mongols should be punishing that, but they're just not.
My man, wake up! There's still 2 more maps. They can do it. Your boys can come back.
The second part being true, there are 2 more maps. Maybe just one.
Honestly, I feel it, man. It's been a snooze fest.
It has.
It
has to.
We've had 3 stomps. I'm just hoping for a close game, but Mongols just need to, wake the F up. In a sense, It was Liquid's map pick. You can always say that in between these maps. Okay, guys, we just need to step up. Let's go where we have 2 good maps ahead of us. All those things, but you really need to start doing it on the server.
And that next map being Liquid starting on the T side of Ancient. So does it continue? Do the beatings continue until morale improves?
Well, this is where there was going to be straight up just gun brawls down middle for the side of Mongols, especially we're going to see Blitz and Senzu sending it all the way down there and constantly taking the fights, meeting up with Techno coming from the cave. So it's all about, is Liquid going to be ready for this, and are they going to be hitting everything on all cylinders? Because Mongols is a type of team that I feel like, even though they got beat down, they're not going to change anything up. They're not going to shy away from these fights. They still go for them. It's just a matter of, are they going to hit them in the moment? So does the switch up from Team Liquid come in? Do they not find any of the same success that they found on Anubis in a lot of their opening engagements? Because right now, it's a BO3 for a reason. Yeah, Mongols doesn't have a lot of stage arena presence, but if the fights go their way down middle, that's all that you can say.
I think Liquid will obviously be feeling good after how the first map went. They're going to start on the T side, right? So the Mongols, it's as simple as you have to put a stop to this, right? Otherwise, Liquid is in a position that they can just snowball this series and win 2-0.
When I look at the Liquid's T side here, I'm going to really keep my eyes on Nertz going out middle on his T side to be able to kind of make his way into Red Room and call a lot of those mid rounds. I think that is kind of what Shuei brought to the table here on Liquid, is that, hey, we're going to get you here this first goal in the round, and then from there we have this ending or that ending, and it's going to keep it really simple, but at least now we have an idea of where we want to go, and there's a little bit of coordination for the side of Team Liquid. I think before it was a little too open-ended, where they would have positioning, but then they wouldn't know what to do with it, where to go next. So having Nertz just in these positions, and we can see it reflected in his performances as well. He doesn't have to single-handedly go and kill like 8 people to be able to win the round. down. He just takes core positioning and now a simple exec. Okay, we're going to end B, we do this. We end A, we do this. And that's what I look forward to. But he's going to go head-to-head against Senzu and Blitz, running at him down middle. So that early engagement is what I look for.
Yeah, the early engagement is what we're going to have. And in fact, at least from the side of Liquid, showing us a lot of face as we start to look towards that second map of Ancient Inferno. At this point, I don't want to say it, but maybe one of you will. There's a chance we don't make it that far.
There's a chance, definitely. I want to have faith in the Mongols and say that, you know, it was just the first map, having to warm up a little bit, all of that, you know, and that they will be able to bounce back on their map pick. Give us a series today, please.
You said that they were going to be washed, I thought. If I remember, I was just trying to remember the predictions that we had.
Your memory is not what it used to be.
Yeah, fair enough. I get that. Josh, save us.
Yeah, Liquid's looking really good right now, and I think I was kind of feeling that moving into this series as well. Their performance, you know, it was kind of hit or miss, even coming back from a couple weeks ago at Bucharest until now. You never really know what to expect, but I think with the stuff that they've installed here, now utilizing NAF on some of these aggressive plays, pushing together and not all just Shui kind of doing things on his own, I think we're seeing the team come together more, and I think Twist actually complements Nertz really well in kind of this supportive role and is able to trade off of Nertz's going for these aggressive plays, and Ultimate has shown up to play today.
It's true, he definitely has. Liquid have definitely shown up to play, and we are ready. But right after this break, you guys know how this goes. We go to a quick commercial break, or however you want to put it, and we come back, we jump into the second map of this series, potentially the last one, and potentially the last one for the Mongols down under in Melbourne. You're watching the Intel Extreme Masters 2025.
Hi, it's Bob with Face It. The official broadcast is better than ever on Face It Watch. Yep, that's right. Switch it up with the POV selector. 4 angles, your choice. From the main broadcast to your favourite player's view. And it's available on the Face It app and Chromecast. But wait, there's more. Keep watching, keep winning. That's how we roll. Watch IEM Melbourne while having the chance to get skins and Face It points. Look at this beauty. Change the channel and control how you watch.
You remind me of the old days. Streets in sepia. Lazy Sundays. Yeah. A bike ride to the cinema. Oh, you are messing with my mind. Yeah.
I was just coming down for a quick old vibe check, just looking in on the crowd, of course. First of all, what's your name, mate?
Jamie.
Jamie, how you doing, mate? Who are you thinking, and who are you cheering for in this game?
Well, not fucking Liquid.
Oh my God. Seems to be a little bit of a trend of that. I'm not really sure why. It's something to do with an Aussie team. Don't know. Who cares? But who's going to win the whole thing?
Mongols.
Yes, absolutely. The Mongols will be absolutely awesome. Legend, mate, thank you very much for that. Now, of course, speaking of champions, this is the chair of champions. Anthros offers your perfect posture for those long gaming sessions. This is going to be so cooked. It's for 2 back pad support system, keeps your back comfortable and properly supported. Fix your sit with Anthros. Let's go!
And we are going to crush it!
In the high-stakes world of esports logistics, a workplace comedy where diffusing a problem needs more than just a kit.
Listen here, bozo!
A smart, funny series that's a hit with fans and critics alike. Viciously deadpan, ruthlessly unproductive, surprisingly relatable. From the creators who brought you unparalleled shipping solutions.
You cheated!
Coming soon, The Dispatch.
Melbourne! What's it like to be a part of the best crowd in esports? If you're not here, you're not living! Let's go map 2! Anubis was a quickie, and Melbourne's had quick games all day, chat.
13-3, 13-4, 13-5.
Oh, we know what the score's going to be already then.
We need this one to deliver. We want the Mongols to take us the distance. We're here in the Rod Laver reason for a big old reason.
I mean, this is a map where I expect greatness out of the Mongols. We didn't see it on Anubis, but they picked this map. Liquid looking great, comms look clean, individuals online. Mongols have got to match their output. Otherwise, we're just going to get a 13-6 right here and now, and we'll go to the semi-finals. Let's get it on! Ancient! Has to be more competitive than our first.
Liquid have played this map 3 times throughout Melbourne, won it every single time. Pressure not getting to them. Crowd's not on their side. That's pretty rare for Liquid throughout their history. Tend to be a fan favorite more often than not. The Mongols, same ugly head that is them not performing in arena games once more. How long can this last?
They start with an A main push for info, so that's going to be quite valuable intel early.
It's looking like it is going to be a B execute. Smoke's available, short and long. Molly towards the side or the cubby. Here it comes.
Okay, Senzu poised and ready. He wants to take one tap as they approach. He's missed his chance.
Missed the smoke.
Oh dear, 6 HP gets gooshed into the site, now charging. Ultimate's glocked, takes down Techno. Nav, ooh, damage inflicted. His ultimate down to just 2 points of health. Tasked with planting the bomb is Nav. Spots that rotation of 9-10 on short side. This is not easy to get back into the site. You need chaos. Mazinho looking to manufacture some. Oh, spinning around. 9-10 in combination. It's up to the 2 of them now. Just Shui. Mongols looking to make this pistol round. It's all gone. Mongols start off with a bang.
3 kills from Mazinho coming in with the flank. Big impact. 2 out of the 3 pistols for them now. Bomb goes down. This time Liquid likely to force buy.
Oh, it would have been very bleak if Mazinho didn't do what he just did. Comes swinging out of the cave side and causes that chaos we were discussing. Enables 9-10 to chip in, enables Senzu to get another.
And all eyes have to be on Senzu. Brought it up during map number 1. He needs to perform like this is a group stage game.
Yep.
That's what this team needs if they want to pick up a victory. Here's the force buy for Liquid. 2 Galils, Tech 9s, you 2 in the mix. Red smoke lands. Nerds is ahead of that, edging, looking for a fight. Nothing offered up. Naf supporting that with flashes. 3 over towards B lane. Donut smoke thrown out, forces Blitz back. Decent amount of map control early for Team Liquid, and not sustaining much damage at all. Nerds catches that, but Mazinho, he wins out the head-to-head.
That's a fantastic start to this force fight, or anti-force for Mongols.
Gonna be hard to retrieve that rifle as well. It's down in no man's land of middle. One of these Tech-9s, maybe Shui or Naf, could try and scavenge that back. Mazinho cycles out his rifle for an SMG.
Oh, Blitz has got him dead to rights, and look at the composure. He dinks up Shui. Allows him to get away, but only for a second. Blitz is middle. You can't have it. Just looking to put a bow on this now, trying to keep 5 alive. That would be dreamy. Blitz gets it done.
And this second round conversion means an awful lot more than it did on Anubis. It was full eco. This one is a force buy. Now you should get the third for free. Won't be a whole lot of investments whatsoever for Liquid going into this. Ultimate's going to want to try and save for his AWP down the line. You're not in Kansas anymore, Liquid.
It's a funny way to say love, isn't it?
Yeah. I hope they're enjoying our culture.
You've got oodles of it. And they've got all of lane. So trapped behind that smoke with bullets flying through it.
Classic hurry up and wait moment on this eco. Couple of P250s. Make it 3 of which, so any kills, that'll be handy. See, I told you everybody loves eco kills.
I'm going to download that, loop it, put it in my gym playlist.
Okay, the rifles come out for Liquid now. AKs across the board. Full sets of util. Eyes on Nerds. This mid-control that he's going to be vying for. Red smoke lands, elbow smoke's missed.
Yeah, he can peek behind that. It's actually a nice little channel. Ooh, launched him. Successful run boost puts Nerds on notice. Tagged up to 52. Mazinho already providing the support, but jumps up. Twist, anticipating that. But Blitz has maintained mid-control. Nerds under a lot of early pressure. It's Techno that turns up the pressure a notch. Oh, they strike in unison. We need the double! Can't get it done. It's Twist that can. Molly forcing him back as well. Blitz can't commit to that fight just yet. Oh, so close. Doesn't convert. That would have been such a valuable clawback as well.
Well, setup's changed. 9-10 left A, tucks in towards the cubby towards middle. That's going to allow this AWP to stay trained on elbow. Blitz is going to play cave. That means sensors might have to be in float. No utility, no sound cues. They're gambling right now, Mongols. They know that A is a possibility. So they're calling the bluff of Liquid and hoping that they finish over towards that B bomb site. The bomb right now, take a look at the radar. Not in a terrible position as 9-10 leaves the safe haven, addresses the noise. It's all going to come down to the timing of Blitz leering out of cave. Does he catch the likes of Twist, Ultimate, and Nerds trying to ascend up the B ramp? And can Naf win this?
Yes, he can, but only because 9-10 missed his shot.
Blitz can still win this.
He certainly could. Doesn't spot anything else on the jingle. Oh, that shot right there. from Ultimate. It opens up the B bomb site.
Well, what do you do if you're nerds? Sorry, Senzu, you know that there's one over towards A, likely two over towards B. 2v1 right now.
Yeah, you could isolate this. If Nerds oversteps, he goes wide! Jobs are good and Liquid are on the board.
Okay. We'll take this moment right now to talk about Liquid's setup. Twist to be working that B ramp. Shui's going to be vying for the cave control and top of heaven. Nerds in through the mid smokes. Snap to support and then play over towards A main. And Ultimate to do the same. Be a bit here, there, and everywhere. Well, enough again for Mongols on the buy. They're still yet to win a CT rifle round this series.
Damn, that is damning. Here we go. Shui wants to ask questions of Tech. No way! He gets them both. Shui and Twist just charge in, and then 9-10 with a collateral. It could be nothing. It could be all for naught. 9-10 finding two with one bullet, but still Liquid have that man advantage.
Nerds hearing this.
Yeah, he's tending to it. 9-10. Oh, Shadow. He knows, but Nerds wide swing in back-to-back rounds.
Zinho has to get him here.
How does he do so? Trying to pincer in. Nerds seems on high alert, but good work on
Bombs
the MP9.
down, 40 seconds already ticking. No defuse kit for this.
Ultimate's got the perfect weapon for this fight. 9-10 does too, but the pressure is on the CTs. Mazzinho's going to be escorted by that scope as he progresses forward. Does Ultimate move? Stays tucked. Responsible for long. Bomb planted, default.
Hard to win.
Certainly is, but the wallbangs from NAF could get a bit hectic depending on the defuse position. It's all under the wallbang. They actually both hit him! They hit them both! Ultimate straight through the pillar, tags him up, and NAF just knocks him out!
Felt desperate there from Mongols, didn't it? 2v2, wanted to give it a go, but tough considering the time circumstances, out of position, no idea where they were in the post plan, and they just get destroyed without even being able to fire back. 9-10 battles them out with a collat, but NAF spamming down two. Dead like a doorknob on the site. Mongols into the eco Liquid to tie things up 3-3.
I guess no CT gun rounds continues.
Only 1 point of excitement for the Mongols buy in this one. Senzu. Don't even think he'll get a chance to wield that. Liquid can set this one up over towards B and just putt it in. Currently nobody home as they go through the motions, just clearing out those close corridors, not going to take any risks.
Oof.
That's ugly.
Yeah, an overextension from Nerds.
They're swarming now.
Rifle has fallen into Blitz's hands, and in with a nice headshot onto Nav. 9-10 trying to get away with that weapon. Ultimate will take him down. Falls into Mazzinho's palms. But he's overlooked Twist, and the round will disintegrate. Unless Techno. Oh, we had a go. It was a valid attempt. Trying to catch him as he starts to punch in the code, as his gun is tucked away.
Yeah, good awareness there from Ultimate to draw that type of a fight. The chaos had been quelled, and well, Senzu should be found. Bit more spam for good measure from Twists. Protecting that AK is
if he gets it, Chad, if he gets it, would you do it?
No, not in an arena.
Just if, though. It's fine, we're fine.
Mara on the mic. Tactical timeout called from the Mongols. I can come back through. Liquid, however, have been able to build a bit of residual cash. Even if they lose one round, they'll be able to buy back in without too many dramas whatsoever. Master over, aka Jay. Data Analytics has been with the team for some time, stepping into the coaching role. Fruit salad, yummy, yummy. That's a Wiggles reference.
Oh, right.
Sorry, man.
Thought you were just thinking about your dessert. Oh, that didn't quite go to plan. A squandered run boost puts Blitz low.
Zinho's pinned, has to fight his way out.
He's going to do his best with the HE. Does chunk Nerds. But now his backup's been forward, but to a crisp Blitz. Medium rare. Already bleak for the Mongols. Even Techno's getting tagged up on the bangs.
When you lose 2 opening kills like that, there's no response, hardly any damage, no chaos to thrive in to trade back or take some space. Round feels like it's done.
I mean, Senzu's taking a gamble here. He's hoping that no one's going to be peeking into him on the clear. And yeah, Naf is there.
Look like a different team on a stage, don't they?
I'm sure some Mongolian sports psychologists are going to get a hit up after this one.
And that comment, I guess, goes both ways. It's only the second event for the new Team Liquid. This one already starting to look a whole lot better, the cohesion within the unit.
I mean, to be in a playoffs, what, less than a month since you picked up as someone new?
And it looks like it's making sense. Players are firing.
No, it's one back. 2v4 goes 2v3, but that bomb's going to be planted momentarily.
Saving.
Saving. Melbourne loves saving.
It's a favorite thing down here.
Yeah.
All the bananas are standing up. Who's Susan? You can hear that too, right?
I heard saving, but maybe it's
sounds
Susan.
like they're saying Susan. Maybe it is
Maybe
saving.
it is. Yeah.
All right, 9-10 and Techno could drop. I think they should just partial invest and full gun round into the next, which does mean likely to give over 5 consecutive rounds to Team Liquid. I think that's the better of the 2 decisions right now. Red and Cave Smoke's lobbed. Chewy going to harass middle alongside of Nerds yet again.
Flashes are coming from Nav. Blitz launched. Very nice, but nothing. The Mongolian space program fails.
And the problem's about to be over towards this A site.
Well, that's awkward for him. He's got no extinguish.
Has to swing.
He's,
Boys.
It's 9-10.
The amount of damage they have taken to Molotovs in the last 2 rounds is insane.
It's a different type of Mongolian barbecue.
Oh, they're just getting bowled over now. Deagler 9-10 would need to do something miraculous. Maybe he can channel his inner 9.
Oh!
Okay. Yeah, why not?
We're 8 rounds deep. We've had 2 AWP collaterals. That's unique. So is that. In a way.
Well, if we continue in this direction, the question needs to become, can this Liquid take on Vitality?
I'm not ready for that conversation.
You might have to be soon.
Yeah. But that just seems like such a ridiculous question. This does. You've had, what, 21 days with Shui in the roster or whatever it is to take down?
This is 18.
Oh, Techno's got a good one back. If he gets Nerds. No, he was ready. Twist goes down to the AWPer. So AWP noted on B. You know, Senzu was cave side.
Oh.
Oh. Oh, he's missed his shot and has been punished for it. That's a big pickup. Shaping up nicely.
He needs to get away, though. He's sandwiched right now.
Yeah, Nurse doesn't want to give away the bomb. Smoke to get out of there. Peek in front of it. Shui. Ooh. Okay, there's options here. 9-10 Zorp should have him on the walk. Yeah, comfortable. Good AWPing.
Mazinho now addressing A side, but if he goes down in a head-to-head, Nerds can plant. The rotation point's still going to be quite far away. I don't know where Nerds has gotten off to. They know he tends to play towards middle, so may have slipped through the net.
If he hard clears him, because he does have time. Mazinho looking the wrong way. And Nerds gets the drop on him.
Very winnable for Nerds.
Very winnable now. 9-10 and Senzu tasked with converting. An ace clutch, tantalizingly close for Nerds. He's been brought into this roster to close, and now a golden opportunity to do it in front of 9,000 in Melbourne. Here's him coming, trying to isolate. Senzu denies, an important round for the Mongols.
I think we'll call that their first rifle round conversion of the series so far.
Crazy.
At least on the CT side.
Yeah.
Two players stay alive, they can drop. You need to repeat that success. Find a fortunate timing, hope Ultimate misses a shot, because right now, Liquid are having no issues grabbing this mid control. Lion's share of opening kills going their way, only just. Quite heavy over towards B. This is a pace change. 3 players to defend. How fast is it?
It's just running straight up. He hasn't let go. He just charges in, and it's Mazinho and Senzu that say thank you very much. We'll take another. Oh, it's all on to Shui. A 1 versus 2 though, it could be manageable. Does Mazinho want to bide time? Shui trying to slip around. It's not Util Speedway, but Blitz will have vision. Down on the cave side, Blitz investigates, and doesn't swing. Doesn't swing, second guessing! Oh no! Mazinho! He overthought it, and Blitz can save him, and he will! Oh, that nearly went wrong. That nearly went wrong.
Just swings straight into him. Doesn't want to play any silly games, doesn't want to let him get away. No tap the bomb, just run straight in, get the kill, and another round converted.
I'm almost certain Blitz is saying, he's in front of you. He has to be in front of you.
Let's go, Mongols. Yeah, okay, I see you fans. Where's she going? Where's she been? Alright, what do we got here? Oh.
Gold, 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 gold. Gold enough.
Who won it?
We're about to find out. Okay, mid-fight's quick. Blitz gets tucked into Donut. Shui out and about, and straight through the smoke, Nerds will deliver. 9-10 Zorb, they're already past his sightline. If he extends, a chance for Shui, but quick finger from 9-10. That's the trigger finger, to be specific. Senzu gallivants back to acknowledge the red slip.
Very tough clear for Senzu.
Oh, he's being so loud about it as well. It's a free frag back.
Completely
That's lazy. Blitz, clean with it.
Yeah, they lost their understanding of the situation there. I think that 9-10 kill. A false sense of the situation. Nerds now very deep in enemy territory. Oh, and well found for free. Techno, well done.
That's a big find, but Ultimate is already going to try and worm his way into the site. Look at Techno go. Twist then. Another clutch opportunity. Nerds couldn't get it done. What can Twists do? 9-10 should finish the job, but instead he goes down. It's Techno. Triple kill, practically doubled his output.
That's 3 consecutive rounds for the Mongols. A few of them have been touch and go, coming down to these 1vx situations. Can they give themselves the buffer going into the halftime break, or will be all tied up? Well, Liquid shoved all in with their purchases. This one here, Nerds getting caught off guard, so both sides of the server just not ready for the swings coming their way.
Yeah, I think that Molly Long put Ultimate to a false sense of security. Thought they couldn't be peeking that deep.
Mongols have the much better buy for this final round. Big nade and the follow through. Blitz gets the opener.
Solid work, puts them into a bit of a standstill on the T side. Oh, there's the dink onto Shui there.
Straight through the boards.
That's not bad. Mazinho's done damage.
In transition, they might jump up and fight this. 9-10 and Blitz.
Oh, and Twist wins out on the duel. If he goes a step further, a pixel further, he would be susceptible to that 9-10 deep line, but he doesn't.
2 of them very low now, but they have plenty of time within this round to reformulate the finish. So 4v4 looking to back off. Complete silent reroute. You can see with the way that Senzu clearing, just making sure that they aren't entrenched. Somebody's gotten through the defenses. but a heavy rotation. Zinho worrying about red, 2 players bearing down on A, 40 seconds on the clock. Liquid have made their bet. They are going to have to finish towards this site. They'll be ahead of the utility now, 9-10. He can shut this down.
Last round of the second maps, first half. And ahead of it indeed. Second layer of util thrown out. 9-10 has vision. Oh, and he puts Shui down. Senzu spotted. Oh! Cleans up! Stunning end to the half, and Mongols have the edge. 7 to the Liquid 5. Will we need a third map in this second quarter-final of the Intel Extreme Masters Melbourne 2025? We started with 16, just one will lift the trophy on Championship Sunday. And Mongols are on the very verge of elimination. They lost that first map convincingly. A different story here on Ancient. They have a 2-round lead. Liquid take to the defense. Oh, and Nertz is going to get early answers here on this pistol. Kicking on that left side, Nertz confirmed. Now it's Nertz tested. Good work on the dual Berettas. Trying to get away, going to get overrun.
They can reset
with impact, but there's twists. Patient, a third man on A. They can't believe it, but Mazinho, wow, long range. How's he used the dualies like that?
Team flash there.
Yeah, it's awkward for a second. plant the priority. Shui, he's been spotted, but the question is, where's his teammate? Oh, never mind. He actually wins the duel. Mazinho overextends. And Blitz tasked with closing out this round with no Kevlar and half health. It's dire straits. All those kills for Mazinho will be money for nothing, unless Blitz can convert this.
Well, that's 3 kills in both the pistol rounds in this map for Mazinho. Can Blitz convert upon of his impact? The call sector clear, the race is on. Blitz noisy with this rotation close by, planning default. Oh, planning open.
He's gonna get it down. That's huge. Around conversion, perhaps still tantalizing. Oh! Shui hits it! An instant to the full HP of Naf, but the new boy on the block, he's only got 6 kills, but those 2 right there for the compulsory CT pistol, that will split them.
Yeah, and the fact that they end up team flashing on that CT spawn swing, that's probably the difference between the round right there. And I said they could reset, right? There was the ability for them just to pause
bullet.
after they killed the players over towards A main.
Yeah.
And you have yourself in a 3v3. You don't need to follow through with the A play. Sure, you're resetting into the unknown, but you have so much time on the clock. Now the bomb did go down. It will facilitate the force buy. Mongols lose this. Liquid can take the lead. AK for Senzu. Thank you very much, Mazinho. Need to deliver with that.
910's been given a cache of flashes. Blitz, early, deep HE, puts him on half health once more.
All right, well, 910's been called off of setting them up going out mid, so the reroute didn't get what they were looking for. Now transitioning in towards his A execute, but there's lots of bodies to deal with this. 2 through Donut, 1 through CT/Temple.
Yeah, they're very aware. It's just the 2 of them for now. Ultimate peeks in. Oh, Senzu, you didn't finish him off. Good flashes. Nerds gets caught with his pants down, but still Nerds gets away with 1. Into the site now. Mazinho has a retrievable M4.
The smoke makes it very awkward for both teams.
3 CTs in spawn. Throwing out their retake util. Okay, let's see how well drilled this retake is. Low HP for Twists. Little bit of chip damage onto Mazinho. It's an important duel from 910. Catches Shui. And that's the next fight. Twist still does well. Oh, he flicks back. Puts Naf in the dirt. And that pistol will not be converted for Team Liquid.
Oh, spraying the bodies as well. Let them know. There's a Senzu moment.
Ecstatic to see it.
It's good that they can still trust him in these situations. You touched on Mazinho getting those 3 kills in the pistol. He's the one that facilitates the AK drop. Important kills on the retake as Nerds is looking to hold on to this M4. They're just around the corner here in the steps. Might get away with all 3 rifles. Bomb goes off and everybody holds on to their goods. So we'll have to be the force buy back from Team Liquid with the lost bonus scenario. But finally, in the Rod Laver Arena, we have a map on our hands. Sketchy there for a moment with the opening kill going against the Mongols, but the Senzu adjustment and how you like them apples? Well, they can take a real commanding lead in this map with a round win right here, right now. Mongols remove the saved M4 and the force buys around it. Quite a spread approach from Liquid, not grouped up with the pistols.
Interesting to see Twist's reaction to hearing flashes mid. He immediately routes towards the A main.
And they also read it very well on the previous.
Bit of a tell, perhaps.
This weapon at this range.
And you set them up with a Deagle headshot. This could go wrong. Oh, it already has. Ultimate does get that Deagle shot. Now Twist chips in. Needed that from Senzu. Again, he steps up. Oh, a Techno long range. Finds Nerds, good spam back. Look at the damage weight. Shui,
unexpected.
Shui, the unknown entity, slips into the side for 1. Denies the plant. Molly limits Naf's contributions. Can he edge it? He's having a look. Backing away, bomb not planted. 50 seconds for Mongols.
Well, this round is anybody's right now. Sure, Naf at a disadvantage, but the fact the bomb isn't down and they're spread out, if Naf wins one of these 2 duels, it gets so tough.
It does, but this flank is going to put a timer on his progression. In just a matter of seconds, he'll be shot in the back of the head, and there's nothing he can do about it. Okay, Mongols They get through the force.
Risky move to make in this type of an environment there from 9-10. Doesn't take a lot for you to second guess that Spidey sense. Well, the force spike into the win against the Save Dem 4 and upgraded pistols means you have earned yourself a Team Liquid on Eco. Double digits for the Mongols, well and truly in sight now. A main space being taken by Twist, 3 over towards B. Shui and Nerds in cave, Naf to deal with long. There's a P250 here for Nerds.
Yeah, that's the jiggers up. And there goes the round. He's farming them now. Senzu has arrived in Melbourne.
Oh, just 3 more rounds after this, and we will be headed to that third and deciding map of Inferno.
An Inferno third map decider. Classic. Bit of juggling. Nothing for Liquid in this one.
Ultimate AWP is available. Nerds could drop that one across, but they are going to take the tactical timeout, and understandably so. The conversation needs to be had. It's crunch time. Won the pistol, lost the force. And now you find yourself in a pressure moment. Handling the eco with ease, but that's what you'd expect. What's the opening gambit on the CT side? Where do they want to be strong? What do they want to leave open? What are they trying to avoid? And Mongols also get that 30 seconds to discuss their approach. Great to see a Mongolian contingent down there.
Oh, look at the 9-10 move. He's got the spawn and he's just going. He wants to fight! Oh, what a way to crack open round 17. But Twist wants something cheeky. Barrows straight in towards that elbow smoke, a response of sorts, and he's going to find it completely vacated in a moment's time. That smoke is fading now. The reroute back towards this B-bomb site.
They got to clamp down on B lane together. The ability for Naf and Twist to jump up and fight this.
Oh, the boosted elevation could be a tough flick for Ultimate. He decides better of it. Falls back to play the edge, holding this round. The flash is too good! Techno delivers the headshot, and there's more from Techno! B-side open for business! Twist and Naf will claw something back. The wallbang not far off, but bomb down and ticking. Twist, a chance.
Not ready for this!
The head of Senzu, but Blitz sidelines him.
Naf might have to save, but does he give this one a go? No kid at the moment.
No
Tough
kid
one.
at the moment. Pursues a little fight towards Techno, but 3 kills from him. Puts them very close now.
Great reroute from the man on screen. RVD heading around, almost catching them off guard. They could have lined up, could have been multiple kills and a way back into that. But 9-10, he presents the opener, an audacious move from the sniper out middle, and then Techno, the double into the side. The util's great, and they wait for it to land. Long smoke, plumes, short smoke there, double mollies, rally of flashes. Nothing you can do if you're Ultimate. And some blistering shots there from Blitz, as Techno makes it 3 for the round. Well, partial for Liquid. Likely they give over the 12th here, and then they will fight 6 consecutive of their own. Required as Blitz finds Ultimate lost in the source.
Understandable gamble of aggression here from Naf, but ooh, Techno's ready for everything.
Should be a comfortable conversion now.
Apart from The one potential for a 5-7 frag. Yeah, look at that setup. Lovely work. He's gotten away with that. And now puts on the AK. Okay.
The bravery on 9-10. He's just lost 2 players. He knows there's rifles available, steps in with the AWP, has 1 shot to hit and does.
That was scary. Not for him. Ooh, and same for Mazinho, actually. He's been caught, but stuck in the mud as that bullet connects, but Senzu in the meantime, he removes Twist, and they're coming for him. Hasn't got the weapons, the health, or the weapon. 12 on the board for Mongols. 1 away from taking us to a 3rd and deciding map of Inferno.
Everybody delivering right now for the Mongols. 18 for Senzu with some eco bashes in there. 9-10 up to 15. 16 for Mazinho. 12 apiece for Techno and Blitz. So the recipe for success has been found on their map choice. I'll return you to the understanding that arenas have not been where Mongols have done their best work in 2025. Still new to this environment, and here he is again, not new to this move. 9-10 out mid, backs off, can't find the opener this time round.
Senzu's having a look. And Ultima's missed his shot. Oh, he pulls the trigger, commits to the spray. Oh, and even the bit of chip damage onto Nav through the boards. And this is such a perfect call from Blitz. Knowing that that B site's weaker, knowing that the pressure's being applied, you even kill the cave player. There's no way there's still a CT sitting on A. Headshot found by Senzu puts him up to 20. And it seems like a certainty. The quarterfinals so far here in Melbourne. A one-sided affair. This time, we've got a game, folks. We've got a match. 13-6. Inferno required for the first time today. We see a 3rd map.
Growing up in Kelowna, I don't know, it's difficult to say really, because the issues I experienced in my childhood can happen anywhere in the world. Some of the most challenging things were, I think, poverty. My family was definitely not doing good money-wise. We moved frequently within Kelowna. You know, it's never a good situation when you have to rely on the government to assist you in life, besides growing up in a broken family. And at the time, you don't really know why parents separate at a young age. And my mother ended up in a not so great relationship, which ended up being abusive for both of us. And my dad moved away to another province and kind of had another family to take care of, per se. It's probably what's made me appreciate the good people even more.
Well, Twist was probably already pretty sad after that, but obviously with everything coming together the way it did for Liquid, you thought maybe they close it, and they don't. And that is the way this one's shaping up in a quarterfinal. Welcome back. Intel Extreme Masters Melbourne 2025. Josh, Yanko, you just thought Liquid had it, but no.
I didn't. I told you to not underestimate the Mongols. It was just map 1. They were just warming up. They hate Anubis. It's their worst map after Dust 2, I guess. So on Ancient, we got to see what they're capable of.
Yeah, when you look at this game on paper, when you look at, I guess if you rewound the clock 2 months ago, where the Mongols was in the quarterfinals of like Katowice, for example, and Liquid was kind of nowhere to be seen, this is the type of result we would expect, and the way that it played out went everything that way. I don't know what happened in that first map to make Liquid look so good compared to how they look now. Maybe they were just overperforming. Maybe Mongols is back and just like in their proper form. Maybe it's, as you said, just Anubis.
Yeah, I think also just shows you when you get good starts, right? We said that was going to be important for Mongols here. They were able to win the pistol actually in a 3v4 scenario. Convert actually didn't go so great for them in the gun rounds on the CT side, but they still managed to end up with 6. And then in the second half, after losing the pistol, winning the force buy. I mean, we see it in this meta, in MR12. Once you get that early reset on the CTs, it just makes it so much easier for you to play out the T side.
It was a very good start, I guess, for the side of the Mongols, just being able to crawl their way back in some of these rounds and finding some of the Liquid players on these, I guess, regresses through Donut and through that Red Room, finding Shui, finding Nerds, able to kind of get a hold of that half, because 7-5 wasn't something that I was really looking at seeing come to fruition earlier on. Liquid looked like they were in a pretty decent, I guess, situation to go all the way through.
Yeah, and obviously you can even kind of take that second pistol and you think, okay, yeah, there's a shot in hell here. Like, there's a chance. It's not too far of a deficit. There's a real crawlback that could happen, but it doesn't shape up that way for Liquid. Let's perhaps even talk a little bit about some of these rounds. I think in round 14 is going to stick out off the page.
Yeah, that's the force buy we just mentioned. For Mongols, it seemed like they had a plan to hit A early on, abuse A. They did it in this round and in the anti-eco round after this. And just, ultimate to Nerds here coming back. Nerds doesn't understand maybe miscommunication about how close the Mongols were, tries to pull out the smoke. Mongols get into the bomb site, 4v4 post plant, still doable for Liquid, but Shui dies here. And then Twists and Av just with the SMG, Senzu hits a blinder of a shot here and secures the round for his team.
Yeah, already earlier on in the game, I was looking at Senzu. I'm like, oh, okay, Senzu's looking like he's kind of on point. Him and Mazzino were, I guess, the two people I would look to on the side of Mongols to be, putting up the fight. And that round right there, I think, was the unlocking of Senzu to just explode into. I think the next time I looked at him, he had like 20 kills, like a couple of rounds later. So I think towards that later end of that game, he just really started picking it up, but he was consistent all the way throughout. Mazzino was also another big point. We were talking about him before the series started about, what type of player is he and what does he do for the team, and you said that you think he's the best player on the team, and we got to see a lot of his value in those re-aggresses through Donut to catch Nerds or Shui and kind of just stifled Liquid's T-side aggression.
And specifically in those early rounds, too, for the side of Imzinho. Obviously, there's some eeks to be had here, but still, that's good impact. You get your team going in the right direction, Yanko.
Yeah, definitely. And a lot of these rounds were decided early. We had quite a lot of pace, whether it's going to be for mid control at the start of the rounds, or we saw some pace changes from both teams towards A from Mongols, more so towards B from Team Liquid, and Mongols being able to come out on top, winning the crucial rounds.
I think there was a lot of big multi-kill rounds as well for the side of Mongols. Colats with the op from 9-10 as well. I'm thinking of one that happened in Cave. A lot of these types of lineups, multi-frags without trade potential from the side of Team Liquid. So Mongols was able to not only just string those rounds together just because they were winning them, but they were just... Oh, he's hopping
an
right
idea
in.
here. There is an idea here. Let's see how it pans out, Yanko. But in all seriousness, yes, for Imzinho and company, it did start in the right direction. Yeah, you don't get that second pistol, and you're still in the game.
You're still in the game. Look, when I'm looking at these guys right now, we're about to go into Inferno. So what's my takeaway from Ancient? What's my takeaway from Anubis in terms of how these teams are playing right now? And it's very difficult to kind of put my finger on exactly what we're going to see, because if we're getting the same version of Mongols that we just saw this last map, then I think they take it all the way. But what we saw from Liquid was great as well. And, Inferno, it's going to be the decider. It's going to be knife for sides. I would almost argue that whoever starts T-side in this regard is probably going to do a little bit better, just the way things have been going so far.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see both teams showed us two different faces so far in this series. Hopefully, they both are able to put their best foot forward on this third map. So we finally get a close map today. And Inferno Decider, throughout history, used to deliver. Let's see if we can do it one more time.
Yeah, historically speaking, it does. And we are getting a little bit of that up-in-your-face action, right? I'm loving seeing Ultimate activated within the server under these confines right now, because I feel like he was one of those shining stars coming into Liquid. Now they've got him in a system where it could really be fruitful for him to show off.
Like Inferno's one of those maps where it's kind of difficult to know exactly what you're going to get out of the AWP. Or the T side, you just sit around T stairs half the time. Maybe you go for an aggressive pick, but usually you just hope that the C2s are going to peek into you if you're starting on that T side. And if you're on that CT side, I mean, there's nades going off everywhere. You're going to get smoked out. Maybe you can break open a smoke, but like all you can really do on that CT side with the AWP is maybe hope that they come into you at holes, or you go for those lane like re-aggressions and retake middle. So that's kind of what I'm looking for from Ultimate, but it's not really the best map for AWPers unless you're like Monazi or something.
And we'll have to see. Liquid played it one time with this lineup. It was against Navi in their previous game. Ended up losing off of the back of a very, very poor CT side. They actually started coming back on the T side, just didn't have enough rounds to work with. Also a map where NAF was struggling, so you're hoping that you get a little bit more of what you saw on Anubis with a slightly better CT side. Their T side, they can really put in the work.
Yeah, I'm going to look towards the banana fights, and if Liquid doesn't go straight into banana and get nuked down by all the HE grenades and everything, and it's a passive setup for the side of the Mongols, maybe I can see Liquid just grouping up and doing these super simple sight hits, and that's going to be interesting to see what Shui brought to the table in that regard. But if there's a lot of just people going down, I mean, we saw the clutches on that first map were going the way of Liquid, but then that map too, it was going in this way of Mongols. So if I were to say who's got the momentum on their side right now, I would say it's Mongols. Liquid cannot afford to let those battles be decided at banana in the favor of Mongols.
And when you talk about that T side perhaps having that stronger sort of kick it in the beginning, are you referring to the idea that you just get control of the tempo of the match, that you get to dictate where the fights are, you kind of get to maneuver in the way that you wouldn't take control of a match, or what do you mean by that exactly, guys?
I think it's exactly that, right? You choose where the fights are going to happen. Also, the peaker's advantage and whatnot probably feels good to start off that way. I'm also interested to see how Liquid's CT side looks like, right? Before, with the previous roster, they used to do a lot of setups on the CT side, right? In mid-round, they would just decide to gamble a site at times. Are they going to do more of that, or are they going to start playing a little bit more default, give their players a chance in these rounds to make a play, not just rely on, oh, they're going to come to the good bomb side for us?
Well, that's one of the interesting things about Shui coming into the roster, because he seems like one of those players that likes to go for these and is very loose in that regard of playing off of intuition, taking these fights in different parts of the map based on the info that he hears. It's just that whether or not he's going to have that buy-in from the other players on the team. For example, you would like to see Nerds going in for those types of engagements, twists on the backside of Nerds, or, I think he just pairs well with anybody he's with on that CT side. But again, it comes back to that AWP as well. So if you are going to have those aggressive peaks, it depends on what is your goal from this. Are you slowing down their opponents? Are you looking for that kill to make it easier in the later part of the round where they don't have enough util or players to do an exec? Or are you just trying to get map control so you can stack the appropriate bomb site?
I think it's also one of those situations with this Liquid lineup that some people are still playing a little bit out of position on the CT side, because Shui comes in and he's not just going to take all the anchor spots, right? So we see Nerds playing towards the A bomb side now. Nav here is going to be fine, but Twist does not go back to anchor positions either, so he sticks in the rotator role. So again, this moving around will take some time for the Liquid players to get used to on the CT side.
Still in the Mongols camp.
Still in the Mongols camp, baby.
I'll just stick with Liquid. I stick with my guns. Why not?
Yeah, why not? Good for you, man. And I get that too. I can see arguments both ways, which is why I give absolutely no credence to a pick here. But I will tell you about our friends over at faceit.com/watch, where you can actually choose the POV. You can do this other thing that a lot of people in chat ask for. It's this other feature. If you guys want to guess, you can.
Mute the caster.
There it is. He nailed it right out of the gate. So yeah, that's faceit.com/watch. We're going to head off into a break. We wrap up this series on Inferno. I think you nailed it right there. Inferno is exactly where we go to settle this toe-to-toe between Liquid and the Mongols. It's the Intel Extreme Masters Melbourne 2025.
In light of your numerous complaints about the monitoring and publishing of communications, you have been awarded this wellness check-in. Not only that, we're here to celebrate the recent success of your department. Can I offer you a celebratory hug?
Not until you won a major.
Despite your success, we will continue your watch.
What? Thought about another 6 months?
Please refrain from any outbursts. That's minus 1 month. Last session, we spoke of creative difficulties. Have you sought any inspiration from other departments?
What? Like, take their strats and just change their names?
Build a scrapbook like you would an ESL skit.
I did try that with 3D Max, but...
You started playing like them? I see. Have you considered other reasons for your previous underperformance? Perhaps looked inward? Upper management would like answers. Well?
I don't know. I feel like we've been a bit unlucky, but...
What?
I mean...
Do you have any idea, or should I suggest something?
I'm just thinking...
Talk power revoked.
Looks like time's up.
Yes, Juzzy. Perfect.
You are framing it with empty seats, right? We need to make sure that he's on his own. Really want to emphasize that. All right. What do you think of a copy, mate?
JKS arriving 3 hours early to get into the zone.
Not bad. First one in, last one out. My boy at JKS has a point to prove.
I can see why I hired you. Oh, thanks, by the way, for not doing the team building parody. I know it was a freebie.
Nah, easy, mate. I think we found a solution. All right, next, let's go.
Gonna have some interesting DMs after this one.
JKS only feet next?
Yeah, I think Chad said 2026 after I retire.
You know, I think we go mobile phone on this one. I think it's just more organic.
Okay. All right, lads, you've read the brief. Combo smile on 3. 3, 2, 1, smile.
Those damn smiles.
What's going on here?
Just PR, bro. Shouldn't be long.
PR? Looks like you guys are doing Reddit bait.
Smart one you've got here.
You reckon maybe I can be a part of this?
Sure. You got your VP jersey with you?
No.
I'm not a miracle worker, mate.
A very good evening to you, Melbourne. We've got one final map in the first day in this Rod Laver Arena. It's beautiful, and so are you. I want your energy as we get into our final map of the evening. We've got a whole weekend of Counter-Strike coming up, but let's see if we can end it with a bang. The teams are ready, you are ready, or at least let me check. Are you ready? Chad, do you equip us for this one? Mongols on one side, Liquid on the other, and Inferno to separate them.
Both teams dominant on their own map choices, showing they are here to play. Now the pace might slow a bit as Inferno The third and decider between these two teams. But Senzu, he's rocked up. He's in the server and hoping to swat away those playoff woes. Can he be the difference for Mongols?
Yeah, he can't disappear. We saw him, we found him on Ancient. Third and final map of our quarter-final day is underway.
Team Liquid on the T side, Mongols to defend. Boatload of utility for Team Liquid in this one.
Yeah. Let's see what the game plan is. Twist had best spawn.
One of the keys for Mongols in this matchup, Liquid only have one official with Shui in this roster on this very map, so keep that in mind. 3 players over towards B early. Flash of the ready from Blitz.
Yeah, you can see the trap they've got set. That flash will be thrown on Techno's Q. Doesn't buy it, doesn't bite. He's acting like he's alone. Senzu has to hit his first headshot, but it's Nerds. Good work. Hasn't swung the half wall yet. They overlook him. An important find from Nerds. Double kill. Oh, and Ultimate opens up the site. Blitz going down. That's going to mean a retake for 2 of them.
It's going to be very tough. Mazinho, he was the one that got the lion's share of pistol kills in the pistol conversions for Mongols in the previous map. Coming up, Banana, dual Berettas in hand.
GLHF. Yeah, no chance.
Deleted. And that'll be that.
They had the bodies, but no one hitting their shot necessary. Even Techno being overlooked by that boosted player, it kind of spelled like something, some hope for him to go off with the multi, but doesn't get it done. 910's looking to stick around and take a couple of extras. It's a little bonus.
Okay, well, a kill, but doesn't retain the Kevlar. Do the Mongols want to follow through with the force on the CT side? Availability to do so on Inferno, close the corridors, bring out those SMGs, those 5.7s. Actually, just get the 5.7s. Liquid, they're going to go very SMG heavy. Take a look at this second round buy. We're talking 4 SMGs and 1 Galil. Normally I'd like a 2-3 split either way, but not very rifle heavy whatsoever. Maybe this will come with pace as they entry into sites. The util is here for an execute. Banana aggression with 4 players starting B for the Mongols.
Yeah, Twist gets dunked on, so just 50 points of health. 910, his scout can finish the job. Doesn't hit the wall bang. Backs away as his teammates leave him.
So now we're seeing the positive right now of going for these SMGs. Still have residual utility. Not a lot for crowd control, but enough to execute in. Blitz drawn back over to help 910, feeling that pressure. Bomb down towards T stairs, so the commitment will not come in just yet for Liquid.
They're going to wait for more indications of what they're up against. Coffin smoke and a block smoke in response. Does Blitz hold it? He's going to wait for 910 to fire his shot. Spots the shoulder. Info on him. Tags up Nerds. Bullet does go
now they're coming
ways. And the Shui's ahead of the smoke. Oh, what is that from Blitz? A drive-by dig into a no-scope headshot, of course. Puts us into a 4-on-4, threatening, at least by the damage. Look at the health of
It's
Liquid.
unconfirmed though. They don't know what they've done, and likely in this type of situation, in a pressure match, it's elimination, it's quarterfinal, you wouldn't just run into a B retake scenario. Now if they head down middle, we can see Twist lying in wait over towards this bench position. Not going to be an easy clear up close for Mazinho. Yeah, not ready for it, and Twist, he will make sure that they are not getting out of dodge for free. And they lose everything after all. So the Mongols overstepping the mark.
Has Nerds convinced Twist to be an MP7 enjoyer?
Hey.
It used to be his thing.
A little bit of variety in life right now, but hey, the SMG buy, it doesn't come back to haunt them.
Yeah, but the downside is you've got 3 SMGs again.
I guess on the flip side right now, you are going to be dealing with very limited investments.
True.
So you should just be able to go and farm. Gold, gold, gold.
Are you holding the ear cup? You didn't hold the ear cup.
Again, SMG are heavy. They can use that into the first rifle round as well.
Yeah, I guess.
You're just laying out the box,
crazy.
really in their face.
Ooh, they're going to go down the guts. Blitz is being escorted by that scout line. Now enables him Oh, he could have finished off the job. Nice shot. And yeah, tough. This is getting tough. Okay, nice save from the ultimate Galil long range. Takes the head off of Blitz. Will avenge his fallen comrade and twists. Catches a little glimpse of Naf's ankle.
All right, working on the banana control now. Naf still over towards Boiler and Halls. Long smoke lands. 9-10 playing ahead of this. We'll call sector clear. Might even get a chance to duel against Naf. Yep, there's another tag.
Solid shooting here from 9-10. He's doing what you want from a scout.
Yeah, but take a look right now at the radar. The player over towards that B site at the very back tucked in is Techno with only a USP. Now, if there's enough distraction from CT, sure, they might go overlooked. And there are players who are low. Need to be dink then dead. Ah, well, there you go. Senzu flashed down and out for the count. Techno removed as well. Just 9-10 and Mazinho. Any damage they can find here would be fantastic.
As we discussed though, Liquid not going to be too upset if they lose some of these SMGs.
I'm interested to see if Shui has a call behind this, right? It seemed quite premeditated for them to buy it into the first and then they carried them through into the second. So as we move into the first rifle round for the Mongols, is it pacey? As Mazinho's gone undetected. He's not going to get anything for his troubles, as he'll be found by Ultimate. Smile on the coach's face. Happy with that one.
Oh, that is a legacy org as well. Let's see if there is that game plan you're thinking about.
Only 2 players lacking head armor for the Mongols. Nice nade down the back pocket of Nerds. And the flash, no good.
That's terrible. Poor Techno. Oh, and that one, quite the opposite. Oh, and a bait shot. They live on in apps. Naf confirms AWPing presence on A. Senzu has to try and stay vigilant, but he's so low. It's on that half wall, trying to catch the timing on the swing. He's got a teammate to back him up. Does lose on ultimate, 4-on-4. Backing away, conceding banana.
I wonder if they just blocked each other there on that top banana molly, if that was destined towards sandbags. Allows Blitz to get away. Pressure now on 9-10's AWP and Mazinho anchoring down towards pit. Mazinho still with a HE and a smoke. 3 players up mid and brackets. And Shui is going to join them. He has that bomb. 9-10 repositioning in towards the site. Blitz rotating over to deal with the arch side. But if they slip past Blitz, it's going to be very tough for Mazinho and 9-10 to lock this down.
And 9-10 to be tested, just 9-10's AWP. Oh, quick wrist breaker. He hits his shot. He hits all 3, sets up the Mongols for their first on Inferno. Blitz walking to punish. He's closing the gap, and Twist can't stand. Knocked on his ass by Blitz, but it's the AWP of 9-10 that shines bright in Melbourne.
There's any question about how good this kid is. He's one of the consistent forces for the Mongols, and that's a beautiful little triple. Steps up and delivers the round on a silver platter for the Mongols. A beautiful work here.
Oh, such admiration for AWPers that have really nailed that. The look away from the flash, the return, the good shot. This one through the box as well to finish was nice for the third.
Risky from Blitz, right? Denies the bomb going down, sure, but if he goes down, we know that Senzu was low from the early exchange over towards Banana. The Mongols can buy back in. They get the AWP again. There's 2 SMGs. Liquid's buy is looking a whole lot better. That's by the good fortunes of dealing with the early spree of rounds against them. Same conversation we had on Anubis. Multiple rounds required for the Mongols to break the bank balance, and Techno, aggressive this time, gets his man.
Already hamstrung Liquid. Oh, the nade makes it so much worse.
Oh, double smoke.
Yeah, suboptimal.
Overzealous with the util there from the Mongols.
He just gets out. He was waiting, biding his time. Ultimate lives on with just 6 points of health. Presence with brackets. Naf goes looking. Good find. Naf removes Senzu, and Mazinho's position noted.
That's a B defender. You've got time to rotate back.
They just replenished that deep banana smoke, so you'd have to brave that with 40 seconds. Decisions to be made.
Can 910 do it again? Mazinho only has an SMG.
It's not the weapon for this fight in abs at all. Oh, Naf now spotted out.
Have a molly for him.
Yeah, this could get interesting. Flash does delay. Twist trying to swing up. It's 910 Zorb. Same position. Will it be the same result? Ultimate one back. Gets both. No HP. Ultimate. Oh my god, he's got a chance. A real opportunity with an orb recovered. He's doing everything for Liquid. Mongols, this was supposed to be your round. And now 4 of them watch as Techno is tasked with finishing it off. Just 6 points of health on Ultimate. We saw that at the start of this round, but now he's retrieved 910 Zorb. And he can put it to good use. Techno walking in, Ultimate none the wiser. Techno, what do you think? What do you do? Miss shot, he's a dead man! Techno saves them! Mongols making a one-round game!
Oof, another tense round, back-to-back again for the Mongols. Photo finish and some heroics from the individuals. Techno having to keep his poise, but Ultimate almost broke the hearts right there. You catch this, so swings to the pick kill, spams through the box, that's paper thin. Runs in, bomb in hand, goes, oh, I need to win this fight. 910 down to the pistol, can't get the job done, but Techno does save the day. Damage is there, bomb goes down, lost bonus building, orb gets retrieved, both teams back in with a buy. This time lacking a bit of utility on both sides of the server.
Ooh, good flash, saves his life there. Twist accelerating up middle. Counter flash to delay.
This is direct. They're not fighting for the banana control early. They're going to walk up the guts of middle, hoping that it's a 3-2 start. It's going to actually be 3 players towards A for Liquid in this one.
Yeah, Blitz is actually going to be disrespected. And they look at the health on Nerds. He gets away with the trade. Wrapping quick towards Long, and Senzu, this is a rare fight to be finding so early. Mazinho pit side, but the orc trapped in abs. There's the find. Okay, they have the man advantage. Trying to cross into the side. Mazinho can't track Shui enough, but there's the 910 orb. He makes it work. Ultimate doesn't finish off the job onto his rival. Ultimate overload. Potential reposition of Mazinho goes down, and that's another Mongols round. Convincing stuff with just one casualty. They tie us up.
All right, well, in the spree of 3, that's the best round so far. Most bodies staying alive, helping to build them a bit of a buffer on the CT side, while also putting Liquid into a position where they just have to partially invest right now. So Mongols have done the hard work. They won out some tight moments, they had good individual plays. Now Liquid are just going to chip in and see what they can find. In this type of environment, anybody could be susceptible to losing an opening pick to a couple of Deagles, a P250, a Tech 9.
Oh, and an AWP. There's the Deagle on Nafto. Oh! He's opened up the sight! Sprinting in now, it's a race against time.
Bomb is still loose.
Absolutely, but Naf getting deep here. If he picks up this AK and catches on a rotation, Blitz is not ready! Oh, he is! Quick adjustment from their captain. It pulls rotations. I can't help but beg Twist to activate. And he will. Bomb retrieved by Nerds.
No, I'm going to go with this. But is there an open runway? Mazinho. Traditional position, back pit. Doesn't have any support whatsoever on an absolute island here.
It kind of feels like Nerds is going to have to take the first fight here. Twist waits. Allows Nerds to progress. Clears through that library Yang. Twist jiggles, gets spotted, gets a nice find. Mazinho did get dinked by that Tech 9, so oh, never mind! Fast bullet accuracy, straight for the second. Every story needs an antagonist. Melbourne's found theirs.
Pacing this one slows with the rifles out. And it's on a second tempo, going for this banana control. Deep molly, forces Techno and Senzu back in towards the site. And now they have what they were looking for. Next for Shui would be getting his team brackets control. Means that he can call across the map with a bit more understanding. And, well, they flubbed their lines on that one.
Yeah, he didn't look certain of it.
So unforced error for the top banana control. Liquid now starting to congregate. They park Naf, but will he be found? There's a search party available. Mizinho and Blitz could activate at any moment to deal with this. 910 has cheated over towards Speedway. He'll be early response to Senzo and Techno on this B bomb site. 910 has a flash that could come in clutch.
Naf has nothing to report. There's
25 seconds.
Three-man stack and 910 should be destined for this first one. Just like that. Plucks Nerds from the pack. They start to accelerate. Down goes Techno. Ultimate meets his fate at the hands of the AWP. Senzu will tug. And it's all about timing with 10 seconds left. He knows they're flustered down. They spot him. 910! The audacity! Pushes in for more and takes the round. Nav too late to the party. All the cake is gone.
910 ascending in this series. He's shown some real class. 11-4, some really impactful moments, keeping his cool. A 2-round lead now accrued for the Mongols. Back on Anubis. How we started this series. That's where Liquid were absolutely dominating them, ragdolling them around the server, but that was a long time ago. Ancient happened. That's where the Mongols activated. That's where Senzu showed his presence. And right now it's 910's turn to be lighting up the server. Opening kills, few and far between for Liquid so far. 2 in total with the 8 rounds played. Timeout called, pressure being felt. And with no bomb going down, they're just in that touching distance of a buy, which likely equals a partial. Armor with Tech 9s, bit of util, and a pocket strat. This is the perfect moment for what you've been cooking in the lab to be unleashed on the server. They will be complementing Naf's saved AK-47. There's those Tech 9s, there's the armor. Light on util, it's smoke heavy. Does this have pace to it, or will they allow the protocol utility to be thrown through? That's the question.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to boost the AK up for an early fight. Techno seems aware of the possibility. Naf staying active. Oh, and he's plucked! Over the top of the wall, headshot found. Techno gets away.
AK does fall into Nerd's hands. Be a monster in turning these moments on their head. An X factor indeed. Twist bottom of apartments, Ultimate and Chewy. Back towards mid. Still have some of this util for the finish. We're talking 3 smokes, 2 flashes. They need to be used picture perfect if Liquid want to find a way into this number disadvantage scenario.
Twist's been taking a slow pace to his approach on IAPS, and Mizinho's just stubborn, staying active. Gets spotted out and peeks ahead of the plume. Very nice from Mizinho. Extends their advantage further. He's got the angle as well. Spots the wrap on long. Distraction for Blitz to destroy. Just Shui. And Blitz is seen to him. This gap is getting bigger. Partial investment around a rifle, but the guns will come out. Big round for Liquid if they want to see a competitive scoreline in the third.
We're talking about the importance of this series for both of these teams. The major just around the corner. Liquid, they opted to make a replacement. Bring Shui in, take over the leadership, bench JKS. Making a play that they can be at their most competitive for 39 days' time. The Mongols felt like they were on a bit of a free fall. Back-to-back events, not making the playoffs, struggling in arenas, struggling in playoffs. This is a move to help them with confidence. If they can win this series right here, right now in a competitive environment, not just against another minnow like Eternal Fire, against names who have done it all.
Grand Slam winners, some of them. Rather exclusive club.
Double AWP CT side. That's the change up in the CT setup now.
9-10. Oh, he's only tagged him through the corner there.
It's been
We're
noted.
Lucky to be alive.
Now you're functioning with that information that the double AWPs are out to play. Does that change the approach for Shui?
Again, this suspicious smoke.
It's just weird.
Likely has the T's feeling the same thing.
They can clear when they come up mid. Oh, it's a bit early.
It's very early.
Nobody's home.
Misinformation. Library smoke, 2 invested on this long setup. No molly to flush him out. Blitz going to be overlooked. They're assuming it's clear. Gets them both! A third available, but Liquid crumble! Just one consolation frag for Twist on the AWP. But everything falls into place for a Mongols 7th.
Feels like cracks in the comms there. Nobody acknowledged that immediately. He gets 2 kills from Trash, and then they're still not looking in that direction. Twist is hoping to save this. Senzu's going to do his best to try and take this. If he gets it after time, that'd be massive. And, well, his position will be found. The AWP will be retained.
The zombies were hunting. Yep, gets away.
Well, there's more than enough money for the Mongols by. That's why they can throw the bodies at them.
This JKS fella, ex-teammate of yours?
Pretty popular around these parts.
Yeah, they seem to like him. Oh, from Uptown Girl to Blitz being taken downtown. Quick one down second mid. A second body there.
Yeah, they seem aware, and now they definitely know. Okay, well, he's lucky. 9-10 still overwatching with his AWP.
I mean, that's a valuable asset considering Team Liquid came in with such a smorgasbord of weaponry.
I think the fact that they save the AWP and they find a pick in that fashion, you're not expecting it to be in second mid. You think it'd be T-Stairs, maybe fighting Banana, the fact that he's ready for that. So Blitz will be kicking himself. A man advantage for Liquid to work with. Those opening kills need to be converted upon, even if the buy looks like this. Still 7-5 available at half in favor of Mongols. Can they overwhelm this A site? Mongols have gambled correctly. Senzu joins the party. Another rifle picked up now.
It's been hard for Liquid to get into this site.
There's no flash, it's just going to be bodies.
Who moves first? Mazinho's going to swing. Gets overlooked. 9-10 distracts! And Mazinho destructs. Finds Nav. Ultimate onto Senzu. Good reposition for another, but the ultimate AWP keeps filling the feed. 3 again into the A site. Last time he was alone for this close. This time he has a partner in crime. Double AWP, post plant. Techno's a dead man walking. It's a 4th for Liquid. And look what it means to Shui. He knows what it means. It means that they've got a competitive half, tantalizingly close.
Well, they broke the streak. That's 7 consecutive rounds there for Mongols. Don't break the money, that's still available. Mongols have been able to accrue enough here to get one more at halftime's door.
Yeah, love the way you broke down why Blitz was taking that gamble, that aggressive gamble in towards bedroom. It's like counter logic gaming, but not the one with Tarek in it.
Hayes, Cutler, JDM.
Yeah.
That FNS guy.
And that guy from Argo was there.
Yeah. All right, final round. Full buys for both teams. It's all the way down Banana. Channel forward, stabbing through. Slight damage, but again, looking direct from Liquid. I want to tussle with B. They know they can get this Halls and Boiler control quickly.
Yeah, this is very quick. In fact, so quick that there are only 2 here. For the first time, Liquid are not walking into the fully stacked A site. And they're second guessing it. Now the smokes come in. Mazinho, again good for his defense. Senzu in combination. Ultimate and Shui, they claw something back, but look at the price. It's Ultimate charges him down. Combat AWPing, winnable, but not in the hands of the AWPer. Ultimate and Shui, this Polish pair, get it done. One final half of Counter-Strike for our first day in this beautiful and stacked Rod Laver arena. It's all going down, down under. And at the end of this map, one of these teams will be 6 feet lower. Mongols Liquid. Just 2 rounds separating them. Mongols take to the T side with a 2-round lead. Senzu not at the bottom of the scoreboard. It's Techno with only 2 contributions in that first half. And 5 sets of Kev for their T-side pistol. Quite a contrast to Liquid's approach. Clearing half wall with a decoy. Use case found. Chewy can't find the head, eventually gets it done. Took him the whole mag. Oh, ultimate. First bullet from him. Techno's now been spotted out by Nerds. Doesn't need to commit to this duel, but will win it anyway. Rough start for Techno.
2v5 is likely to go one way. First map of the series where one team will convert both of the pistols.
There was something from 9-10, but there goes the bomb.
Yeah, back turn, bomb down, blitz. Position noted. And he's likely just to run in his demise right now. Needs to give it his best go, and, well, Will takes a duel with 2 and lives to tell the tale for a moment's time. Bomb picked up, fights on all fronts, now finished that off, and now it is just a 1-round game. No bomb going down, should see Mongols into the eco. Restraint there from Nerds top banana while she was taking that fight on the jump up. You'd be so enticed to swing. As soon as you raise that crosshair, they come running around the half wall. Could be all over Red Rover, but it will just be... Oh!
How's he done that? Straight on the mid-fight.
I was going to say some light investments. There's 2 digs, a flash, and a Tech 9. Well, now there's a dead ultimate.
He had a little false sense of security on the mid-swing.
Actually have something to work with now, Mongols. Otherwise, yeah, you're definitely thinking this gets all tied up before the rifles come out into the next. But you find that so early in the round, you know that they're likely to have to over-rotate or play 2-2.
Yeah. Oh! Oh my goodness! The B site is currently vacant.
No smoke, no smoke.
Deagle headshots, but you're right. They have to get past Shuey. A flash sets him up for success. How does he handle this? The whole squad gunning at him, and he's down to 18. The bomb will go down. They started this round with just a couple of deagles. They may leave with the round. He's done it again. 9-10 sniping him with the Desert Eagle. Liquid in free fall. Twist isn't even moving, isn't even playing for the round. He's accepted it's over. And Mongols steal one away.
Some absolute showstoppers, some scorchers, some screamers on those digs right there. That was Liquid's chance to tie things up before the rifles come out. A calamity unfolds. Ultimate biting off more than he can chew. Horny for the eeks. And that might just cost them. You overstepped the mark against a light buy. And this, well, that's an eco, right? This is a modern day eco.
Let's see that one again.
Bang!
It's this shot from 9-10. Nerds is doing everything to be evasive, just on the pixel, through the board, and another one as well. Catches just a sliver of Naf's head.
Well, do the force by wars begin? Liquid, bounce back in. The saves are there, a scout around it, a couple of upgraded pistols, but the AKs are out. A tag early, here we go.
Okay. Shot to the Achilles, leaves Techno wanting. Mid-focus for Liquid. Mazinho does start to probe the apartments. Full top banana is theirs. Careful now, Shuey.
I want to try and draw this utility out of the B defense to the Mongols. And there you go, first smoke. About a minute 14 on the clock when that one plumes. Now the mid-control pressure. Forces them back off of brackets into a more passive stance. Information limited for Liquid. And 10 returns to banana just to make sure nobody pries forward of the smoke. Zinho holding onto the SMG. You'd love to be able to try and trade that out with Techno, who's on the low HP. Techno is at the back of the pack as Twists and Naf reinvestigate middle. So all that utility before, in vain. What's the finish? 37 seconds on the clock. A rotation over towards B. Nert still has a smoke. This could end badly for the Mongols.
And they've just thrown it out in the perfect timing as well. Will they go through it? That might be their only option at this time, at this juncture. Ultimate scarpers into the side to try and lend a hand. B, the third man, the Joker, overlooked in the dark corner. 9-10 pushes through, looking for frags. There's Naf with one. Nerds and Chewy to pass the test. This time sensitive for the Mongols, and only the one. They get in, and that bomb goes down.
Tense moment there. Really good read of the situation from Liquid. Good re-aggressors, good info plays. They gamble correctly, the smoke comes down, but Mongols somehow brute force through. Sure, weapon advantage is there. That's a tough situation with the early tag, and Techno's still one of the players walking. Only 2 kills for him so far. Not too late to activate, but Liquid, they will save again. Famous for Twist once more. Naf this time will get the SMG.
This is definitely a first for the Liquid boys. Thousands of Australians willing you to fail. Preying on your downfall.
Tricky spot with the buy. Have to just carry through the saves and have some upgrades around it. Next round, 2,400 loss. So will be the guns into the next, but how much damage can they do? You still want to limit the Mongols. You don't want to give it away for free. Kind of all 5 staying alive. So how threatening? Can you pick up an AK? Well, Nertz is ahead of the Flames.
Can he do what they did to him? A Deagle headshot. Oh, Banana! And he gets away! Oh, that is revolting. He lost his defensive teammate. Shui got naded down.
Yeah, Techno took it from the grave. So as far as the trades are concerned, not too shabby whatsoever. Immediately evacuating the B side, and that appears to be the wrong call at the moment. 9-10 posted up on that CT line. Senzu showing some confidence on top of the sandbags. Hasn't had the same output as what we saw from him on Ancient, but 9-10 has definitely been standing up to be counted. Executing in towards this site, and Liquid, they should just now position themselves for damage. Are we going to worry about playing a couple towards CT, a couple towards base of Banana when they exit? Let's do some damage, take these AK-47s. And as the util lands, Liquid, it's confirmed they've gambled incorrectly.
I really have to admire the diligence there. There isn't anything that's been unchecked, unmolotov, unsmoked, everything to ensure that that bomb site, even if it was occupied and stacked, would have been laden with flame.
This could be important down the stretch. If Liquid can get a couple of kills just to force out rebuys, they're all stacked over towards spawn.
Yeah, safe exit for the Mongols will be through Banana.
Yeah, exactly. And the best thing to save right now if you're Liquid is really the armor on Twists.
Sure. Well, they will get a chance. Still gets himself a second on the dig, so good output from Nerds. They overlook Twists. Farmas, he's done well to get another. So 3 players down from Mongols against this.
Decent damage, right? This could have huge impact down the stretch.
Yeah.
Liquid need to start winning rounds and get in the consecutive short, but if they can do that, they can get on top of the economy against the Mongols. So it is a 4-round game. No ultimate AWP available for this first rifle round, and just think about how much dominance 9-10 had with his. Opening kills on that A site, multi-kill defenses. And ultimate was actually a key with a saved AWP and helping out with some rounds, but here he is again, just straight up the guts, bang! Look at the confidence on this kid.
He is farming them! Combine Farmister! Okay, Techno, good, important trade. He's very low, susceptible to the spam from Shui, gets it done. 3-on-3 bomb loose. Pressure on A is high. Blitz has thrown out a smoke that obscures Library and facilitates him to slip into the archway. This is a big fight for Shui. Can't handle Blitz. Blitz. Slow yet fast from Blitz.
Back of the truck again is Twist.
Nice find, patience prevails, pivots to B, that smoke indicates his intention. 9-10 with the AWP, what does he do with this? Turns tail, gives the start cue, Twist, the audacity to push the smoke on the smoke criminal of this game.
All right, well, 47 seconds left on the clock here for Mazinho to try and clutch out the 1v2.
Do they have an idea of his approach?
Might just get blindsided here, Mazinho, because he's going to take so long clearing all these corners, and Nafa's just getting into the picture. Did he spot him?
Hello. Yeah, you can see the way in Twist has adjusted his angle. Exclusively for this Ruins approach. And Mazinho down, Twist, that's a big round. Big one from RVD.
That's a free opener, or a forced opener from 9-10 that comes their way, and then the chaos ensues over towards Banana. It looked good for Senzu for a moment, right? He's edging on that smoke. Techno gets the trade, he gets spammed through. Blitz even able to put himself between the defense, but playing 2-1-1-1-1 there. So Mongols not grouping up, comes back to bite them and forces the second tactical timeout from Mara. As mentioned, the damage done in that previous round will have impacts on what the buys can look like going forward. And 9-10's been great on the AWP. So Twist, the unknown entity, gets a free kill, Blitz literally backing into it. And then braving the smoke is crazy, but knowing if he does this, the round gets thrown into disarray.
Yeah, 9-10's going to be frustrated about that death. He made an executive decision.
They really wanted to facilitate this AWP. That will have had to have been dropped across from Mazinho, who's now working without Kevlar and only a Tech 9.
Damn.
So putting faith in their AWP to continue to deliver this output. How quick it went from a spree of 3 down to a brittle buy, which will be followed by an eco if you don't win this.
Yeah, no helmet for Mazinho, so all of those M4s are going to absolutely shred, and so will the nade. Senzu consumes that HE.
Block smoke top mid, telling that the A site feels like it's under a bit of pressure. Well, the rotation has just made it back from Shui. The lack of utility for the T's to work with, so not going to be able to clear out everything. Going to have to make sure that it's good pairing up and trade work as they clear through Banana. So clear close with the molly, flash forward, take the line. 2 smokes, flash, molly, HE. If this is just going to be a simple execute, if a CT block smoke comes down, they might just break and go.
Block smoke deployed.
Noisy and Banana, multiple steps being heard. 30 seconds now. Liquid sticking to their guns.
Yeah. The mind games of the sound cues. But now the exec, and it's all
Still
up
no
to
rotation. Still no rotation.
They put such priority onto 9-10's AWP. How do they get into this site? Mazinho taking space on the tech. Smoked, no problem for Ultimate, but can't track it. Mazinho! He still gets 2! The selfless individual steps up, delivers 2 on the entry. Still makes it a 3v3 competitive from the Shui frag. Retake is on, make no mistake, the util will be well placed.
You risk it all if you go for this.
Thinking about it, Rod is in the water. 9-10 though, he's got a back, a free frag. Do you still go? Do you still go? Into the loving embrace of 9-10's AWP. He transfers immediately. How does he get on the bomb? There is no kit, there is no time. Fakes it out, picks up the kit. Senzu's gonna call the bluff, swings in! Oh, so close to perfection from Twists.
Take a timeout, you need a conversation.
I mean, this is it, right? You're
well, it's 1900 loss into this round right now. So this is what I'm saying, that you risk it all. Because now you put yourself in a scenario. Do you give away 12? Do you take the partial? Do you get the 2400? Or do you shove? Do you go all in? They only had 1 player survive. You know their money's not great. You know there's no 9-10 AWP. But do you risk it? And they have. Liquid have shoved all in. They are fighting for the game right here, right now.
Their quarterfinal hangs in the balance of the next minute 44. 3 MAC-10s. And just 1 helmet for Team Liquid. Block smoke mid, respected by Blitz.
You're trying to identify what you're up against as the Mongols. Do they have the audacity in this moment to go for the force buy? And what's told you that they have? Well, the flash at the ready. This could be godly.
Oh, Sound Q confirms there was someone half wall. Nerds will block them.
Now you know it's a buy.
Yeah, now it's apparent. Quick pivot. This gruesome threesome on the A site, stacked up and reposition. Wrapping alongside into what would be just Twist. A FAMAS but smoked. Ultimate poised. Just a scout. Can he find just the angle for the body shot to soften him up? There's Twists. He delivers. Liquid, they put all the chips into the center of the table, and it's paying off big from Twists. 4 on the FAMAS, and they start believing once more.
Mongols pushed away from Banana. Head back towards A, look like the wrap, but mainly up that porch side, and Twist just swats them away. Now the balance of this game shifts completely. And there it is, that's confirmation. They are in such a predicament with the decisions going forward for the Mongols. Sure, it's 11-8. But neither team has been able to accrue a big loss bonus because of the back and forth nature that we've seen coming into this second half. Pistol win for Liquid, lose the force. Go 3 in a row, back and forth, tit for tat.
It felt like every single nade Liquid had, and it was used to perfection there. The flash from Nafon to the long side as well sets up Twist to start. And on B, the blocking utility, the two of them puffing up their chest and sending them into the stack.
Yeah, max efficiency out of the light investments they were able to get away with. I feel like this has to be a force situation, but they haven't fully invested. They haven't gone all in, at least not yet.
Senzu spent 700, he had 14.
Yeah, but it's really just him and 910, so Mara probably planning multiple rounds ahead within that 30 seconds. Their thought process as well is don't let the CT start to build economy either, right? Even though we're in a situation where we probably have to eco, we can't give them free rounds, we can't... Oh my God! He's done him again!
The Banana Demon! No one is safe from the 910 dig. Utter perfection. For Liquid, that previous round flashes before their eyes.
Now this time they've got less though, Mongols. That nade, well timed, huge damage, 910. The walking wounded down to 4 points of health. Juggles the Deagle across. Last time it was 3 spectacular shots between Blitz and 910. Now the Deagles reside with Techno and Senzu. 910 gets the SMG. He worked hard for that, but he'll give it over. Still 2 players top sandbag. Liquid could swing for information. They could also be fast on a flank. The passive stance from Liquid on A. 1 pit, 1 long. This is a good setup knowing you're against pistols, but Deagles, if they swing, they click, you're dead. How good is the Mongols' aim?
Starting to push up for the flank as well as Nerds. Ultimate quarter whiff, that's seen a lawful lot. That's an overextension. Getting run at and dead.
Oh my God!
Again. The Mongols digs. Only Naf can save them, and he gets 2. Damage onto Techno. Twist can't believe what he's got to do now. They did the hard part, but just 2 Desert Eagles. $1,400 invested, and they take everything, including hope, away from Team Liquid. Twist has got 1. Does he place the incendiary correctly? He has. It's going to bounce into Techno. Twist, this would be incredible, impeccable. Does he clear his corners? He saves them. RVD saves them in the Rod Laver Arena. A catastrophe averted. And a captain converted to a superstar once more.
Wave them off right there. They had you on the ropes. 1 of those in the game is something. 2 is unforgivable, and Twist won't let that happen on his watch. Senzu swings, oversteps the mark. The incendiary's perfect, forces another fight. And the time isn't there. Blitz cowering in the sight. Last man standing, can't get it done.
Synchronized relief for Team Liquid. As Twist steps up and delivers. More twists and turns, it seems.
Naf brings out the Org. Can that reshape his half? Twist at 20 kills, Ultimate at 16. Most of him impact in the first.
Yeah, the B players are about to be tested here.
This is a pop and go.
Yeah, will that smoke work out for him? Starts to unload, more bullets in the 8-4, combines with Shuey,
Beautiful.
who gets it done. Double kill, he's gonna be brought out, gets away with it. Through the flames. Another one required. Nerds will happily take a 2v4. Plays his life, falls back, and that bomb gets planted. Zinho and 910 tasked with a vicious post plant. And this retake, not even a problem for Twist. He wins out the duel on Mizinho. Nert's low, he'll buy time. Waits for the push through that CT smoke, gets it far, and there's Twist again. Back-to-back closes. And that gap getting closer, smaller, a single round separating the two of them here in the quarterfinals.
This one might just go the distance. Probably a Mongols partial right now. 910 is doing everything in his power to win this map.
Yeah. Look at him running through the flames there, just for the trade, just to chase down Shuey.
He's heating up.
26, bro.
It's likely to see the scoreline tie up as well. Liquid can thank Twist for bailing him out of a sticky situation. 910 has gone in with an AK-47.
I don't blame him.
Lost bonus into the next.
Look how close they've gotten with just Eagles.
Yeah, that's true. On the cusp right now. For those 13 rounds, feeling a whole lot further away than they should have. Liquid have now put together 3 consecutive of their own. But the last 2 coming down to just a few men standing. Their economy not built either. This is a war of attrition in the finance department. Forced off top mid. Wrap smokes. Draws Shuey. Leaves Nerds. Still has a smoke. Channeling. Fast up Banana. Pace on this.
Straight through. It's up to Nerds. And he's done very well for the first, but chased down, dinked up. He's a dead man. The B side is theirs. This partial investment from the Mongols has gotten them into the site, but can it make 12 rounds?
So much util for the retake.
They've got everything
Smokes,
they need.
flashes, mollies. They can go for this.
910, don't forget about that investment. These Tech 9s, they'll just be the peons. He could be the king. Blitz stuns ready with that retrieved M4. Shuey down to the Mizinho Tech 9. He keeps on him, and it's all looking too good. Ultimate enough, giving their best shot. A double kill insufficient. Ultimate chase down. It comes down to that. A 1 versus 1. A single bullet could have done it, but it's Techno to push the Mongols on series points.
Melbourne are on their feet, and Mara can't believe it. His team are coming to play. This is what Arena Counter-Strike is about, and Mongols are delivering. They risked it once, Liquid, and they risked it again. Just the surge up Banana, drawn in by the A fake. I was watching the X-ray. Something was going on with Banana with that. I don't think one of the players could throw the smoke for the retake. It had to be juggled. Naf had to do it. That slowed them down. Valuable seconds. And Mongols take control of the finances once more. No Famis for Twist this time. Will have to be done with the 5-7.
Melbourne's made their request. Will the Mongols honor it? Fulfill it in round 23. The odds already stacked against Liquid, looking at what they've brought into this. It has to be unusual. It has to be heroic. Nerds does deliver an opening. The only rifle in play, and he does draw first blood.
B defense has had some strong moments throughout this map. Doesn't look like Mongols will come knocking, at least not yet. For the housekeeping in Banana, making sure that rifle cannot be picked up quickly. Juggling smokes back, Techno joins 910 and Blitz in the mouth of middle. Mazinho to be late through the apartments.
They're understaffed here, Chad.
Smokes and Molly, that's what they have to block on this A site. Blitz has the bomb. He's leading the pack.
Ultimate doesn't have his gun out, it's not so threatening. Spots out the fingertips, perhaps. Ultimate.
Defensive smoke.
Defensive smoke.
Forces them through the...
Buys time for a potential rotation. There's no one's moving.
They're gravitating towards this. This is crazy.
Just walking through.
They pounce together. Has to be on a timing with Mazinho and Apps.
Good flash. Amazing flash. He's just doing the flashback dance! And they're dancing on the grave of Liquid! That's gotta be it! This final round of Liquid in Australia being set 6 feet down under. The Mongols take Liquid out. Sensational form from the Mongols on the big stage in front of thousands.
You got to tip your hat to 910. What an absolutely monstrous performance. The last 3 kills of the map taking him up to 30. But he is man of the match without a doubt. And the Mongols in front of 9,000 Australians get the job done. This new form Liquid not up to the task today. They push it to the 3rd. They have a dominant performance on their map choice, and they give us entertainment on map number 3. This is the early stages of new Liquid, and that's promising signs. But for Mongols, this is a big step forward. But guess who's next? The big bad wolf, Vitality. The 3rd time the Mongols and Vitality will play in a semi-final in 2025.
It started with a 13-5 loss. Everyone first sweep on the big stage. Outstanding.
Well, what an incredible game that was. Firstly, guys, I know you've been booing them this time around, right? But can we please get it up for Liquid? Oh, come on. Who cares now, right? We've got the Mongols, and they have had an absolute heater, a reverse sweep in front of the home crowd. How are you guys feeling?
Good, of course we win. Just kind of a little bit shaky, but however, we managed to win it.
Very good, of course. Now, your guys' team has struggled a little bit trying to do well on the bigger stage, right, for some of these bigger events. What have you guys been doing to work through that?
I think we need to be more confident and more consistent to play, yeah. That's it, I think so.
Fantastic, absolutely. Now, you guys have got Vitality tomorrow. Do you think you can stop them from taking the Grand Slam?
We will try, but we can maybe win them, yeah.
Very awesome. Now, last thing, do you want to say anything to the fans?
Let's go, guys. Keep supporting us. Let's go.
And I have one last request. Can I rub your head, please? Love to see it. All right, guys, thank you so much for that. Make sure you guys are back here. Same time, same place. Thank you, Rod Laver. You're beautiful.
Beauty is one way to put it. Hey, everybody, yeah, we're still up here for at least the desk portion, and what we have in front of us is the Mongols really having to work for here. A little bit of sweat on the ends, but they get it done, and they do it in a way that makes it convincing.
I don't know if the Mongols had to work for it. 910 had to work for it.
Yeah, fair.
Boy put in work, 30 kills, 1.83 rating. I mean, he was just incredible on this last map, stepped up time and time again with just so much impact and delivered his team a big win.
Did he really have to work for it, though? Liquid was just running into his crosshair, not even using flashes half the time. He had some insane flicks there for sure, but there were some moments moments there where it was just so free for him that they just ran into his crosshair.
Free is one way you could possibly put it. I mean, I guess I'm looking at this also as it being back and forth. Good considerable amount of the time there, Yanko. I think if I'm looking at this as a Liquid fan, I'm also happy with some of the progress and results that are shown through this, perhaps.
Well, I mean, it's going to take a while before they can start to reflect. Right now, the loss just stings, right? And it's a little bit more of what we saw on Ancient. Unfortunately, again, losing that crucial second round in the second half. It was just a pure eco, wasn't even a force by this time around, and it was 9-10 who had hit a blinder with a deagle shot, blitz as well, and for Liquid, just you have to play with a little bit more discipline in those rounds.
I think both halves actually opened up with 9-10, right? So on that CT side, it was when he got that op 4K on the side, and on that T side, it was that deagle big opening. I mean, there were a couple of rounds where those deagles came out big and in heavy force. And when I look at them, it's just, okay, we talk about Liquid, we talk about their T side, the anti-force and the anti-ecos that they have down pat. But it's the CT sides, man. What's going on? Multiple times they almost lose. This is the round I was talking about. This is the round that started Mongols, getting them in the game. A huge round from 9-10 in the first round. That's going to get him kind of setting him on fire, so to speak. But, I mean, Liquid needs to figure out how to play against those ecos on their CT side.
Yeah, and it's problematic because if you lose them by playing too passive, then people overextend, try to take fights, then you get punished by the deagles, right? And at the end of the day, don't overthink it too much, but also don't not think about it at all. Right? It's tough because you don't want to just run at them with no plan, but you don't want to overthink it because at the end of the day they just have pistols.
Like it's unlike if you get like one digged on a jump spot or something, but like running down middle by yourself, or you know, on one of these final rounds of the game, I think a pivotal turning point is like Nertz is alone. He's against an eco rush coming at him at B. He gets one kill and he has the option of backing up, holding the ruins area, letting his teammates rotate, but instead he's standing out in the open reloading and he gets run down. And that opening allows, you know, that's weapons, that's space, that's the bomb plant, that's the site. And why? You're alone there. Just back up.
I think for me, this is the round that you're talking about, but it's also what we talked about in the pregame. Why is he alone, right? They're playing one guy solo B against a half buy, just one hero AK, and then you're absolutely right. He overextends with the spray. That allows for Mongols to chase him down. They get the kill, and now because of the setup for Liquid, you're doing a 4v4 retake on B. Yes, you have utility. Yes, they have pistols on some guys. There's a couple of guns in there, but that's still a tough retake. There's so many angles. There's so much that you need to organize. Also, it's 11-10. I mean, it's a stressful time to expect to be able to execute a super clean retake. You know, just play a little bit more default. Play 3-2. If you need 4 players on A to defend against 4 pistols and 1 AK, I mean, you're going to have problems.
Well, I still think it's like one of those issues that Team Liquid has is the discipline individually, right? If Nertz just backs up, okay, the setup call, you don't like them playing 4A. All he has to do, though, with that first kill, hide in ruins, 5 versus 4 retake with that control, it's probably a very simple and easy retake. But the fact that they have to re-clear through ruins as well, and it's a 4-on-4 before they even attempt that, changes everything about that entire retake scenario. And it's these types of moments, and I see it, we traditionally saw it more from NAF, but I mean, this needs to be completely cut out of whatever they're doing for them to ascend to that next level again.
So I am being told that we are going to have a Nertz exit interview here, and so that's just up momentarily. However, in this moment, we can look at those brackets, kind of hone it back in to where we are. Yeah, the Mongols have found success today. Liquid, not so much.
Well, at least happy that we got a close map today.
Yeah, it's true, very true.
It took a whole damn day, but we did get there. Yeah, the Mongols managed to grind out the win there. We had Falcons earlier to take care of business against GamerLegion. I think that's going to be a really, really good semifinal tomorrow between Falcons and Maus. And on the other side of things, Mongols did manage to beat Team Liquid, but with the level that they've displayed, still doesn't feel quite enough to be able to put up a fight against Vitality.
Yeah, right now we're looking at a rematch from just a few months ago where Vitality started this whole, not started the whole Grand Slam run, but like, you know, it was the first of 3 in a row that they got. So it's just incredible scenes to see that they're kind of in the same spot. It would be poetic for Mongols to be able to do it. I don't think that's going to be on the cards, though, for them. Vitality is just looking way too strong at the moment.
I'd say never say never.
That's a fair assessment. Thank you.
But I think for Mongols and what we pre-faced and their struggles in arenas and getting that experience, this is why it matters a lot,
Absolutely.
right? And it's great that 9-10 had such a big game to help deliver. It's going to help his confidence moving forward. Some guys struggle a little bit. Sanzu still had some issues, but a win is a win. And considering they didn't even make playoffs the last two tournaments, this is a big one for the Mongols.
Hey, I mean, when we look at Senzu, you can't just look at the last map, right? Because he had a phenomenal Ancient on that map too. So, he's able to deliver. Maybe it's just an Inferno thing. Inferno's not one of their most played maps. So I'll chalk that up to like unlucky, just on the day, on the map, didn't play that well.
Josh, most normal humans love a bit of Inferno. Perhaps, you might look back at this one, you might wonder what happened, all the things that are going to go on in the drawing room a little bit later for that Liquid side. We're going to hear from Nerds on their way out.
Cool. Okay, well, we have Nerds with us right now. Obviously, you guys had a great tournament, a sad way to go out, I suppose. You opened up with a win to VP, a loss to Vitality, and then obviously made your way through the lower bracket against Na'Vi. Are you happy with the result, making it to playoffs in the end, or what?
I would say I'm happy. I think we showed good CS. We are starting to show at least. For me, I'm trying to be. I'm starting to be more comfortable in my place. We have a lot of work to do. We have Dallas next, but I feel like from the time we practice, like the last tournament we have been, and now we are playing better in CS.
You've been playing fantastic, mate. So obviously a lot of changes, right, since bringing in Shui. How has the integration been so far for the team with him at the captain?
I think Sui is really good in game leader, good captain. I think for us the struggle was too many role change in a way. So I feel like everyone needs to understand their place and what we can do, what they cannot do, because it's pretty new for everyone. But yeah, I think we showed good CS in the end.
I definitely think so. You guys showing good signs. So with your Melbourne run complete, what's next for Liquid?
For us, we have some few off days, and we will grind to go forward and maybe win the IEM Dallas.
Fantastic, love to hear it, mate. Thank you so much for being here, and enjoy the rest of your time in Melbourne.
Thank you very much.
It's nice to know Liquid can pick their head up after an L today, which is good. It means the team's moving in their right direction, or at least back to a competitive way for the Liquid side. We can see quickly right here the schedule that's on the screen. You've got Vitality, the Mongols. That's a fun one. That's going to be the later game tomorrow. You got the Falcons and little Mao's action there. It's sort of I wouldn't call it an appetizer, but it's definitely packing a punch. At the current rate, we see some of these teams like Falcons.
Yeah, definitely. With the additional Monacy, they've been really good in this tournament. They've won the last tournament that they played in over in Bucharest. So I think they'll come into the matchup with confidence, looking for revenge for the loss in the grand final of Cluj against Maus. And Maus on the other side of things, looking to continue, right, making grand finals and hoping that they'll be able to break that streak against Vitality.
Yeah, there's still a lot more Counter-Strike to be played here, Josh. Don't you worry. But first, it's the DHL MVP. Yes, it is that time, Twitch users, to use those coveted Twitch channel points for our DHL MVP vote. That'll be going on right now. So let's go ahead and take a look at some of our candidates. You get that vote in, we talk to them at the conclusion on Sunday, and you better believe that you probably got enough Twitch channel points to participate.
That 9-10 Inferno was just such a masterpiece. This is so disgusting. There's not much else you can really say about that. Huge impact on the CT.
Let's see who the runners-up are going to be, for this game. Mzinho talked about him a little bit in the pre-game, how, to me, he's their best player. Had a solid series here. It felt like obviously everyone's going to be overshadowed by 9-10, and we'll see if he can take it up a notch tomorrow against Vitality.
Mzinho? Oh, you're not an Mzinho fan, you're just not a stan. That's fine. We'll get Blitz on there if you're cool with that, Josh.
Yeah, I mean, if you have to select 3, I guess Blitz could be one of the names that would remain in the pool.
Okay.
He wasn't as impactful as he has been in previous games. Like, you would normally see Sensi towards the top of the board, so why isn't he up here? But, Blitz did better.
Yes, that is a great summary.
Like, when you're overshadowed from 9-10, okay, what can you really say? It's like 9-10's up here, but those are the 3.
Yeah, those are the 3, and again, that's your DHL MVP vote, which I'm asking you to use your Twitch channel points right now in the chat. It's just right there. It's not that hard now, is it? So, gentlemen, I think we put a nice ribbon on today. I think we got the quarterfinals out of the way. We got Liquid out of here. Everyone in the crowd seemed to rejoice over this fact. You guys good? You want to get out?
I'm fine.
Yeah, sure.
I just thought I'd ask. I want to make sure. Sure.
I'll follow your lead.
Okay, great. Sit back. Watch this. Thank you, everybody, for watching the Intel Extreme Masters in Melbourne 2025. Quarterfinals are complete. Tomorrow, we have a semifinal coming at you. In fact, we got 2 of them coming thick, fast, and pumped right here down under. And, well, I don't know that there's much else to say. We'll see you there. Good night.
Twisting up the truth, this ain't new to me. Since the age of 22, I've been using it like it's fuel to level up, like it's champagne in my cup, like there's nothing interrupting my pursuit of dreams. There's a vision in my mind, it's consuming me. Take my confidence combined with opportunity, mix it up with unity, soon to be the greatest of my generation. Operation Victory. Fight or fly, we will stay through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Out of luck, out of sight, dangerous, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite.
Really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of action's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zest, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. A flawless win.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Navi!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Hi, it's Bob with Face It. The official broadcast is better than ever on Face It Watch. Yep, that's right. Switch it up with the POV selector. 4 angles, your choice. From the main broadcast to your favourite player's view. And it's available on the Faceit app and Chromecast. But wait, there's more! Keep watching, keep winning. That's how we roll. Watch IEM Melbourne while having the chance to get skins and Faceit points. Look at this beauty. Change the channel and control how you watch.